So his name was already changed by this point. Thou shalt keep my covenant, therefore thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between you and thy seed after thee. So he's talking about the covenant, and he says, every man and child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you. So he's talking about a covenant between him, Abraham, and his seed, specifically. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man child in your generations that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. So, yeah, that's what it says.
Are you down with that though? Like, are you into that right there? I mean, does that pass do you co-sign on that?
I would.
Like, you have to give a part of your penis to this as a covenant to this guy or whoever is behind the book, and then if you don't do it, then it just sounds like a demonic possession.
When Adam and Eve sinned against God, God declared that women would travail great pain during childhood as a result of Eve's sin.
I mean, just think if someone in today's world went out, they made a new religion. It was called whatever, and they called it something, and the religion was you need to cut, the nipples off of a woman or whatever it may be, and then you have to give the flesh, as a validation. You have to, mail it in or whatever you have to do that would be like sealing the covenant, and then now you're accepted into the church. And if you don't cut off those parts or whatever, you're not accepted into the thing. I mean, doesn't that sound like a cult, like a demonic cult, rather than some kind of beautiful spiritual thing that has anything to do with rightness or integrity?
If you look at the context of the law of Moses that was given, it was given to the Jews in Israel at the time when God was dealing with them very harshly because of their worship of idols. That's why I just read half the chapter of Acts 15, where Peter speaks up and explicitly says that we are not under that yoke anymore.
Yep. Not that covenant, because say there's a character out there, right? And say there's a character out there, right? And he can make business agreements with people. Is he going to have the exact same contract with everyone that he's interacted with? Or is each contract going to be different depending on the situation that he's dealing with? He'll give this guy a contract to do the plumbing. He'll pay him a certain amount. He'll give this guy a contract to do the carpentry or the masonry. He'll do another guy, give him a contract to do the electrical bill. So I don't know. He has different covenants. Like, does Abraham not have to eat from the tree of knowledge and evil? No, because that was a different covenant that he had with Adam. He told Adam a different set of instructions because Adam was in a different circumstance.
If you're in Messiah, you're Abraham's seed.
Hold on, can I respond to
Abraham? Just real quick, you're Abraham's seed if you're in Messiah. If you're a Gentile following Messiah, are you in Messiah? Are you Abraham's seed?
Yeah, but you are also could be as you heard from what I quoted from Romans 2 earlier, 26, that if I'm in Christ and I'm uncircumcised, I'm still counted as circumcised.
Read 12 through 25 before you start in verse 26 to get that context, because you're going completely against the verses.
No, you're not explaining it. We all listen to you read it, and you
I didn't read it.
You didn't actually refute my point.
I didn't read it. You want me to read it?
Yeah, sure.
I'll do it real quick. Yeah, okay. So I didn't read it, but I will read it. But starting in 12, for as many have sinned without law shall also perish without law, and as many have sinned in the law shall be judged by the law. What? They'll be judged by the law. For not the hearers of the law are just before God, but the doers of the law shall be justified. For when the Gentiles which have not the law do by nature the things contained in the law, These having not the law are a law unto themselves, which show the work of the law written in their hearts, their conscience bearing witness, and their thoughts the meanwhile accusing or else excusing one another. In the day when God shall judge the secrets of men by Messiah according to the gospel. Behold, thou art called a Jew, and resteth in the law, and makest thy boast of God, and knowest his will, and approvest the things which are more excellent, being instructed out of the law, and art confident that thou thyself art a guide of the blind, a light of them which are in darkness, an instructor of the foolish, a teacher of the babes, which has the form of the knowledge of the truth in the law. Thou therefore which teachest another, teachest not thyself? Thou that preachest a man should not steal, dost thou steal? Thou sayest a man should not commit adultery. Do you commit adultery? Thou abhorrest idols. Do you sacrifice? Do you commit sacrilege? Thou that makest thy boast of the law, through breaking the law dishonoreth thou God. This is the context. For the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you, as it is written. For the circumcision verily profiteth. What? The circumcision verily profiteth, if you keep the law. But if thou be a breaker of the law, thy circumcision is made uncircumcision. And then you can continue on into verse 26. But I think it's clear that even these Gentiles are following the law, and it's their conscience, and it's the ways and the law of the Creator, not of some other man who you are to be subservient to. That's not what the text is saying.
At
But
the
that's
very
clearly how
Please,
everyone
let me just intervene for a second, if I may.
go ahead.
Please. So there's a lot of misconceptions here, and I'm just trying to, get to the bottom of this. But it's probably going to be impossible to do it in a decent amount of time. But what North is saying is absolutely true. Like, you have to understand that this idea that there's a separate law or a separate covenant for the Gentiles and then one for the Jews, that's dogma. That's not scriptural. It depends how you interpret Paul's letters. But the idea that Gentiles get a different set of circumstances or a different set of laws altogether, that's called replacement theology, and it's part of the dispensationalist movement. If you follow the original disciples, right, going back to the first century Nicene church, before the pre-Nicene church, the first century Nazarene sect, right, which were the original followers. I'm talking about Paul, Clement of Alexandria, trying to think, Polycarp. You got all these guys that in their letters they write about keeping the law, right? They all kept the law. There was no problem about keeping the feast days. Timothy, technically his mother was Jewish, but his father was Greek. He kept the law. All these people kept the law. It was never a problem. Keeping the law was never a problem until Ignatius of Antioch started preaching against the Torah, and it's really complex. But in the Torah itself, we have here, right? We have, for example, Leviticus 24:22. You shall have the same law for the stranger and for one from your own country, for I am Yahweh your Elohim. Exodus 12:49. One law shall be for the native born and for the stranger who dwells among you. Numbers 15:15. One ordinance shall be for you of the assembly and for the stranger who dwells with you. An ordinance forever throughout your generations, as you are, so shall the stranger be before Yahweh. One law and one custom shall be for you and for the stranger who dwells with you, for all your generations. Right? That's forever. This has been consistent. This is a consistent thread throughout the scriptures, that there's one law between foreigners, Gentiles, and one of the bloodline, or one of the promised land. It doesn't. So the idea that this whole that the Gentiles get a more slack law, that's not true, bro.
Well, I just wanted to say I don't want to minimize anything you said there, but I mean, it might be fair to kind of poll the room and see if at some point people want to do a topic change. This is getting very deep into some of these traditions, and if people want to continue on it, we can, or we could, split it up into a second live stream, but I just want to kind of poll the room, just to see where people are at, because we have been on this topic for some time. But
I'll say one more thing, and I'll close with that. That gentleman who brought up Romans 2, if he'll come to the conclusion of the whole matter and go through each verse with the context, even when you go to Romans 3:31, this one statement, and I'll be done. Do we make void the law through faith? speaking the difference of the law and the faith, as some think it's so different. Do we then make void the law through faith? Yah forbid. We establish the law, and that's all I got to say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is that it directly says that if you're breaking the law, that your circumcision doesn't count for shit. And if someone else is keeping the law but they're not circumcised, they're counted as circumcised. So it's not really, God's not gonna look at the end of the fucking world and he's gonna say, "Did your dick cut? Oh, sorry, you can't get into heaven because your dick was cut." But
You
this
got a
guy's
good point.
gonna
You got
get
a
That,
you got a
That's
great.
interesting
what
Wait
Paul's
just a minute.
saying.
Wait just a minute. He's got a great point. He's got a great point. Wait just a minute. You have a great point. Let me share something with you. This is why Acts 15 says we're not going to trouble them with everything at one time. First, tell them about the law from the fornication, right? From the idol worship and abstaining from blood, because Moses is being read every Sabbath and they can go hear it. They can get the rest. We don't want to trouble
Right.
them all at one time. Now, my point still stands and hasn't been negated yet. That
I,
the text itself in the future speaks of all flesh observing feasts for that was supposedly only supposed to be for one people group. But all of a sudden, all flesh, all nations have to do it
Right.
or they die. So that cannot be negated. That's in the
And
text.
to be able to do those feasts, specifically Passover, the males have to be circumcised.
can I read one more passage and I'll shut up about the
So,
subject?
and I think also whoever read the part, let me just try and make a quick point. I think it was you who read the Abraham part, right? But
I read Acts, but go ahead.
okay, so whoever read the part, the whole section, I think maybe it was Noah then,
That was
about
me.
Abraham. This is an important point. So to go along with what Noah said, but also with that section, the whole purpose of it is to be a token, right? So the reason it's of no effect if someone's just living anyhow is the purpose of it is to represent that you're actually putting yourself under the instructions of the Father, right? So if somebody's living the right way, then they've already started that process of the circumcision of the heart that you'd be familiar with from the text, right? And that if you then go along the passage, so these are new believers, right? So if they're Gentile new believers, or they came from Gentile nations, and they're new believers, they're going to start with what North mentioned, those abstaining from those things, and then they're going to go and hear the instructions. So their heart's going to be circumcised. They're going to be learning. They're going to learn about Sabbath pretty early on. They're going to learn about the dietary instructions pretty early on. They're going to get to that section in Abraham and what it means, and they'll be like, "Oh, this applies to me." So the natural progression will be that as they go on, they'll be like, "Oh, I want to observe Passover. Passover says the instructions say that if I want to observe Passover, then I'm to be circumcised." So it will go hand in hand. But the one without the other is null and void. Is an important point to make. But that but that it represents it, right?
I'd say I have to agree with you guys on that. But that's the thing, is like,
Because I think that's where
obviously you're obviously not saved by your works, but
right. See,
you,
this is a good
But
discussion.
But we're judged by them, though.
real quick, if you have that faith, then the works would be the fruit of that faith. So I would have,
Exactly, right? Exactly. But I know Fox wanted to say something, so please, Fox, go ahead.
Okay. So North also brought this point about things to come in the future, and the verse that I was referring to you earlier, Elisha, about the ordinances nailed to the cross, that was in Colossians. That was my mistake. It's in Colossians, but it's really interesting because that same passage talks about the circumcision several times. So I just want to read this one set of verses here. It's not long; it's about a paragraph. This is in Colossians 2, starting in verse 11. It says, "In whom also ye are circumcised with the circumcision made without hands, in putting off the body of the sins of the flesh by the circumcision of Christ, buried with him in baptism, wherein ye are also risen with him through the faith of the operation of God, who hath raised him from the dead, and you being dead in your sins and the uncircumcision of your flesh, hath he quickened together with him, having forgiven you all trespasses, blotting out the handwriting of ordinances that was against us, which was contrary to us, and took it out of the way, nailing it to the cross. And having spoiled principalities and powers, having made a show of them openly, triumphing over them in it. Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of any holy day or of the new moon or of the Sabbath days, which are a shadow of things to come, but the body is of Christ. So the way I read that is that these things that were the ordinances that were contrary to us, they were the shadow of the risen Christ who was to come and is come. And that's how I read it. So yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to
Hold on, let me
be.
rebuttal that, please, bro.
Can I respond?
No, hold on. I don't think there's
Come on,
a
'cause
worse
you
way to
said-
pervert that
Good,
letter
good.
than what you just did. You literally twisted it, bro, to the exact opposite of what Paul was saying there. Like, there's really no. I don't think there's a worse way to pervert that letter. Respectfully.
Yeah, because this is what I wanted to say. When it says contrary to us, the context of that contrary is because we, in that context of the we in that text, right? The we is living against those instructions. So when you go against those instructions, they are contrary to you. So for instance, in a modern context, if you go against the speed limit, I don't think the speed limits are good, but whatever, right? That thing is going to be contrary to you. It's going to be against you because you broke that law. And that's the purpose of what you just read about the forgiveness and the resurrection. Because once that's happened, then that stuff that you've done with and the consequences of that flesh can't make it into the kingdom. But if you by virtue of putting your faith in Christ and live the right way, you're acceptable because of the position that Christ has as the high priest to the Father, to be forgiven and to be accepted into the eternal life. But that doesn't mean that the behavior somehow changes. The only reason the behavior expectations are contrary to us is because we break them. The only reason our parents that punish us is because we don't do what we're told. But when we do what we're told, are we not in agreement? Are we not in harmony?
Let me just respond real quick. So Paul's audience right there, bro. Just real quick. Paul's audience right there was located 1,500 kilometers from Jerusalem. He's speaking to the people in Colossae. They lived literally right next to Athens, Greece, a hub for paganism, bro. And when you look up the word ordinance there that Paul references, he's not talking about Yah's ordinances. Go look it up in the interlinear. It's literally the word dogma. It's traditions of men. Because at that time, both in Jerusalem and everywhere else, guess what they had? Traditions of men. The Pharisees were not following Yah's Torah. They were using the oral law, the Talmud that yet was not compiled. This is where you get the Gemara, the Mishnah. This is where you get the extra laws that were never actually part of Yah's holy scriptures. That's what Paul is rebuking there, right? And not only that, he's actually encouraging them to keep the Shabbats, the new moons, the feast days, and to keep a sanctified biblical diet, right? Because their peers were all pagans. So he was encouraging them to not be judged by their pagan peers and being sanctified and living a sanctified lifestyle, completely opposite of what you're interpreting Paul to be saying there.
Did you say I was perverting the scriptures?
Not intentionally, but you are literally interpreting Paul's letter completely polar opposite of what he intended.
So I want to respond to that.
Well, did you even understand what I said though?
Yes, I did.
Did you understand that he was actually encouraging that audience to keep a sanctified lifestyle and keep a biblical diet and keep the new moons?
First, I want to say there is no worse accusation in the language of men than you could accuse me of.
Dude, don't take it personal.
No, I said that you weren't intentionally. Like if you were doing it intentionally, then you would have been guilty of actually committing like.
Dude, this guy is clearly
sin,
trying to be he's not trying to insult you or anything or have a dick measuring contest. And there's third parties listening. Who cares? Don't take things personally. Just
I'm
speak
asking a question,
facts. Speak on the
sir,
facts. Stop
because
taking things emotionally and ruining everyone else's listening experience.
do I sound emotional right now? I'm just trying to clarify.
No, I made the disclaimer that you weren't doing it intentionally, bro. I know you weren't. I can tell you weren't. You're passionate, but I'm telling you that what you're conveying those scriptures to say are complete perversion of what Paul intended those scriptures to mean.
Perversion. Okay.
Literally the polar opposite, the exact polar opposite.
If what you're saying is true, then we would have to have a different stated context for what he's talking about when he's talking about blotting out the handwriting of ordinances. But immediately after he says it, he follows up with "let no man therefore." The therefore is the logical following of what he just said. So he says, "Therefore, let no man judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of holy days or new moon or the Sabbath days."
Yeah,
So
because they were keeping those in a foreign land, in a Gentile land, 1,500 kilometers from Jerusalem. They were keeping those days.
but I'm not going to be bullied. I want to finish my point and I'll shut up.
All right.
So if he says therefore judge no man in X, Y, and Z, then I'm going to take that to mean that he means don't let men judge you on these things, because these are the things of the ordinances that were nailed to the cross. This is not the only chapter. This is just but one. I believe
That's
the
not
other
what he's saying, though. He's saying
that
don't
one
let them judge you in
is
doing those
in
things.
Galatians, or he spends an entire chapter on why you should not hold each other's to fault and what they choose to eat in their diet, because we're not under that.
Absolutely
What do
not.
you
That's
mean?
not what
What
he's
do you
saying there.
mean?
Hold on, hold on. Living a sanctified lifestyle by keeping the appointed times and adhering to the commandments are a shadow of things to come, like North was saying. This is a practice run, bro. We're practicing because this is what's going to be an inevitable future, is us keeping the commandments. Every single nation on earth is going to be doing this, and if they don't, there's going to be no rain in their land, according to Zechariah, right? So Paul's saying that these are a shadow of things to come, not like in a way that he's like negating them or putting them aside or disregarding these commandments. That's not what Paul's saying there, bro. When he's saying that they're a shadow of things to come, is that these are literally a foreshadowing of what's going to happen. Not only that, but the biblical feasts, if you understand the biblical feasts, they point prophetically to future events. Yom Teruah, Feast of Trumpets, Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement, Tabernacles. Tabernacles points to a future event where the king, right, and his redeemer are going to come and tabernacle amongst us in the New Jerusalem. These are a shadow of things to come, bro. You're somehow turning what Paul's saying and saying that, oh, these are a shadow of things to come, like they're redundant now, and you can just disregard them to the side like they're meaningless. That's literally the polar opposite of what Paul intended these verses to mean, bro. Even in Isaiah 66:23 says, "And it shall come to pass from month to month and from Sabbath to Sabbath that all flesh shall come to worship before me in Jerusalem, saith Yahweh."
Mm-hmm. Also, this isn't the first time, right? What you're doing, Fox, whether intentionally or unintentionally, that's kind of by the by. You're doing what was already done while Paul was still alive. The same accusation was made at him that he was teaching them to break the law, and he wasn't observing the law himself, right? And he took that accusation, and this is what Peter had heard. This is what these guys have heard, and he went and goes, "Okay, I'm going to deal with that." And he spoke about it. He expressed that he wasn't doing that, and he went and proved it with his actions by going and paying for one of the vows. I think it was the one that Solomon did, not Solomon, Samson. I can't remember the other guy who was talking. What's the vow called? The Nazarite vow. So that it's just so I can be specific. So he goes and pays for that vow for the other guys to do it. So some of his disciples to do it. So he goes and both with his words and with his actions proves that the point that you're taking from his words is exactly the opposite to what he was actually doing. So you have proof within the text to back up what Lion for Yah was just expressing to you. So I'd encourage you to go and read that, because every time people accuse Paul of doing that, they neglect to actually read read that accusation that was already made in the text to him and how he proved it wrong.
But I do read it, and I'm open to you pointing out any of it because I would like to study it. And it says, makes the point again and again that the things of the law of Moses were types and shadows of the reality in Christ. And no, I don't believe that we're going to be held to all of these ordinances that they were held to in the meat and the drink and the new moons and all that. No, I think that really is the shadow, just a shadow of things to come, because when the Lord returns and establishes his kingdom on earth, he is going to establish his kingdom, and he's going to give us the law, and whatever it is at that time, that will be the law. But the Ten Commandments,
but we've already been told what that is.
That's the grand deception.
the Ten Commandments will never pass away.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. It's either all of it or none of it.
So when
making the distinction between the Ten Commandments and every other instruction ever given from the mouth of the Creator would make him inconsistent. It makes no sense.
Any sense though, because he says, Joshua, go kill these people. I'm sorry, there's no Canaanites for me to go kill. He says, Adam, don't eat from that tree. That tree ain't around for me not to eat from it.
Yeah,
he says, Moses,
this is a weird argument,
Moses,
Noah, because
he says, Moses, you and your nation do this. I'm not part of that nation. Then he says,
Noah, can I respond?
Then he says, followers of Christ do this. I could be that fourth one. Those other ones wouldn't apply to me though, because those instructions are definitely not for me, given I don't fit the context. I don't fit the bill of the people it's being told to.
Let me address that, because there's twofold things, right? Number one, that argument is a weak argument, because if you're going to say because I wasn't in the garden with Adam, somehow that doesn't apply to me. It's like, well, all instructions obviously. Hold on, please, Noah, I waited, right? So obviously that's not going to apply to you because it's out of context. Like the same way an instruction given to a woman isn't going to apply to an instruction given to a man, because you don't bleed once a month, the woman does. But the instructions given to the woman in that context don't apply to you. Equally, the instructions given to a man aren't going to apply to a woman when they're specific to a male and his genitalia and all the rest of it. So that argument doesn't make any sense, because
hold up,
yo, bruv, I still haven't finished speaking.
Yeah, but you just
I haven't. But not real quick, because I waited and I said there's two things I wanted to talk about, right? So the argument doesn't actually make sense, because all these instructions are obviously going to be contextualized to certain events. And the other thing it says here, the law of Christ. Do you understand what he told us to do? He told us to do exactly what he did. And what he did was go and perfectly do the law completely. So everything obviously that applied to him within context, because he wasn't a woman, but that he was the personification and the perfect execution of what it means to be lawful, that applies to us.
That is correct.
I feel like this is talking about a lot of like historical things that people, I don't know. It just doesn't seem very practical for today's world.
The New Testament went into effect.
How so? How is it not practical to eat the way that the Creator
Wait,
instructed
but you
us to
didn't
eat?
You didn't address my point. You said context.
Well, somebody brought up something.
You said context, and I said, yeah, the context is there was rules given for the first human ever that don't apply to me. The context is there was rules given to some guy who had sheep that don't apply to me.
What's the consistent theme?
To a nation that I'm not a part of, and it doesn't apply to me. So that,
who says you're not part of it though?
There were rules and instructions that actually were given to someone in my circumstance. So wouldn't I follow the rules that were given to me and not the ones to a nation that doesn't exist any longer?
Okay, so what were the instructions given to you then?
It's in the New Testament, dude. I mean, I don't have fucking 10 hours to read the New Testament to you, the Gospels to you, do I?
Let me give you an example.
This is weird. If you're going to make an argument from text and then not answer it, then
1 Corinthians 2:14 says, "The natural man does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness to him, and he cannot understand them because they are spiritually discerned."
Let me summarize something about because you mentioned Christ, and I'm obviously in agreement with you. But what I don't think people seem to understand, and this is unfortunate, is that what Christ did is he did the whole thing perfectly. So if he's our exemplar, and he ate clean, he was circumcised on the 8th day, he observed the Sabbath, he did all these things, he loved his enemies, he didn't like use usury, all these things, he dressed a certain way, he did all these things. He did them perfectly, because otherwise we would have no chance at all, right? That's the whole crux of our faith, right? If Christ was not crucified and risen again, then everything else is for naught, right? So if he did all those things perfectly, he's our exemplar. He's who we should be modeling our life over, right? Or if that's the right way of saying it, we are to be disciples of him. Then how can we then make the argument that we're somehow allowed to just not do those things that he did?
Okay.
So somehow we're allowed to eat pork, even though Christ didn't eat pork. We're allowed to. Even though he was circumcised on the 8th day.
I get the question. Let me answer it.
But I'm talking to Noah, dude.
Okay, but
okay.
Go ahead.
I'll say something, and then yeah, I'm just from my like way I'm viewing it. Listen, these people saying that like, oh, it's child abuse or whatever. I think that's way out of line, dude. Nobody fucking remembers it. I think they're making a way bigger deal of it than it ain't.
I have a question.
It ain't it ain't no mutilation, dude. And like, I'm just thinking like from a different perspective or whatever. If someone said in their religion, just hypothetically, they said, you have to go and clip your nails, would you guys then be fucking going and shouting and being like, oh, cutting off your nails, your body produces nails? Or if they really just said, cut your hair, you cut your hair. It's not that. It ain't fucking child abuse. It ain't mutilation. It's not that. You're miscategorizing it. But also at the same time, I think if you look at the Bible, there's other things that you would fucking do if you're a Christian before you did the circumcision is pretty serious. I feel as though people like they'll be out fucking going on Tinder or whatever, going to the club, getting drunk.
For a man who wasn't circumcised,
all that, and then they're gonna hold up. They're gonna be smoking weed, all this fucking whatever the fuck, fucking chicks, getting in fights at bars, and then they're gonna come and sit on Discord and be like, yeah, but like you have to get circumcised. Like, dude, you missed the point. You're supposed to get the big shit before the small shit. That's at least how I'm looking at it.
And I'd be in agreement with you, and that's what I think I expressed, and I think you seem to see the sense in it earlier, that for someone to even get to that position, they would obviously be somebody who was not born, not circumcised on the 8th day, and they came to faith later. When they get to that position to even think about that, they've already had that change in their heart to even want to consider it in the first place. They've already chosen to be like, oh, well, I'm going to get my instructions from this book. I'm going to behave this certain way. And when they get to that decision, it's because they've already done certain other things in their life to get there. You see what I mean? So
if anyone would like to save us with a topic change, that would be a blessing at this point.
Yeah, I was curious if like why did God give us extra foreskin if it's in his plans for us to cut it off?
It's from running through the bushes. Run through the bushes naked, and you'll find out why you wanted foreskin.
Seems like a big mystery. Like it's like a weird puzzle that we got to figure out. Like
it's complex,
too much
but listen, the original circumcision was not what they do today. What they do today in modern hospitals is literally mutilation. The original Hebrew circumcision was just like a little slit that was made. That's it.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, dude, that guy was saying, like, why did God give us whatever if we're just going to cut it off, whatever? That's like asking, why did God give us a beard if you're going to...
kind of, except for its skin, right?
Why did God
Those are very different things, dude.
One's hair, one's skin, kind of totally the same, right?
Why did God give you nails if you're going to have to clip them at the end of the week? Like, it's just a ridiculous question.
No, I don't. It's not the same. That's not equivalent.
No, that's not analogous, I don't think. Because at the end of the day,
I really want to answer Elijah's question.
You guys, we got to go one at a time. I'm just going to do temporary mutes if needed. Crypto is trying to get in. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, just a quick one. Well, I don't think they're analogous because if you cut off your hair, it doesn't cause you any pain. And if you cut off your fingernails, it doesn't cause you any pain. cut off your toenails doesn't cause you any pain. If you cut off your foreskin, it's immensely painful.
Yeah, babies are not going to cry and scream and bleed if you're cutting their hair.
Even think the
Cutting
pain
their
argument
Elijah,
is
can you hear me?
necessary. Sorry, go ahead.
We're just right in the middle of talking. I was just saying that, yeah, I mean, to cut off your skin or sorry, to cut off your nails or your hair, you're not bleeding, you're not screaming and yelling. It's not a problem. You know, it's not a painful trauma.
Yeah, my argument in response to whoever the new guy's question was, I can't remember who. Someone down at the bottom. It wouldn't even be the pain response. So I wouldn't even address that. The question is, why do we have, because he was asking, why do we have foreskin? Surely, I think it's pareidolia. I think the question would be, do you not think it's somewhat convenient that we have it in the first place for it to be able to be circumcised? Doesn't that at least suggest something to you within the worldview of a creator, right? That maybe he made that on purpose,
No.
that it could be done.
Who needs 10 fingers, right?
I mean, I could cut my arm off, but like, why did he give me an arm?
But see, that's not analogous either.
Sure, the foreskin would serve a function.
Because if it was such that, like, when you do it, now you've really lost a functional part of your body, then I would understand the argument, and I would probably be in agreement. I was like, okay, there's something wrong there. But that's not what happens. When circumcision is done, the organ still functions properly.
Well, it doesn't, right? Because it's a gland that is connected to a bunch of nerves, right? It's highly sensitive, so there's a reason why it's there. There's a reason why when you become erect, it's no longer there, right? So it serves a function, right? So God's like, here, guys, only people in my clan cut off part of your dick because that's what I intended you to do, but I'm not going to make you that way. You got to believe in me, and then you got to cut it off. It's kind of a weird little game he's playing, right?
You ever had a tooth pulled?
I wouldn't suggest that, though. I would say the fact that he put that into the design is such that if you're choosing to live that way, then here you go. Here's the ability to be obedient. And if you're not,
Well, I think
then I'm not going to impose it on you. Because remember the purpose from, if you were here earlier, I'm not sure, but the purpose of it was for it to be a token of the rest of how somebody chooses to live.
So
Yeah,
can I address your question?
But
Yeah, he's been waiting. Let Fox go.
Well, I don't want to be a dick and just start
No,
scolding.
it's fine. No, it's fine. Go.
Like
go,
nobody
don't-
lets me get a word in edgewise, and I felt like maybe
Just
5
speak.
seconds
Go.
everyone else.
Go.
Speak now.
All right. So you earlier you asked if the Lord lived according to the Mosaic law to the letter and never broke a single one of them, then why should we be held to any other standard? Like my answer is because the New
Did
Testament
anybody make?
the New Testament went into effect with the death of the testifier. That is why the ordinances were taken out of the way when they were nailed to his cross. So, another question was, where do we get the commandment from that we should live by? Well, during the Last Supper, Jesus said that he had a new commandment for us, which was to love one another as he loves us. So I still hold to that these things are shadows of things to come, and he gave us the law that he's going to hold us to at his second return, which was love one another as he loves us. So to answer your question, that's why we are held to a different standard, is because the testament went into effect with his death, burial, and resurrection.
Brother, real quick, you're reading Colossians. You read Colossians 2:20 earlier, right? And that word, I told you to look up that word ordinance. Obviously, you didn't. In the interlinear, that word is dogmatizo, right? It's literally dogma in the Greek. If you just read one more verse, right? If you still doubt me, Paul clarifies what ordinances he's talking about. He's not talking about the Torah of Yahuwah. He's talking about the doctrines of men. He says so in verse 22, which all are to perish while they're using after the commandments and doctrines of men.
No, because it says right
If
there.
there's any doubt, he actually hold on. Let me just finish. And I'll give you the mic. He verifies what he means by ordinances, right? If there's any doubt, it says commandments and doctrines of men, not the Father, the Creator's instructions, bro.
Okay.
Right. And then that law that Messiah says that's a new law to love your brother. Do you really believe that's a new law?
Yes, because he said
no, it's not a new law.
Yeah, he said it's a new commandment.
Can somebody look up the law in the Torah for him? Love your brother as yourself.
I don't have to go by what your interpretation of the word is in the Greek, because he clarifies himself in the next two verses. Therefore, let no man judge you in meat, drink, respective holy day or new moon or the Sabbath days. And then preceding it, he talks about our sins and our uncircumcision of the flesh hath he quickened together with him, having forgiven you of the trespasses. So you don't,
because he loved his brother, right? Because because Christ.
No, I'm not done. There's no leg left for him to stand on. That is what he's talking about in the context of these scriptures. That's what we are to live by. So there is no requirement for Jew nor Gentile to be circumcised anymore. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm circumcised myself. But it's not a requirement. It's not something that God is going to hold against somebody, as several scriptures were pointed out earlier.
Nobody's saying that though, bro.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, what is to clarify?
Hold on. Well, let me just clarify this, because
hold up. Fox, complete your statement, and then y'all go. Are you done, Fox, or not?
No, he's saying maybe we're talking past each other, so I was going to allow him to clarify what his position actually is.
All right, yeah, you're up.
So let me just relax a little bit. Maybe we're getting a little too passionate, but I just want to say this, right? If Messiah, Yeshua, Jesus, if he loved his brother and he kept Shabbat and he wore tzitzit, does that mean that we no longer have to keep Shabbat and love our brothers and wear tzitzit? Because he did it. So because that's the logic. That's the logic. Because he did it, now we don't have to do it anymore. So because he loved his brother, we no longer have to love a brother anymore. Because it's the same logic if you want to be consistent.
No, he specifically commanded us.
I was about to fucking say something, and I clarified that you were done earlier. But real quick, I was just about to fucking talk about Sabbath day and stuff. And wasn't there like a description where Jesus even talks about the Sabbath day and how he doesn't have to follow this? The Sabbath day man was not made for the Sabbath day, but the Sabbath day was made for man. I'm not saying this is directly related, but could it not be the case that man was not made for circumcision, but circumcision was made for man as a benefit to him? We're looking at it in a way where you have to keep this law, but in actuality, it's just something extra that you can do to benefit from, whereas you don't actually have to do it. Because like it says in the scripture itself, you can be accounted as circumcised even if you're not.
Yeah, so basically you're judged by your faith, but your faith depends on your works. So how strong your faith is how much you're passionate about keeping his instructions, right? That's it. You can't have faith and works separate. They're united. Another thing is that you had the circumcision party that were zealots, right? They were requiring new converts that just heard about the gospel, right, to immediately be circumcised, or else they were going to be condemned to hellfire. That's basically the sentiment that the Pharisee Jews were conveying to the new believers. And what that does, you're pushing believers away. Because think about it, the first thing you want a believer to do is cut his part of his penis off. That's outrageous. And that's what Peter was saying. Like, these people are crazy because, and I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically the sentiment of the circumcision party. They were zealots. And that's not how it works here. And if you're not circumcised, it doesn't mean that you're going to hell, right? Because circumcision is something that is an outward work, but the weightier matter is a circumcision of the heart, which Deuteronomy 10 also states. Deuteronomy says, anyways, I'm not even gonna.
Can I bring another to the
hold
equation?
on, real quick. I'm almost done, and I'll give up the mic. So in Matthew 22:36-40, Messiah teaches. He says, "Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law?" And Jesus replies, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these 2 commandments. Now, Paul in Romans 13:8 says this, owe no one anything except to love each other. For the one who loves another has fulfilled the law, right? So is Paul now teaching contrary to what Messiah by saying that we no longer have to keep the first and greatest commandment, which is to love Yah with all our heart, but now we can fulfill the law by just loving our brothers as ourselves? Absolutely not. This is why it's important that we take scripture in its totality and don't just pick verses out of context, right? And hyper focus on one verse. Because if you were going to do that, then Paul would be going against what Messiah taught. But that's not what Paul is saying here. Paul's only simply saying that if you love your brother, right? If you start with that, if you just love your brother, while you're learning how to keep Torah, you're going to come to the conclusion of keeping all the law. And then eventually that's going to show you how to love the Father. And Messiah, by teaching that, he's not saying that all the Torah is now reduced and minimized to just these 2 commandments. He's literally saying that on these 2 commandments hinges and hangs all the law and the prophets. That's
okay.
I'll mute. That's it. I'm done.
Can I bring? Sorry, I might get some kids in the background. They're playing Mario. So, maybe there's another piece of it. I mean, we're talking about like, the pain of circumcision or the health benefit or what else. Been hearing this for most of the day. But what if there's something else that we're missing in this discussion? The first commandment is to love basically have no other gods before me. And if you go back in the ancient Near East, or the ancient that culture, and even up into the New Testament with the Greek culture, most of the pagan worship, sexual rites and rituals, there were the temple prostitutes, all this stuff. That probably goes all the way back even to when it was given to Abraham. Sex was a big part of worship of these ancient gods. God was trying to throughout the Old Testament, there's a setting apart. God is trying to set the people apart, make them distinct, make them other than the nations around them. And what if the circumcision was the way God was setting them apart from all the other nations? Because in a sense, sex becomes sacred, not just a means to gratify the gods or gratify some internal desire to try to seek for fertility, but sex has become a righteous thing before God, a covenant. Because adultery, the Bible kind of equates adultery and idolatry as virtually the same thing. What if that was God's way of trying to, because like I think of the ancient Greeks, they used to play the games naked, right? So if a Jew would go play the games, let's say, it would be very evident that he is a Jewish person because everybody else is not circumcised, but he is. So what if it's a sign, a distinction? It's to set the people apart. It's a means to that. Then I think when Paul starts to make this distinction about circumcision, that's why he talks about the circumcision of the heart, is because your heart is not towards other gods or other things, but against Yahweh. So the circumcision of that you're committed, you're showing yourself that God is the highest good and that God, Yahweh, is the best way. And circumcision is not, and then it becomes not, that sign doesn't become necessary anymore. Sorry, they're talking, so I'll have to go on mute.
All right.
Thanks for sharing that. That's exactly what I was going to say.
I don't want to diminish any of these points that are being made, but we have been talking about this for hours. If there's any topic change, it's welcomed at this point. But if no one has one, we can continue with it. But
I definitely have a brand new experiment that I think is valuable. If anyone wants to hear it, I think we could finally get proof, because we've had so much trouble with optics. I kind of realized that if we pick a drone and set it at any height above us and then set it out across water, we can get it to not deviate. We can paint the line with that and then use LiDAR to measure the water as we go. And the water has to deviate on a globe from the line that we create that's now level, but not based on the center of the Earth. It's based on its initial starting position. Just make sure it flies level. And there should be no deviation.
Glober's literally level is curved.
I'm sorry?
Glober's literally say level is curved.
I know, but we're going to fly our drone in relation to itself. We're not going to fly it in relation to the Earth. We're going to
Yeah, but
start it
do that
pretty
like
easily.
it sounds like a good idea theoretically, but practically you have no idea if the drone was knocked off course by an inch.
We do if we do it at, let's say with a fly it through the crosshairs of a theodolite, something like that. Keep it online.
How is that different from looking down through the theodolite then? Why add a drone? Maybe we should get a gyro and a laser and
This is
a
low
focal
budge.
pendulum in this.
No,
too.
this is low budge. No, don't do this, Jeremy. This is totally low budget, totally new, totally doable because we can read from our height to the water via LiDAR that's inexpensive. So we can all we got to do is set our height. Tell it, do not deviate. There's got to be several ways to do that and verify that. There has to be. It's got to be the cheapest, easiest way to make a line across the water. Plus, we can get out of the, we can get high if we want and get out of their gradient garbage if we want. But
just put a level on
I think the way to, my bad. I think a good thing for a drone would be to check if parallel plumb lines are parallel or not. But I don't know about just making a straight line thing.
This is just one piece of equipment. This is easy. All we got to do is establish a height and keep that and tell it not to deviate. What would make it deviate would be the question.
You don't know anything in the end. You don't. At the end of that though, you haven't like ruled anything out.
Yeah, I did. I ran past the Glovers on it first.
A perfectly straight line with a drone, it just sounds like it's practically impossible.
It's totally possible. It's the easiest straight line we can make, actually. Particularly if we're going to have to use physical measurements and not optics.
Wait, but the moment a slight breeze touches the drone, you're off by like meters.
Oh, you made those assumptions. I hear you. But in this case, we don't
adjusting for that, and they can return to the path.
We don't need a particular place. We don't need a particular weather. This is really doable. This is something we can really do and show that.
Real quick, if you determine the straight line path, then you can just project that straight line over the surface without the drone and figure out if the water's not curving away from it or not.
How do you suggest I do that? Because I've tried the sun.
I've telling it to go one way, and you think that it's going to perfectly obey this thing in the air, and you think that it's practically going to be.
Hang on, can you just slow down and formulate this into an actual question? Why do you think I can't figure out a way to get this thing to fly straight? Why?
Because of the wind. Not only the wind, like
that's not how drones work, though. They're not balloons, dude.
Slightly, one of the propellers might be slightly stronger than the other. I mean,
so you're as bad as a Glober now. You're just going to throw out shit so you can chip away at it. I get it. Good luck. I've already gone over this in my head. This is good.
I don't think that's necessary, Dan. I just don't know how familiar he is with what the capability of the drones are, and that once you've drawn out a path, they're able to correct back to that path. So the same way you might have some variations here and there, because somebody might have shaked their arm a little bit measuring a line, you can still adjust and correct that. What he's saying is you can set from the beginning the level, and you can make that be firm and solid, so that every movement that it makes from there is set to that, as opposed to what they suggest of level with respect to the center of the string.
Even if I take a 10-mile lake and I go, okay, shore to shore, the deviation in the middle is still supposed to be there. So all I got to do is fly it across and look for a deviation off the water, and prove that it didn't deviate itself.
You know what? If Armour was here, you could have that discussion with him, because this would be something that you could paint out in graphics ahead of time, and then what you would then do is go and confirm that with the actual test in real life. Yeah, you would make the path. You would make the path ahead of time. if drones were more capable, I would also suggest maybe doing it the other way around. Because what they say is if you do that line and you extend the plane, you're going to go off into space. You could pick an arbitrary point up in the sky and then reverse it and go back. And if what they said was true, then you'd be able to take that drone and build the line back to the intersection with the Earth. But obviously that wouldn't happen.
Can I suggest, Elisha, if you're gonna draw graphics of this for the Globers, you should probably use crayons.
Yeah. Like the Android version of Windows Paint.
Right. Sorry.
No, that's perfect. But Dan, what did you think about my reverse idea of that? Because that's something that they seem to ignore. They suggest that if we extend the plane, we will go off into space. But then they argue when we give any way of demonstrating that, they keep just looking for flaws in it. But if what they said was true, you would pick a point in the sky, you would choose the angle according to the measurements that they claim, and you would point down, and you'd be able to extend the line and touch Earth at some point. But if that were true, if what they're saying was true, that would happen. But what would obviously happen is that line would just keep going off into the same height it was originally into another position in the sky. Do you follow me, or do I need to draw it?
A little bit. I follow you. I was just thinking more if I measure the whole thing, let's say from an adjacent bridge, a stationary point, a stationary height, then go right on the water, 2 feet off the water, the drone would have to deviate.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? What Jeremy
as long
said
as we're
was
not
interesting
measuring
about
from the center, forget measuring from the center of the Earth. Let's measure from above. That's all I'm saying.
what Jeremy said about using it to do, was it parallel plumb beam parallel? I think that's a good point, because you can set them to be hooked to a specific point in space, in 3D space, right? So you could get these two ones to just go, okay, with respect to this 3D point in space, go up. If what the globe is claiming was true, as those drones go up, they would start going further and further in the X away from each other, in the X-axis, right? So you can then go and confirm that, because if you do them relatively close enough so that they can measure their distance between themselves, you would just send them both up in unison and keep measuring the distance between themselves. And
Yeah,
then
it just doesn't seem.
however many.
I thought you were done. My bad. It just doesn't seem viable.
No,
I don't know how you're going to make it. I don't know how you're going to. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Get it all out.
You can actually do that quite easily. I'm just thinking, Elisha, because if you don't mind potentially damaging the drones, you can actually tie a rope between the two drones, and then send. And then just see if the rope is getting tighter, then obviously they're deviating, and if it's not, then they're not.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that. I was thinking about that with lasers the other week or whatever. But Jeremy's suggestion with drones, I think, works a lot better. Because it's tactile. You can really you can't avoid it once it's done.
Right.
Well, the thing Dan brought up, I just don't know how you get to. I brought this up years ago. I don't know how you get a drone to fly in a straight line. You know what I mean? Like, what do you do?
We have multiple ways to do it and to observe it and to verify it. Everything from having it fly itself, to having cameras on it, to crosshairs on it, to paralleling something. We have a lot of opportunities here.
Okay, just name one. Just name one.
I just did.
Hold on, Elijah.
I just did. And
which one?
What I mentioned, I just went through this in Gems, all right? I'm not an expert on it, and the more you talk to people, the more they understood it. So, in particular, they thought keeping an eye on it with a theodolite was good. They said,
there's no.
They thought that would maintain level. Why? I have no idea. But I said, okay, well, there's one way. Now, of course, we could preset.
Hold on, let's go over that way. Let's go over that way real quick before we go on to another way.
We're going to do multiple ways, so it doesn't matter.
Well, let's go over that one at a time, though. I can't go over them all at once.
Okay, so there's flying it by a joystick and looking at it through your fucking stupid theodolite camera and literally flying it down a crosshair.
Okay, if that's the case, we can just skip the drone and go look at something with a theodolite. Why do we even need the
Wasn't my
drone?
suggestion. It was a Globy suggestion. That's why I say we have a lot of opportunities. I don't know what kind of presets are on there and what they look for, but I bet you they're not looking for the center of the earth. So whatever we tell it, fly straight across, let's say Salton Sea, 9.6 miles. I believe we could stand there and say, fly to me, right? Give it a homing person or something. So either way, I believe that we can target straight across. Now the question is, do we do it over and over again at different levels? I'd like to see it right on the water. Why? Because it's fun. Ruhif wants to see it 100 meters in the air. Well, do that, but we're not. This isn't optical. But do it both. Fuck it. So if we go next to a
Dan, you lost me. I'm not sure. You might have said it, but how do we know the drone is flying in a straight line?
Yeah, I think, can I maybe, because Dan, I actually understand what you're saying now. What he's saying is that you use a specific person or a point, and you say fly from A to B, and then
the drone does that.
Well,
that's a thing with drones.
Yeah, you can paint a line ahead of time, and it will follow, and it will do the auto correction for whatever the wind might do. So, assuming it's not like a hurricane, there will be slight little deviations, but the main path will follow the predetermined route.
That's based on mapping, not based on the center of the earth. So
exactly.
if the
you
surface
can do that arbitrarily,
if the surface deviates while you're telling this thing, hey, just let it's at your eye height, you're standing there 6-8 feet off the water, and you just say go. The water
Okay, so we got two.
Right up, the water should climb right up to it at 3 and 4 miles.
Yeah, so we got 2 points on either side of the Salton Sea.
The Glober claim is that there's a high spot. Exactly. There's a Sagittarius.
Yeah. Yeah, right? And we got 2. I'm just worried about how we get the drone to fly in a straight line. If we got 2 points and the drone's at 1 and we say go to this other point, it's just it doesn't care about anything else that's going on. It will fly in a straight line right directly to that other point.
I don't think there's normal vertical deviation, and we could check for it along the way in several ways, I'm sure, and put LiDAR on it so it's checking the water the whole time. Things 6 feet off the water, go. Right? This is doable. This is cheap. This is real. This is fun. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, with the pre-programmed paths, Jeremy, the drone is a slave to the instructions. So, assuming, of course, the outside forces aren't overpowering its capability, it will follow that path.
Can I just play? Because I think this is really interesting, and I think if you get the results that you think you're going to get as well, then I think what would be really fun would be to try and predict the globe excuses before we hear them. So my personal one will be, I think they're going to work something in about how the drone knows what its elevation is and that requires a globe. I think that's going to be the excuse.
I agree, Crypto.
Maybe like GPS is globe, blah blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll say they knew the exact distance that the water was from it, so it just had to adjust perfectly in levels curve.
This does give good good refinement to the process. So if you're gonna build the path with relation to someone else observing it to confirm, you could use the like the anchor points that the drone uses to determine its path and to check whether it's keeping to the path correctly. You could make those fixed points that you make yourself, as opposed to the GPS system that some of these drones come with. So you can make the mapping already determined ahead of time. So any excuses won't come into play because you're not using the GPS system. Does that make sense?
I mean, it doesn't really matter what you account for because they'll find an excuse anyway.
I understand, but does the refinement make sense?
Yeah,
in terms of not being reliant on the GPS.
Well, I suppose in a way you can use the globe excuses to make the test better because they'll give you ideas that maybe you hadn't thought of. Yeah. That's not to say that everything they say will be legitimate, but it would be useful in the refinement process, I suppose. Yeah.
Because we don't need to do this to disprove their nonsense. We're doing this more for our own benefit.
Well, regardless of what they call level, we can agree that both sides of a lake are of equal value, both sides. So having it go from one to the other, it has no reason to deviate. None. So it should crash into the water at 10 miles if you let it go at 4 feet. It'll crash into the water at 30 feet. It has to, by the way.
How do you mean? How do you mean?
Well, there in the globe, there's a high spot in the middle. So let's say we play where we.
Okay.
So if it's looking only for its target, it has no reason to deviate in height. Nothing to tell it. Nothing to tell
about that in the
so,
plan.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to do this with like a laser, have it do the laser as well, like have laser and then have a drone track upon the path of the laser and see if the drone is actually, if the gyro is actually changing its orientation and actually curving the way that some might want to try to say that these lasers are curving around versus just being straight and level.
Yeah, that's also a good point, because you can actually measure the straightness of the laser against the drone's path as well. So you can actually kind of do both.
There's nothing optical about it. It's just like LiDAR, 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 LiDAR. Did it deviate from the water?
Yeah, but what Gio just said disproves their refraction claim, so that's huge. That's a really good point.
Yeah, that would be a useful add-on, because if you're going to do the test anyway, you might be able to have like a laser shooting next to it, just as an interesting comparison, even though it's not necessary.
You could do like a triple whammy. You could have a laser with a target at the destination, and as long as it's kept, as long as the target is kept, so the laser is hitting the target the whole route that the drone takes. But then you could make it even more hilarious with like maybe a tube hanging from the drone, and the tube is around a taut line. So actually, at no point it's like kind of it's triple locked into a straight line path.
Gio, what we got to do is call it the skip zone experiment and run out to the skip zone to do it and run all the experiments together.
You could combine it with what Witz's
so drive this out to the skip zone to prove not only can we see it, but there was no deviation.
That'd be cool. And then maybe even put the sensors on the drone so you can like detect the actual skip zone, or, if there is one, versus have like the signal be able to be pinged the whole time through the path.
This is not expensive, man. This can get done.
Talk about slam dunk debunk.
This can get done. No more optics. Ruhif! Hello, Ruhif! Hello! Hello, Ruhif! We have a collect call from reality.
Now, I had if we're done with this conversation, I did have a thought the other day, and I know that's dangerous for me to do that, but I was thinking the other day, like, sorry, are we done with this topic? Because we don't have to.
No, we're done. Good.
Yeah, I give out free. Going back to the last one, I give out free circumcisions. You do have to be in the Los Angeles area.
Oh God, no thanks.
If you're not done with that one, I can finish that conversation with a slice of it.
Are you gonna do it with a drone and a laser?
Oh jeez, you probably could.
No, I'm finally going to use that knife that comes in the set called Boner.
Long distance.
Finally use it.
Long distance circumcision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the other day, because obviously globes like to conflate measurements with calculations, right? And I was thinking, I had this thought the other day, I don't know what you guys think. It's like speed itself can actually never be measured. Because you're always just calculating it from a measurement of distance and time, right? Mm-hmm. Does the room agree with that, or am I being retarded?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, so if they ever say that we measured the speed of X, then that is de facto incorrect.
Yeah, the only thing they could say is it's a derived measurement, but they can never say it's a direct measurement.
Yeah. Well, it's given the assumption of the truth of the measurements of the other two.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's an interesting thing. Can because the SI units thing, wouldn't that put speed outside of the SI units, and they would have to redefine it?
Oh yeah. I don't know. Never thought about it.
Because I'm pretty sure the SI units have a specific framework that maybe they're breaking. It's a good thought. I like it.
Well, because often you'll notice that they like to say that they measured the speed of X and therefore a bunch of other stuff. But of course, if that's impossible, then they're playing sleight of hand, which we all know they're doing anyway. But it's just an interesting thing to think about.
Let me see. I'm
Pro
trying to
tip
see if
to
there's
everyone.
any. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any flaws in it because. Yeah, it is always a calculation, isn't it? It's always a derived.
Because you can measure time, you can measure distance. We know that.
Who's doing the clicking?
Me. Sorry.
Okay. I want to read the essay now. You could probably do that about some other things in crypto. What other claims are made about measurements that are actually not measurements?
Well, yeah, because they'll often like to say they measured X, and it's like actually turns out it's a calculation that's based on assumptions. So it's like 2 steps removed from a measurement, because the word measurement gives kind of an implication of having physically done something, right? Whereas calculation, you can calculate the speed the Superman flies, right? If you want to.
Oh, but you know where they would try and like play the game is because it's an equation, they can rearrange the equation so you can put speed independently, and so that you can derive the others from speed, but you need all of them to exist in the first place. I think.
Yeah, but how do you know what the speed is?
Yeah, I know, but they would try that game.
Sure.
But I think they do. Don't they do the same thing with force? Then they talk about measuring force, but you can't really measure force.
Well, I don't know what the rate.
I'm like mass times acceleration, or am I making an error there?
What F equals ma?
Yeah, I wonder if it's this. I wonder if you can apply your same point to that.
Another thing I hadn't thought about. I'd have to think about it.
Where have they been anyway? I haven't heard a nonsense argument all day.
It's the calm before the storm.
Yeah, famous last words. In comes Zenic. But you're wrong, and let me tell you why you're wrong.
I was trying to explain this thing to them the other day. Zanik and Kosher were both in the room, and the argument was the ISS wouldn't lose pressure if there was a hole in it because it's just 14.7 psi, right? And so it's just 1 atmosphere, and then you get on to talking about vacuum chambers, and then it's like, oh yeah, we could do 10 to the negative 9 or whatever. Then obviously, why can't you do 10 to the negative 10? Because it's only 0.0000001 psi, right? And then they start.
Why is it so difficult?
But they start giving the other side of the argument. Then, but there's not much air left. It's like, well, you're having your cake and eating it, bro. You can't play the one side, because it's like when they say, the Earth isn't spinning that fast; it's only one rotation per day. It's like, yeah, but you haven't quantified that. You've just, one rotation per day could be 100 miles an hour, 1,000 miles an hour, 1 million miles an hour. Yeah, they like to play
this is intentional, though, right?
Yeah, of course. It's what I call maths lighting.
Yeah, they do it. They're able to do it because of the relativistic worldview that they hold.
No, I think it's more the fact that they just rely on people being retarded at maths. And I think most people, when they get into the nitty gritty with maths, they just like to dodge it. They go, I don't really understand it. I'm going to leave it alone.
Yeah, okay. Because I think we had that discussion in text before. I'm in agreement with that, but with relation to what you said about the rotation, the reason they're able to make that argument and feel like it makes sense to them is because they live relativistically. But life isn't relativistic like they claim it.
Yeah.
So for it's like what you're saying, like have your cake and eat it too. It's like pick one. You can't have a speed that you've given a specific quantified number or whatever, and then say, "Oh, but that doesn't apply to us because it's only one rotation a day." It's inconsistent in logic, but it's not inconsistent when they're in La La Land.
Right.
It's consistently retarded. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah. But then they just double down on it anyway, even when you point it out. So it's like, what's the point, right?
I was thinking about this in terms of the movement. In terms of the movement that they claim, I was thinking about this where, you know, like if you live in a place, an apartment house, whatever it may be, and let's say you've lived there for months, years, you know, every night, you know, when you're living, every night you go to bed, you wake up, are you in the same space, you know, as it were, meaning the same environment, or have you moved thousands of miles every day? When you go to bed, you know, just on that fundamental thought. 'Cause I was just, the other day I was outside, I'm looking at the grass, looking at the trees, and I'm just thinking, yeah, this is right here. You know, I'm here each day. I'm in the same place. I'm not just thousands and trillions of miles in some other area every time I wake up.
Yeah. Well, they like to kind of play fast and loose with reference frames when you talk about this stuff, don't they? And what they're saying about reference frames is largely true, but of course, you know, if you were to zoom out from reference frames and have like a God frame, let's say, then if you're stating that a planet has moved 1.3 million miles an hour, and it's also rotated around the sun, and it's also done all these other motions, it must have moved from point A to point B within that kind of God space. Must have done. And then they'll always say, oh, relative to what? Well, relative to the God space, I guess. Like, I don't know how that's hard to understand.
Even within their worldview, you can make that argument, because they have this notion of like the center of the universe and all this stuff. So you still have that. I guess that the traverse of X with respect to the universe as they describe it.
Oops, shit. Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
it's not X for them, is it? It's X, Y, and Z all in one. Because the world, the universe, the world, the solar system, and the galaxy are all just going haywire.
Well, it's TX.
Yeah, the simplicity in the statement Geo made, right? Now that's a logical statement, right? He said, "Man, when I go out in my garden, are they trying to tell me that it's not the same place as when I visited yesterday?" Like, that is a logical statement, right? Rooted in reality, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not even like it changes day to day. They're telling you it changes millions of miles every hour.
By the second, never mind the hour. Yeah. You're never, think of this. They want you to believe you're never at the same place ever twice.
Yeah, it's like
sitting in your chair in your living room. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like at the level of a mind trick. Or if I said to you, Essie, you can't detect this, you can't experience it on any level, but there's a thing called roller coaster force. So even though you have no way to know what's happening, you're actually on a roller coaster. You know, you're going upside down and left and right. You're flying all over the place. You got to just believe me, man. Roller coaster force, dude. Get into it. Like, it's like if I expected you just to accept that. You're like, all right, yeah.
That's exactly it, bro. Roller coaster force. Exactly.
I like that because it's not just change of location, but also change of orientation. So yeah, you are on this.
Hey, that's a good point, actually. Like,
that's great.
Theme parks would be completely pointless if you lived on the globe they say we do.
Yeah, just stay still. That's the ride of your life.
You'd be like, it's 3 p.m., guys. We're gonna go up. Woo! Go around the sun.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of different issues I've thought about, and to be honest, I haven't really brought them up around globals because I think I'm just going to get gaslit, and the conversations are never going to end, and they're never going to be concluded. But there's a bunch of little things that I've thought about, like, for instance, you should be lighter during the day than at night. You know, and I don't see why, like, that wouldn't be the case. Also, there's another one. You should be lighter at the equator than at the poles. And then if you were to combine all of
they make that claim, don't they?
Yeah, but has that been measured?
Obviously not.
Yeah, so it's just like waste of everyone's fucking time. Oh, you are lighter by an amount smaller than we can measure. What brilliant!
Yeah, that's why they start redefining what weight means, right? If we go back to the traditional way of weighing things, you had a known substance of size and volume, the lead weight of like 1 square meter, or one cubed centimeter, for instance. You put that on one side of the scale, and then when you want that much of corn or bread or whatever, you put it on the other side. That's how the fundamentals of a scale work. But when they start putting it into little machines that calculate and do all this stuff, and they start inputting all the newtons, so you have this. Newtons is your base weight, but you're going to weigh differently on the moon compared to what you're going to weigh on Earth because the gravities are different. That makes no sense. That's not how weight is ever measured. Weight has always fundamentally been the comparison between a known and another, and that's it. So
well, don't you find the mass of something by weighing it, anyways? Then those things are linked, right?
Yeah, they are linked, and I think what you were talking about earlier about how they do this, what did you call it, mass lighting? They do that with these machines, so they have actually embedded that sophistry, trickery into the machines that we're using. Because most people don't actually get it. They stand on the scale, right? They know it's called a scale, but they don't actually realize how the scale functions because they've been so far removed from the first principles, which is, I suppose, why it's so easy for you to smell the bullshit, because you're pretty familiar with the first principles of mathematics to be able to understand why, if you go away from that, you can easily be deceived.
I noticed that J Ace came in and quickly left again. Unless he's still in it.
Nice
Oh, no.
to hear.
All right, J Ace, you got any topic you want to talk about? No. Okay, fine.
Was he in the text chat getting rowdy? He gets rowdy in the text chat, and then he.
Oh no, I don't know. I just saw him come in, and I think basically where I can only see 8 names on the screen, I saw him pop in, and then I saw someone else must have joined and bumped him off my screen because I assumed he just left again.
I've been here for hours. I've been here since like 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh shit, that's a long ass time.
So Gio,
getting back to the space thing or whatever that Ian's brought up at the beginning, about you're never in the same spot twice or whatever. The only
You're breaking up.
thing. Sorry.
Yeah, just leave and rejoin.
Is anyone else getting ping spikes?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was just going to say about the space thing, never being in the same spot twice and all the other bullshit they say. The only thing that I can figure out about that is the air that you move during the day. Like if you walk through your house, it's the air itself is never the same.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can say that.
The only thing that I can think of that they're describing, but everybody believes that we're spinning. So
I think that's the intention, right? They've inverted everything. You look up and you see the sun go across the sky, and they go, no, it's us. We're the ones that are moving. So everything, all you have to do is just flip it on its head, and it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
It's all in what they're able to convince, right? It's a lie from the get-go. Started with a shadow, a shape, then an equivocation to a light in the sky, same size, then to a variable star for distance, then, to a quasar, then further and further, and just a lie upon a lie upon a lie. And before you know it, we're traveling at 1.5 million miles an hour, all kinds of different vectors towards great attractors. Next thing you know, they're telling us, we don't know 96% of it, but yeah, that's it. That makes sense.
Yeah, and they do the same thing with the physical. They shrink it down to where you can't see it, but it's there, right?
Good point. Yeah, they do the same in reverse. Yes, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the tactic being employed with all of this stuff is kind of like you've got. So first of all, I think a lot of the people who come with these theories are actually very clever, but that doesn't mean that they're honest, and it doesn't mean that they're not, you know. Well, clever people will first of all know how to lie very well, but they'll also know what's good for them, right? So if propping up a mainstream model means that they get to keep their cushy job, they're going to do it. You would have thought. But when it comes to say like claims of refraction, I find it quite interesting because they'll assert Euclidean space, and then they'll bring in refraction to make that unfalsifiable, right? But then when you say, well, what if the space itself is curved? Oh, that's ridiculous. Okay, but that's kind of the same thing, except mine can be tested and yours can't. And then you bring in the dark matter, dark energy stuff, and it's like, well, that sounds to me like you're just making it unfalsifiable with maths.
There's nothing in cosmology that's a fact. Think about it. Nothing. The moon, the sun, the stars, the rotation, nothing. Nothing is a fact. It's all made up. It's all somebody's idea, which they've accepted. For real.
Well, I mean, the key thing is the maths, because once you start to apply maths to a theory, right, then they start to say, well, we can describe it in this way, right? And then a lot of people are just fooled because they're like, oh, well, there's clever people using big words in maths. I don't understand it. I'll trust them. But this is how the tax system works as well. It's just like most people think, oh, I don't understand taxes. They're too complicated. I'm sure what I'm paying is enough, you know. And it's just basically people are shackled by their own lack of confidence in their understanding of these things, and that's how they manage to get so many people convinced by ideas, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
they sell convenience. So if it's convenient for someone else to tell you how things are going, it's like people like the easy life. So they go, oh, here, you take the responsibility. But they don't realize that the consequences of that is they get lied to, they get robbed, they get told things that aren't true all the time. Just repeat, but yeah.
Yeah, the white coats paid, hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to school. So therefore they believe them because, it's always the white coats.
I think it's good. I think it's good to talk about this more, Crypto, about the mass stuff, because you can use simple analogies to break down where the deception comes in. So
well, I do try. I mean, I don't understand all of it, obviously,
but you don't always have to understand the specifics to at least get people to acknowledge that mass can be a tool for manipulation. So for instance, somebody might not understand all of how algebra works and balancing equations and all the rest of it. But if they can just understand that, okay, if both sides of the equation are fulfilled and they're balanced, that's cool. But if one of those parts, or even all of those parts in that algebraic equation are a lie, it doesn't matter that the lies are balanced; they are still lies. So if you do, a plus b equals a plus b, but a and b is, unicorns and fairy tales, then it doesn't matter. It's mathematically correct, but it's fundamentally flawed.
Well, the thing is, as well, is that they can even lie with maths that's dodgy, but it appears to be good. And my favourite example is this, right? So, would you say that if you got two glasses of water and one's half empty and one's half full, then they contain the same amount of water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then you take those two, you represent the glass on the left as half E, you represent the glass on the right as half F, you then double both sides because you're solving, right? And then you have E equals F, empty equals full, right? So mathematically speaking, I mean, there isn't an issue there with the maths, but there is an issue with the assumption.
Right, because it's like
E and F represent reality.
Isn't that a correlation error or something? Because you're equating volume of of space to volume of fluid or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on. That's why I like to use the that example. Otherwise, I'd say it more simply. I don't know the exact name of that fallacy, but it's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, it'd be good to do that. Like have that as a meme laid out so that people can appreciate how easily they can be played.
Because like it's obvious when you've got an empty glass of water and a full glass of water in front of you, like these aren't equivalent, obviously. But if it's something that's deeply conceptual, then you don't actually know.
Yeah, because you can't get your hands on it. So
Right, exactly.
You have to trust, and that's what they like to do. They like to build up the trust me. Like the lady was saying, I got the white coat. I'm the good guy. Trust me.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they're injecting you with poison, lies, or material.
Anyway, does anyone have a topic?
What birds?
So I don't know if you know, but in Essex and London and kind of the Southeast generally, birds means women.
So is that why birds are fake?
I must have lagged out. It went silent. What happened?
But I mean, the term bird watching has two meanings where I'm from.
Well, so I have a question for whoever just made the comment about injecting people with poison, right? So I'm in the lab right now, and I'm working on some vaccine stuff, right? Am I, if I get this vaccine approved, my group eventually, is it going to be us injecting people with poison?
Well, it depends. I mean, is the substance poisonous, toxic, damaging, problematic, unnatural? Is it an aberration? Does it cause functions that are other than beneficial to the body in any way?
Yeah, those are good questions. Right? We haven't tested those things yet. Right? We're in the research and development stage, but those will be, right. If we get it past this first stage, those will be tested in the next stage and the stage after that.
I mean, how are they tested exactly? What's the metric to determine whether
Well,
they
firstly,
are or are not?
Firstly, the way that I'll test it in my part, right? I have ways to make basically all the proteins and enzymes and cell surface receptors and things. I can clone those, and then I test the vaccine or the ingredients against those from the human genome, right? Test them against those and see if they're having interactions that would be detrimental to a normal biological function. That would be how I would test it. Then I report those results, or my group reports those results. Then it would move into like testing in mice and rats and other kind of animal testing, right? And if it does well in those tests, then it moves into human trials, the test on actual patients, right, before it goes to the mass public.
So basically, at no point do you actually know whether what you're doing is beneficial or negative. You're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants.
What?
Yeah, like if you view it in a way of, let's just say, karma, like the idea of what you do, has repercussions, reap what you sow, all of that stuff. Just from the perspective of you being involved in this process, if you're developing something, whether you're told what to blend or what you're doing, or you're given certain materials and then you're adding upon it, whatever the actual technical part of what you're doing. But if it passes your hands and then you're sending it off to some other party that's going to be claiming that they're doing the quote unquote testing, if they approve it and it goes through, and let's say it actually is problematic or toxic, but their approval systems allow it to go through, then do you have blood on your hands? Pun or no pun intended. I mean, is it on you to some degree?
Well, right. So say if I don't do, or my group in our lab, we don't do the animal testing, which sometimes we do. If we don't do that, personally, or even the clinical trials, right? When before the people who we're having do those things for us, before they could send all the paperwork to the FDA and all that stuff to get it approved, someone, either myself or someone from our group, has to go and physically witness, right? We're not going to put our names on paperwork unless we physically witness that what they're saying is truthful. So we're going to start from the beginning, from where we release what we have, what we know, to them, and we're going to follow that the whole way and make sure what they're reporting in the paperwork that they've given a draft to us of is actually truthful and correct. And if there's discrepancies that we pick up along that process, then we're not going to put our names on it, and we're going to report that to the FDA that they're trying to give them faulty data, right? If they do submit it anyways without our names on it, we will file a complaint with the FDA that was we witnessed them falsifying things.
Can I keep it real
Okay,
simple and
let's
ask
go
you?
back to the
Can,
real beginning of this.
can I
Why
just?
is this
Did you hear me?
vaccine being created? I mean, what
Did you hear me, Linda?
instigated the crack? What?
Linda, could you hear me speaking? I wanted to make it
No.
real simple. I just wanted to keep things real simple and ask them, what are you working on this V for? And what is the first thing you do? Where are you getting the information to how you're going to work on this V? Could you keep it real simple for us? What's your first step?
Well, I work on a multitude, but the one that I've been doing this weekend that I've been working on is for COVID, right? And so
Yeah,
the
just
first,
use if you could just say V and C, just so the algorithms don't pick shit up and whatnot. I mean, we're already kind of talking about it, but just use V and C for the case of whatever. I mean, I guess it's fine to talk about to some extent. Who knows? I don't know, but just try. My thought is that if the words are there, they have the algorithms that scan. It then looks for the word, and then it scans the relevant time before and after to see if there's something they can pop you on. So my thought is, if the word's not in there, at least that helps. So
okay,
Are
no
you
problem,
are you
no problem.
gathering are you gathering information from a source that these people who you're sending it to can gather the same information? And what kind of tests are you running? I mean, be very specific when you say you're taking this thing and doing a test on this, whatever creature it may be, or whatever substance it may be, you know, on a in a petri dish or whatever. Just be very specific with us, please.
Yeah. So right. So like if I was to go back from the very beginning, myself and a few other people from the group, we went to the hospital. We collected samples from patients that were in their beds, right? We took them back to our lab. We sequenced the genome, and we did a whole bunch of studies where we broke the V apart into its constituent nucleic acids and proteins and enzymes and cell surface receptors, all that stuff. Did some crystallization processes, which then we took to a synchrotron and did crystallographs or diffractometry using the synchrotron, where we figured out the molecular structure of the proteins, and then we were able to sequence the genome to kind of figure out the nucleic acid structure, right?
And then
So
you
from
do what?
there,
And from there, what do you do?
right? So that tells us. So then we can compare. Then we take the samples that we have. We look for where the different stages of the entry into a human cell, right? So we that what I just described was the process of doing it for just the V itself. So basically, we do that same thing, but with the different stages of the V getting into a human cell. So when it's bound to the human cell surface receptor, and then what happens inside of the cell, right? We halt those processes at different stages so that we can see molecularly what is happening. How is the V disassembling? How is it interacting with human cell proteins, human cell enzymes, and human cell nucleic acids, right? What are those interactions? How is it replicating itself? And things like that. That gives us an idea of what sequence we should make for the mRNA, for the V, right? That tells us how to get the most effective response, because we want the mRNA to be able to get into the human cell and be able to cause an immune response. We want the cell to be able to recognize it. So we have to make it very similar, if not exact, to what the V sequences are that are causing those processes.
And I heard you say you make it halt. How do you make it halt at certain stages? What does that process look like? How do you go about doing that?
Yeah, basically, like you said, you can do it in a petri dish or a vial, but there's certain chemicals, right, where after it's bound with like a V protein, like the spike protein or something has bound with a human, like say ACE2 receptor, you can, add chemicals in there that will stop that process. There's certain surfactants or acids or lysating chemicals that you can use, even things that'll break everything apart except for what you're looking for. And then you use something called an assay, which has antibodies on it, which allows you to pull out of the solution, because you'll have a solution of just a whole bunch of human cell and V cell components. You can use an assay to pull out the specific proteins, the human cell and the spike protein complex that you're looking for, so that you can then study it.
So you can study it. So what do you do? Are you just studying and destroying things and adding chemicals? What exactly are you doing?
Yeah, we're studying the process of how the V goes from being in just a water droplet to getting into a person and causing an immune response, right? We're trying to understand that process, the molecular mechanisms that are involved in that process.
When you say the V, are you speaking of the thing you're working on? Or
Yeah,
are you speaking of
Geo
something
didn't
else?
want us to say the word.
Yeah, but
The CV.
wouldn't this process be done from the very beginning of the first V to see how it works on humans?
What do you mean?
Before you put it in humans?
Yeah, that's what I'm describing. This is long before humans get any kind of V. Well, all right, I guess it's confusing because V can stand for two things. V can stand for VIRUS or VACCINE. I was talking about the first one, VIRUS, not the VACCINE yet.
Okay.
We haven't even gotten to that stage yet in what I've described. We're just
Oh
talking
man.
about how the human.
Okay, I was confused.
Who would have known that being a witch doctor would be this complicated?
Yeah, man. I was
They
asking you
used to just
specifically.
throw eggs at people, man.
Which witch doctor?
Yeah, actually understanding things is quite complicated.
Are you putting things?
If you want to poison people, it's not that hard. Just get some snake venom.
Are some of those ingredients? I'm sorry, but are some of those ingredients? Yeah, are some of those ingredients meant to trigger an immune response? Would that be true?
The whole point of what I was just describing is we want to be able to understand what the VIRUS is doing to trigger an immune response, so that we can then develop a molecule, mRNA, that can also trigger an immune response.
Does any foreign body that enters invasively into the human system, is there a response?
Well, that's what I was talking about before,
true,
where
right?
I'll take the human, right? So the VICCINE won't just have mRNA in it. It's going to have other, fillers and things that make it more soluble in the solution it's in. So you have to test those again, along with the mRNA, against the human protein, cell surface receptors, enzymes, and nucleic acids. So we take the human genome, we clone all those components of it, and then we test the the VICCINE, against all of those components of the human genome to see if there's any negative side effects. And sometimes there is. And right there, you disregard that mRNA would be thrown out there. We would move on to a different one because you're not just making one, you make a whole bunch. So we'd move on to a different one and make sure that, you know, we found one that doesn't have negative consequences with it.
So
And how do
I'm
you determine
gathering
what's negative and what's positive?
I'm gathering the answer is yes, that there are ingredients in all of these things that trigger a response to the immune system because
Right.
it's invasive. It's invasive, and the body doesn't recognize it.
Well, hang on.
It's not a harmonious thing.
They're trying to
Hang on.
replicate nature.
The whole point. What do you mean by trigger an immune response? Because that's
Just
the
like a
whole
splinter
point.
like a splinter you get in your hand, right? There's a response. It's an invasive. It's a foreign object, right? And your body reacts to that. You break a bone, your body reacts to that. I'm not going to go get more splinters and put them in my body, especially if they have chemicals in them like mercury, lead, anything like that. I'm not going to add more chemicals to the splinter and then put it in my body to get the other one out. That's not what
but splinters aren't biological organisms that replicate themselves in mass numbers and very frequently. Right? A splinter is a splinter. A
Can
splinter.
mushrooms do it?
We're not
Can
talking
mushrooms
about
do it?
mushrooms, though, dude. We're talking about biological organisms that replicate themselves very quickly and can cause damage in the human body.
Yeah, spores from mushrooms in the human body right now causing damage to people. Yeah. So
Sure,
should
if
I
that's
take
what
those
you want to
spores?
talk about.
Should I take those spores and add different things that are going to trigger the immune? That's going to cause the immune system to react even more so because there's a foreign entity in, or a foreign object, or a foreign substance in the body that it's reacting to? No, that's not what I'm going to do.
Yeah, because your body doesn't have preemptive protective mechanisms against something like that you can prepare ahead of time. Like, that's the difference. With VIRUSs and bacteria, your body has mechanisms that can be prepared ahead of time to make it more apt to fight those things off when encountered. With mushroom spores and splinters, that's not equivalent. It's not the same thing. You can't make antibodies to wood, and you can't make antibodies to spores. It doesn't make any sense, dude.
What's an antibody?
The spores are replicating, right?
Yeah, but you're talking about making a V for a V. So
No. I was, like I said, I guess I should have been more specific. That beforehand I was just talking about a VIRUS, not a VACCINE. That comes later.
This whole
That's
dance is
after the
ridiculous with the
I was just listening in the stream. Sorry, go ahead, Gio.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could say jab, maybe use other code words entirely. Maybe it's all fine. Maybe it's a problem. I don't know.
Yeah, when I say ingredients, I think I'm pretty sure he understands exactly what I'm speaking of. When I asked him what ingredients he was using, I'm pretty sure he could distinguish which V I was speaking of.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
we could
FYI, I got to mind your
hang
P's
on,
and Q's.
hang on.
I mean, if we really want to talk about this, we could mute the live stream. Anyone who's listening on the YouTube could come into the Discord. We could mute it for a while. And as long as nobody posts anything in the text chat, I think we're probably fine in voice if we really want to go reckless with it. But I don't know.
Well, I want go ahead and mute it for what I'm about to say.
His question, the other gentleman before, about does it trigger an immune response in the body, is ridiculous, because that's the whole point. Of course it does. That's what the purpose of what we're doing is, to trigger an immune response in the human body, dude. So yeah, of course it does.
For what? The additional toxic chemicals for that, or for something you're trying to protect the body
toxic
against?
chemicals? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm talking about the ingredients. That's
all right.
all.
How about? Do you guys want to go out? Do you guys want to talk about this? I mean, I don't want
There's
to.
something I want to say first of all. Like when he was talking
Hold on.
about like
Oh, hold on.
replication of a biological thing, like
All right, hold on a second. The live stream is not muted. We can. People are listening now, so we can tell them, "Hey guys, we're going to mute it for 5 or 10 minutes. Talk about this topic. If you want to listen to it, come into the. There's a link right in the description to come into the Discord. You can come listen here, or we don't mute it and we keep on kind of code words and this whole.
yeah.
deal.
I mean, I'm fairly sure I can dance around like the TOS and all that stuff because they've loosened that shit these days. But it's still they're not as far as the mainstream doesn't still seem to be very cool about like terrain theory versus germ theory and stuff like that. And what I was just hearing that made me come in here was where he was talking about a biological organism replicating in the cell, so on and so forth. Like that's like not the case. It doesn't appear to be the case with the way it actually works. That's an outdated
it does too.
way of thinking about it.
Dude, like you can come to my lab and I could literally show you step by step it entering a human cell and replicating itself and then exiting, lysing the cell.
Right, but it's not. Look, it's not a living thing. It's not alive. It's not biological. I mean, it's biological in a way. It's got like
Do you really want to argue about if it's alive or not?
Well, no, but it does have to do. It does matter as far as like the way that this.
But
works.
do you not get the point of what I was saying, that this is not a splinter and it's not a spore from a mushroom, right? That's what my point was. We can argue if it's alive or not. The biochemists and biologists are still arguing if these are alive or
Always
not.
have been. They
But
have
that
been for
wasn't
decades.
my point, though. My point was that it's not a piece of wood and it's not a mushroom spore.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. Yeah, I agree with you there. But
I was speaking of something foreign to your body. I wasn't trying to make an analogous, the splinter. Now, when I brought up something that replicates inside the body, I did speak of the spores from the mushroom. And I think I was quite clear that I wouldn't, take the mushroom or different, toxic chemicals and mix it together and give that to someone thinking it's going to solve the problem. That's what I would not do.
Yeah, because your body doesn't have
the
a
thing,
system
the
that
thing
can
I'm
do
aware,
that.
the thing I'm
Yeah,
aware
but
of
what if
is
what replicates in your body is just your body's way of fighting it off? What if that's the replication process?
Yeah, does it replicate outside of the cell, or does it
What?
replicate?
No, it
North
replicates
finish.
in.
Hold on. I feel like let's let North finish. I feel like he got interrupted.
Yeah, I'm aware that there are, things that people use to stimulate, and it's a belief that people hold. I think that they can stimulate the immune system while it's already under attack or subject to being under attack. They think they can stimulate it with other things that taxes the system, taxes the entire system to work on that specifically and correct that so it can become harmonious again, and have this homeostasis about it. And I could mention some of the things that I'm aware of, but to me, that is counterproductive. That is putting extra. That is taxing your system, and you don't need to do that. And some of these chemicals maybe they take long, maybe they accumulate easy, and they take a long period of time to get out of your body, and maybe they have long-lasting effects that would be counterproductive again.
there's a lot to speak on about that. That then would be. I would be worried about the terms of like what's acceptable and stuff.
Well, that's why we test these things and we do very detailed risk
there was no good.
assessments.
This
That's
is literally
what I
the
literally
test is
do
an
every
experiment
day,
on
bro.
the population. Yeah. No, the test is an experiment on the population. We're still waiting to see the outcome.
No, what you're talking. We did, just my group alone did an extreme amount of testing before it even moved into animal testing. Never mind when it went into human trials and animal testing.
You're talking about the
What are you
mRNA,
talking
right?
about? Yeah.
Right. Well, show me the test that showed that it was successful in those animals, because there's a pretty much everything leading up to the current situation. Like in all lab rats, they died eventually, like within like months after taking it. Like they or they had severe health issues at the very least, which caused death later on.
Yeah,
But
that's an extreme claim.
This stuff is not safe.
Yeah, that's an extreme claim you're going to have to
No,
support.
you have the extreme burden of proof when it comes to this stuff.
No, not when you're claiming
we
that killed rats and stuff. You're going to have to support that. And I've posted.
These are studies that I know. Like I don't have them on hand, but that I know many people throughout the community do have on hand, and that it's actually like not even. It's not even really argued. Like it's only. Yeah, to say when it comes to this stuff, we all know that this was pushed through without in an emergency use authorization, where we would never have done what we had done without being in an extreme situation, so to speak. That's what they claimed anyway. Turns out they were wrong, and there was nothing to fear in the first place. But that's the reason why we're in the place that we're in now.
But those are all like claims you have to substantiate, and you're just going on and on.
He doesn't have to understand.
Right, because I've posted.
How can you have the extreme? How can you say it's safe? How can you say it's safe?
I've posted studies over because every time I try to post them here, they get deleted, and I'm told I can't post them here. So I have posted them in like Gem Panda's server and even Brandon's old server before he stopped going on or whatever. So you can look up my name and look for the COVID, vaccine or the vac safety studies. I mean, I can get them for you again if it's really that big a deal. I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to post them here, but the safety was well evaluated.
Speak about them. So how long were these trials on humans, and how do you know the outcome? Like, how big was the sample size? Like how big was your study? And how long did it go on?
I don't know the numbers right off the top of my head, but I saw some phase 3 clinical trial ones. I helped with the monitoring of a phase 1 and 2. And these were, phase 1 was about 500 people. Then phase 2 was a couple thousand people, and the phase 3 one that I had seen posted in Gems was a good few thousands of people over like half a year span.
Oh, so we're talking about a half a year span. Do you think that that's good enough for determining like whether or not it's going to harm people in the long term?
Yeah, yes, because right you can study the kinetics and the pharmacodynamics and all that stuff on those much smaller scales than that. So, like, I don't know what you're insinuating. What do you need?
I'll let you know. So, like, I have a
like
brother.
10-year-long trials.
Yeah, you need
that's not what happens.
Much longer than 6 months. It took more than 6 months before my brother developed EGPA, eosinophilic, I don't know if I'm saying it right, granulomatosis with polyangiitis, an extremely rare condition that is a known side effect of the Pfizer vaccine, which he took, and they have no other reasoning for how else he could have got it. It was admitted by his doctors that was the cause of it. He's now got an autoimmune disease from the Pfizer vaccine that didn't develop or show up until at least 6 months after he took it. And now his treatments are $30,000 per month. Luckily, we have good insurance and it covers it. But yeah, $30,000 per month for the next 6 years. That's what's projected anyway. and we don't know the long-term effects of him and like how it's going to shorten his life in the long run or any further treatments. But they're hoping, and so far, look, luckily the treatments have done well. He's like alive because he was on his deathbed. He was like literally like within an hour or two from death. It took them a long time to figure out what he actually had. He had dialysis so many times, dude. He's gone through torture these last year and a half. And it didn't show up until after the length of your trial period. It's like, how do you know this stuff is actually safe? Like, this is literally my brother. I'm kind of passionate about this fucking topic.
No, I understand, dude, and I'm very sorry to hear about that. Right, the only thing I can really say is that it's not anything you put in your body doesn't come without a small risk, and that's why I said that we do risk assessment, right? And you just have to make those determinations, and some people do have bad reactions to it. And I'm sorry to hear that, man.
So are you willing to take back that it's safe? And that you had enough study to know what would possibly happen to people?
Well, what I was saying, right? I mean, all right, I'll just be nice. Right, what I was saying is that it was an average.
I don't want you to fucking sugarcoat it for me, honey.
It was an average of 6 months, just from what I had read and a few of them that I knew about. Right, some of them were longer, some of them were shorter. Like you had mentioned, it was an emergency use thing, so the FDA and the government decided that the risk was worth it. But for the most part, the safety was quite high from the ones that I had read. Now that doesn't mean that there's going to be zero people in the population that don't have some kind
what
of
it does mean, though?
effect from it, right? It just means that the risk is very low.
Mandate was extremely irresponsible. It should have been up to the people to choose.
Well, that's not right. That's not my. I do kind of agree with you there, but that has nothing to do with what I don't get to decide if the people have to take it or not.
It is interesting, just on that topic, real quick, how things changed. Like, it was interesting to watch. It's been a while since I've thought about all this. As we know, it seems like the peak of all of this, kind of the main event, as it were, seems to have passed. Although I know there's still lingering stuff going on, and obviously JAS is still involved in it. But the whole mandate thing I thought was interesting, where like I live near San Francisco, and there was a time when during the peak of it where they were rolling it out in San Francisco. Like, they were, the Congress, like at the Capitol House, they were like doing. I saw this one's announcement that was made and they did try to do it, but it was only in like restaurants and gyms and public places or whatever. And anyways, they were trying to roll it out, and it was going to look, it was almost looking like, whoa, this is happening. Like, holy shit. Like, will I not even be able to go to San Francisco anymore? I don't go into the city much anymore, but I'm just saying, is I can get to that point where it's like, wow, I can't even go there anymore to go to a restaurant or go out to eat or anything. So it's it's interesting how that they backed off from all that. Like,
they just
tried to pretend that a mandate was a law and that you were breaking the law if you didn't fucking do this. That you wouldn't be able to go into public ever again. That you wouldn't be able to go to school. You wouldn't be able to go to work. You wouldn't be able to fucking travel. You wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff unless you did it. And that's why my brother, who is much younger than me, he's 20 years younger than me, he's college age, he took it. He needed to take it to be able to enroll in college. He needed to take it to be able to go and visit his girlfriend in fucking Canada. And those are the reasons why he took it. And he himself will tell you that he knew there was risks. He just never thought he would be a statistic. Well, look at where he's at now.
Well, right. I get that, man. And I sympathize with you. And I do kind of agree that, right, like, it shouldn't be mandatory. But the flip side of that, right, is that if you don't make it mandatory, right, we had this VR that has an extremely abnormal R naught factor. So its ability to replicate and to spread to other people was extremely abnormal compared to normal pathogens, right? And if you just let that go, yeah, it may not have been the most deadly thing in the world, but if you just let that go uncontrolled, every time it replicates its genome, there's a chance for mutation. And when it's doing that billions of times just in one cell of one person, right, you're upping the chances for a strain that is much more dangerous than the original. You're playing with fate, and that's what I would say people at the FDA and other kind of researchers, that's the dilemma they're in when they make these recommendations about should it be mandatory. It's kind of against people's rights to make them do these things, and I agree, but you have to consider the other side where, well, you're exposing people to a very real potential danger if you don't.
No, but no,
Yeah,
hold on.
yeah, all right.
Hey, can I chime in?
Well,
Our
Can
body.
I address what he said before you do, and then
Yeah,
I'll
go
let you
ahead.
go?
Go ahead. Yeah.
all right, I'm after that guy. Lou, Frank, then me.
All right. So,
And guys, by the way, to keep this conversation going, try to use code words when you can. Realize that I can mute the live stream but try to use our best discernment to try to be as just with this, the BS censorship or whatever they're doing. I mean, I think we all kind of know that, but okay, just reminder, because we are kind of, I don't know, in this realm. But if someone thinks we should mute the live stream, I can, but I think we're all right at the moment as long as everyone can just kind of remember that.
I've almost had my piece. I'm ready to freaking, shut up about it. But, all right, like you're basically saying like they had like a moral reason or like a responsibility, like a social responsibility to do this without fully knowing the risks, because they were scared, because it was something that they supposedly hadn't seen and didn't know how it would turn out. But in hindsight, they were wrong to be so so extreme about the way that they handled it. In hindsight, the people who didn't take it, the cure, whatever, they didn't have any fucking problems. In fact, they had less. The so-called fix was worse than just dealing with an average cold or the flu. Okay, so don't try to pretend like it was something, like it was legitimately something very dangerous. They just use a lot of fear to trick people into taking this thing, which made a lot of people a lot of money.
Frankie, you're
See,
up.
that's where I
Frankie, you're up. Frankie,
Yeah.
you're up. I'm next. I'm going next.
Our bodies really don't need any pharmaceuticals at all.
Hang on.
We have
because
the.
you're gonna toss like a million things on me. Can I just address one person at a time, Jeremy?
Well, I don't know. Frank was next. I don't know if that was addressed at you, although Lou did.
No, I'm addressing the whole. I'm addressing the whole stream. I mean, we really don't need any medicines. Our body can heal itself through fasting, through dry fasting, through just releasing all the toxins and living a holistic life. As far as I know, pharmaceuticals were created by the Rothschild group. Not the Rothschild, the other one, the Rockefeller group.
Yeah.
The Rockefeller group. And then the FDA was created, and then they started to monetize everything, and they started curing certain diseases, but then they started creating certain diseases. So
they literally put your health on a schedule.
exactly, and now
schedule.
And now through the food and the water, the fluoride in the water, and all these toxins that our bodies are taking on daily, now you come up with symptoms, and then they have we have a drug for that. We have
Amen, brother.
for that.
Keep preaching.
And we
stop.
really
There's a
don't
line,
need
man.
any of
Just
that.
stop.
If people would
Stop.
in dangerous.
Left lane, stop, man. There's a
It's
friggin'
getting in
line,
dangerous
dude.
territory with the
Don't worry,
live
we're
stream.
modding this shit, bro. We're modding this. We got this. You're not a mod anymore. Relax.
All right. You know what? All right. Yeah, I actually agree with Left Lane though. You got, for everyone listening on YouTube, we're gonna mute the live stream for a few minutes. We'll try to make it short. We'll be back in like a few minutes, but we're just gonna let this conversation finish real quick. So we'll be back in a minute. All right, it's back on. And we can turn back off if needed, but I'm just getting it back on there. I found that N-acetylcysteine gives a lot of energy. Like it's very energizing. Do you find that, Lou, that it gives like a boost?
Yeah, again, it's one of these things that's really good, especially as you're aging. You know, you're like going through your middle age and into your older age and whatever, and like it's supposed to be good for the mind, the body, like all like you got to look up dude, before you take this, like just look it up on YouTube. Look at like Dr. Eric Berg or like some of these others. There's tons of doctors actually that just rave about it. And the studies, you can like really get into the science and see like it's basically like an anti-aging thing. It doesn't necessarily reverse aging, but you could almost describe it as that. Like when it comes to like the way that some of the studies are showing, it's in mice, like they there's these certain like proteins and whatever that you get when you're young, you know, that help to create that glutathione and stuff like that. You get them naturally when you're young, and if it's a big fat like amount of it, like you get a lot of it, and if it's a very thin sliver, you're not getting much. And as you age, that thing gets thinner and thinner and thinner. But as soon as you start supplementing with NEC, all of a sudden it reverses, and you're creating maybe not quite the same as when you were a child, but way more than what you were. Like so it's and this has a lot to do with like things that cause like Alzheimer's and like just like literally just staying sharp and staying healthy and like being fit and stuff like that. Like it's almost, you could almost call it an anti-aging supplement.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of it, like, because there's a lot of supplements that we do, things that we do get from food, B vitamins, amino acids, a lot of things you can buy and take, but you can get those through food with a good diet, of course, which, arguably is better to obviously to get it in the natural form. But yeah, N-acetylcysteine is something that is hard to get in food. And it's like in like organ meats and things, but it is hard to get like a high enough supply of it in the diet. And then, yeah, it is something that like decreases when you age. So yeah, it is kind of an interesting, like, interesting one that is harder to get from food in that way. I still have my thoughts though. I mean, the fact that it's like a white powder, it's like somewhat synthetically produced, are there negative effects to that? And, I don't know. I used to do a lot with supplements years ago, like for years I was studying all the different nutrients and stuff. But I've, at this point, I really only eat whole food. I kind of just decided I don't really want anything made in a laboratory anymore. So for many years now, I've only been, haven't done anything on that kind of white powder form in a sense. So I don't know, but there are maybe some compounds that are still intriguing. And N-acetylcysteine is one of those. Yeah. That is, kind of does stand out in my mind as something that does have a lot of benefits,
Yeah, I mean, I've started supplementing things, but like truthfully, like you're saying, I mean, the best way to get your vitamins and your minerals and stuff is with a proper diet. Now, the thing is that most of us are lacking in some way, shape, or form with our diet of getting certain nutrients. And supplementation shouldn't be like you shouldn't be afraid to do it, but you don't want to overdo it either. Like if you know you're lacking in something, you can kind of, there's certain like telltales, like things with the liver, and you can see it in your fingernails and toenails or in your face, or things with the like, or with vitamin C, like where nosebleeds or bleeding gums or whatever else. Like you gotta know the signs and figure out what you're lacking, and you probably should either change your diet or supplement. Supplementing, it might be a good way to do it as you figure out how to adjust your diet.
Hey Gio and Lou, if you get a chance, that Eric Berg in the chat, he's speaking of methylene blue, and I got the same
I
question as
watched that.
Gio.
I watched that one.
That's
I
cool.
saw it.
I got the same question as Gio. How safe are these things? And it's just I had something else on the tip of my tongue. I'll try to remember what I was gonna say.
Well, yeah, I mean, like when I first got into like with my health journey, many years ago, I did get into supplements at the beginning, and pretty much all kinds of different ones, amino acids and all kinds of things, and was studying them and using them at the proper dosages and things. I wasn't like experimenting in that type of way, but I was utilizing a lot of different things, and there's no doubt that there were the benefits I felt from them. But it's funny because, okay, the capsules, they claim that they're made out of plant cellulose, quote unquote, but there's more question as to what actually those capsules are made out of, because they're like plant cellulose, like, where they're actually extracting them from. So it kind of turned to where it's like, I didn't like to have to take all these capsules, like that slimy kind of capsule material every day. So then I was like, all right, I'm just going to, open up the white powders and put them in water and try to drink it that way. And obviously that's the most bitter, disgusting thing ever. So I reached to the point where it's like, all right, I can't really just take the powders raw because they're not natural. Otherwise I have to take them in these capsule forms. So I have to be eating all of this funky plant cellulose, made from God. I mean, they claim it's from like wood pulp, but some of them are made from like corn or soy pulp. So you're dealing with that, which, I understand it might not be the worst thing in the world. I'm not saying that that's the worst.
It's not that much unless you're taking a lot of different supplements, But
I'm just saying, for me, like
dissolving in water, a lot of these things are water soluble, but also a lot of them are mixed with things that are like fat soluble. Like you're probably better actually dissolving in olive oil. Like if you're going to do the powders and stuff, dissolve it in olive oil and then maybe take it down with a big glass of water. So, like.
Yeah, but then there is just that question, like if when they're making things in a laboratory, is that the same as what nature provides? And then there's the question of, could those things have a negative effect at all? So there's always that question, in general, like any supplement, could it have any negative effects in general? Like I'm not just talking about the excipients, like the extra things that could be in it in terms of like added, like magnesium stearate is like that's a whole nother topic, the whole magnesium stearate thing. It's like a lubricant that they use to lubricate the materials to put it into the capsule. It's something that Big Pharma actually developed, like magnesium stearate. It lubricates the pharmaceuticals to put them in the capsule. But that magnesium stearate has made it into the supplement world. So if you walk into like a Whole Foods, you start looking at supplements, almost every single one is going to say magnesium stearate. And they claim, oh, it's not a big deal. It's just this. But actually, it's like a trans fat, it's a trans fat ester compound. And I actually do think there's a conspiracy linked with it, because there's been if you research like problems with magnesium stearate, there's a ton of like research and so on, that it lowers the immune system. It actually causes like leaky gut syndrome, and then also like inhibits the absorption of the materials because it's this slimy kind of lubricant. And is there even a conspiratorial part? Because it was developed in Big Pharma, and then now it's in a lot of these supplements to like weaken the immune system. So ironically, you might be thinking you're taking like a multivitamin that's helping you, but then the magnesium stearate might actually be causing, certain problems. So
and
there's
it's a little bit insidious too, because the magnesium is something that people that's another one that magnesium is good to take, but not necessarily magnesium stearate. It's like, so if you're an uninformed, like you want the magnesium, you don't want that stearate, whatever the fuck that is.
And there are supplements that don't have it. Like there's a company called Pure Encapsulations, an entire company that doesn't use it. And they specifically don't use it because they know about the problems with it. Thorne, Thorne is another one. So there's several like big supplement companies that specifically don't put it in their stuff. So there are companies, but you have to you're not going to find those at Whole Foods. So you have to kind of be able to know where to get those. But even on top of like that issue, there's just the larger question I have of, some of these compounds, like if they're not natural and they're not with all their other cofactors in their natural form. But then I know what you're saying too. If we're lacking in those things, is it worth it? So it's still kind of a question in my mind. I haven't really gone back to supplements because like I said, I kind of transitioned from using supplements to just trying to get everything I can from food. But then there's a part of me that wonders, like, yeah, could there be some of those that could be
Yeah,
worth
even still, like, first of all, yeah, I mean, I don't want to have natural is always better if you can afford it with time and money. But like, yeah, it takes a lot of time and research and money to buy the proper foods, to go and source your foods from a place that has, like very nutritious foods and things like that. And like, often your vegetables, they might look plump and they might look colorful, but there's not a lot of nutrients in them because of the soil that they came out of or whatever else. Or, like, you can be doing your best and you could still be in a deficiency type of a state. So maybe I mean, the best way would be to actually do like a blood test, like you go and like figure out like how good your levels are and see if you're lacking somewhere. Like that would be the most responsible way to do it, because you don't want to over supplement.
Yep.
Hey,
Especially when it comes to fat soluble ones like AE, vitamin A, vitamin E, vitamin D, I think also, and
yeah, that's a whole complex. Like
and vitamin K, yeah, A, E, D, and K. Those are all fat soluble. So like, and those are things like, see, like water soluble supplements. If you have too much of it, you'll just piss it out. Like, it's not really much of a worry. But when it comes to like A, E, D, and K, they're fat soluble and they take a lot longer for your body to break down. And which means they're not just going to evacuate. And you could end up over supplementing with those ones. You don't want to do that, because you can create new health problems doing that.
What's up, Charlie? I heard Charlie say.
I said hi. Did someone move me or kick me?
No, I don't think so. I could check the logs, but I doubt it.
I'm surprised Jace didn't speak of the methylene blue. Maybe it's part of what he does, but I would say that I want to just read something real quick for you guys. Methylene blue, also known as methylonium chloride, is a positively charged dye that is inherently attracted to acidic cell components such as the cell nucleus and photosensitive compound that releases singlet oxygen when exposed to visible light. Singlet oxygen, a kinetically unstable molecule that is also produced by the human body, is highly reactive toward organic compounds, including V's, members and genetic material. Many V's, including blank V, are encased in a lipid bilayer. When this membrane comes in contact with the reactive oxygen species like singlet oxygen, the resultant oxidation reaction alters the membrane structure and damages its integrity, exposing the cellular contents, namely genetic material, to further oxidation reactions which can damage nucleotide bases and or cause strand breakage. A growing body of research shows that photochemical treatment of surfaces with methylene blue is highly effective at killing pathogens such as, I'm not even going to read all these things off. I don't know if I can. Traditional use of this was a variety of hospital and laboratory settings across disciplines such as hematology, immunohematology, and clinical microbiology, used to treat blood disorders, methylglobinemia, characterized by. I could go on, but there's so many different things. Anti-aging, Alzheimer's. There's so many things that this thing seems to treat and has been used to treat for years. And it seems like there's been a lot of research done on this, more so than many other things. So I think this should be a great topic.
Yeah, according to like Eric Berg in his video, like he didn't necessarily really want to promote it because it's not like natural, it's not organic or anything like that. It's not, but so it is a it's a man-made like drug, but it has been used and tested for a very long time and has a lot of benefits.
I don't know if the pause is a time for a topic change or whether there's more on that topic, but what's on your mind, Charlie? Since you popped in, you got anything you wanted to hash out?
No, not really. I mean, I'm just here late at night working because I'm behind on work, and I have a meeting tomorrow where I have to have this done. But I can talk about anything.
Has anyone looked up opening up your chakras, the 7 energy spots in our body?
That sounds right up Geo's alley. Where you at, Geo?
I've got some thoughts on it. Yeah, it's.
Hey, Gio, can I ask you a quick question? Do you subscribe to the electric universe? Like the idea of it?
I definitely think everything's electrical. Yeah. Although I wouldn't say, like, I mean, if you're talking about like Thunderbolts Project or other people's use of that term.
No, I don't know. I don't know what that means. I mean, like Whitsitt believes that basically all forces are electric, right? Is what he says. Is how he would phrase it.
Yeah, well, that could even link in with the chakras because I think that there's an electromagnetic quality to the chakra systems and how to expand those, and the repository of dynamics within the chakras. Just trying to link it to what Frankie brought up, but yeah, dude, I think everything's electric. Absolutely. Like I think matter is actually made up of. So, like in my viewpoint, you've got light, sound, electromagnetic, and electrostatic. Those 4. Those are utilized in the manifestation of ether, and then from ether you have earth, air, fire, and water. So it's like initially, light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic, which all comes from the light, which then is like the creator, like the ultimate light. But from that ultimate light, you have light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic. That all breaks down to manifest ether, and then after the ether level, the expression of ether would then be earth, air, fire, and water, those core elements. So ether is an element, but it's like a transcendent element to the earth, air, fire, and water. So in that sense, in my viewpoint, everything is made of the electrostatic and electromagnetic and light and sound at a vibratory frequency.
Okay. It seems like a lot of people here subscribe to that, right? Like the like for example, ether, right? Luminiferous ether.
Well,
Seems to
I
be like
mean,
accepted.
Whitsitt has pushed it quite a bit over the last couple of years, as he's gotten into it, and he's a big watched. He's a pretty highly watched channel, and I think we all as flat earthers agree that like gravity is misunderstood, and so like for me, I don't discount that stuff, but I don't necessarily take it too seriously either. I think it might be onto something, I think a lot of people though they're just like, no, this is what gravity is. It's the electrostatic potential, between like it's like, but most of them are just like quoting Whitsitt himself, and not to say he's wrong. It's just that, or that they're wrong. It's just that they don't necessarily really know what they're talking about.
Yeah. So, do you think that the acceptance of that view here is mostly due to Whitsitt?
I would, yeah, I would definitely. I mean, and I love Whitsitt. I'm friends with him. I met him in real life when he was traveling the country. He stopped in my town, and I went and had a burger with him and a beer. Like we hung out a little bit for one night. No, he's good shit. He does a lot of research. He's well spoken. But like, does he have the answers that all of like people have been looking for? I don't know. Like he's asking the right questions. He's asking the right questions. I know that.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Well,
certainly expressed his thoughts on this topic without a doubt. But I mean, the thing is, like the Earth, like a stationary, flat, planar Earth type system. Going back, Michelson, Morley, and before. Like, I mean, ether was like always a part of cosmology. I mean, even Isaac Newton was talking about ether because that's what everybody was talking about at that time. And the term ether even goes much deeper. So, I mean, it does seem like ether is connected to the Earth in that sense. And then the kind of trying to eradicate ether in replacement for this globe and the Einstein and the relativity. So it's sort of like the globe comes with the relativity and that whole deal, but the let's say previous cosmology to the globe, the flat stationary Earth cosmology, is like ether is the main thing that's discussed in terms of the element, in terms of the gravity component, and a lot of these other factors, and also the components of like sort of like human potential and even like telepathy and the interconnectedness of biology and all these other fields that connect us and all of those components as well. So it's not like ether is just some new concept that that is being discussed now. Like it's inextricably linked with cosmology and goes very, very ancient. And I think Whitsitt does talk about it, but I mean it's always been talked about and it's always been a part of.
Right, but there's a lot of versions of ether, different ideas of ether. I haven't seen like one like truly defined like this is what the ether is. Like that's kind of the problem with the ether, is like it's everybody sort of has their own idea of the ether. Now it's not that like there could be an ether, but we've never isolated it. We haven't determined like what in fact the ether is, and it might not be possible to do so. So like the ideas on the ether are always going to change, and I think even Whitsitt's like more modern representation of the ether is different than what they used to talk about.
Can I give you my understanding of it? Of like what ether is? Can you tell me if there's other views of it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not educated enough to tell you about all the other views of it. Like it's just, I know that it's not very well defined. So, like, you can just add one more bit of confusion to it if you like. I'm willing to listen.
Well, I just thought it was always my understanding of what the luminous ether is that it is the thing which light is a wave of, like the medium of which light is waving in. That's my understanding of what the luminiferous ether is.
Well, yeah, because there's a luminiferous ether which comes from some of the more ancient, like that was pulling from. Like here, I'll just read this. This is just from the Wikipedia for the ether as a classical element. Ether is known as the fifth element or quintessence. Is the material that fills the region of the universe beyond the terrestrial sphere. The concept of ether was used in several theories to explain several natural phenomena, such as propagation of light and gravity. In the late 19th century, physicists postulated that an ether permeated space, providing a medium through which light could travel in a vacuum, but evidence for the presence of such medium was not found. That's not part of it's false, but in the Michelson Morley. But the thing is, that luminiferous ether, though, that was not even like a new concept. Like that was coming from previous understandings of the use of the term ether as well.
Right. And when I talk about ether, I'm not talking about specifically luminiferous ether. And the way that you just described it, Gio, with luminiferous ether, like this seems like redundant. Like we don't, as flat earthers, believe in a vacuum of space anyway. So like if it was introduced in order to explain how light could travel through a vacuum of space, it's bogus on its face. We don't need it. There literally is no vacuum of space, therefore we don't need a luminiferous ether. Now, the ether, like as previously thought, that could be worth diving into.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of branches off of this too. I mean, to link it back, Frank had mentioned the chakra thing, and yeah, if the combo is not going to go deep into the chakra thing, like Lou, like you said, that's of interest of mine. But I was just going to say it in terms of just to link it to that a little bit, like the idea that, okay, like from the materialism perspective, they have their viewpoint, and okay, you have matter and air, and it's all compartmentalized, and that's it. But from a perspective that there is a medium that interconnects things, and you can, the relation between like the spirit worlds and the physical world, you could even go there with it, like that the ether is like with like DMT, like with dimethyltryptamine is like the molecule that connects us to this physical realm, and then the veil to the beyond realms. And is there a way that ether connects those? But then with the chakra systems as well, like that concept, some people in the mainstream might say, oh, that's all bullshit and the chakras are nothing. And, it's all just woo woo or whatever term they want to use. But what's interesting though, is that like people have connected to like repository of emotions and things that are in these chakras, and people do different practices to clear them and activate them and do different, whether it's acupuncture or different breathing techniques. And they, like the throat chakra can be connected to like communication problems, and the root chakra to sexual problems, etc. So it's like if that's existing, then like where is that information being stored? So that's what's interesting. Like, is there like, and it almost also links to like Rupert Sheldrake's concept of morphogenetic fields, that there's these actual like biological fields, or in some sense that interconnect organisms, like these monkeys that learn a new skill in South America, and then the minute the ones in South America learn it, the ones in South Africa instantly have that same skill. It's like that there's some interconnecting field. So I was just kind of trying to link it to the chakras too. Like if there is this like medium that is able to like contain memory, information, etc., is there a way in which that is actually an interconnecting medium, and whether that's where the information is stored in the chakras or in the emotional field? And
we're about to get real deep here. Remember, I know you heard me talking about it, like the idea of like kind of like God's dream and all that stuff. I'm not going to redo that whole thing, but like, if it was something like that, like that would be a way that it would be more like the ether would be the substance that God's dream is in, like, and it would travel from all places to all places instantaneously, all at once, like, and all consciousness would flow through it. It would, like, it would have an immediate change as soon as it was thought of.
Man, think about this. When I think about that, I think about something to the effect of what both of you said. How far do your thoughts travel, and not only that, but your voice and your intentions. And does it travel to the part where we're contained? And if we all believe there's a container, right, or a firmament or a dome or whatever you believe, does it reach that point, and is it kept as a record there? Is it stored like a record? I mean, when we look up, you hear all these people say that the heavens, they tell the story, or they declare his handiwork, or all these different things. Now think about this.
My research on the Mandela effect tells me no, there is no record. Once a change is made, it's as though it's always been. Like literally, all consciousness changes and remembers it in the new way.
That's a cool thought.
Other than a few people who somehow have residual like memories and shit.
Now think about this. All of you who believe that, the firmament, or we are contained. Do you believe that the reason for that is when the people who read the scripture, they say that, he carved a circle in the face of the deep, and the face of the deep is frozen. Now, they all speak of a dome, like a hemisphere. Do all those people think of it, laying in that track, and does it move? And is there a magnetic north in the center? Is it like producing alternating current? Is that what's going on, or is it things in the firmament that are what is going on there? What are your opinions on that?
All right, my opinion about the firmament is like okay, very different than most flat earthers. So like, I don't believe in one. I believe that in both the heliocentric model, the globe Earth idea, and the flat Earth, that they both rely on containment in order to have pressure. Now, it doesn't matter how big like that container is, it just needs to be constant. It can't be expanding. You have to have a limited environment. It could change and morph in shape, but it would have to keep the same volume. So, like, I mean, this idea of a vacuum of space, like, we need to stop talking about it, and so do the Globers, because they've already ditched that idea. They now call it a low pressure, an ultra low pressure. It's not a vacuum. There is no perfect vacuum. Both sides
Yeah,
agree on this.
you're right. And so, I
So,
mean, where do we go from there? Rainbows? I mean, where are we going to go? We're going to prove that there's a solid surface somehow, right?
not solid. It not necessarily solid anyway. Like limited volume containment.
Why not solid?
It could be solid, but we can't prove that. We've never reached a solid barrier.
How can it not be solid?
All we need, no, it. How could it not be? I mean, the only reason you think it should be is because of the way that the Bible writes it or whatever, as like a
Rainbows.
firm,
Rainbows.
like the firmament, being firm, like a crystalline
No,
glass and stuff like that.
no. I'm just looking at it from the aspect of rainbows.
Well, I'm thinking it like this, like a cell wall, like it's a somewhat malleable structure. It can change and morph and form. It could even be like an amoeba, where it just kind of morphs, like the shape of a lake.
Rainbows don't do that.
Right?
Rainbows don't do that. They don't morph.
Oh, you're talking about you're specifically, literally talking about rainbows. Because what? Because rainbows are caused by the firmament.
Because I can go look at it and it has a specific shape when you look at it a certain way, and it doesn't morph itself, and you need a solid surface to have a rainbow, a reflective solid surface.
Right.
So,
I mean, no, that would be if we were to have a debate about whether or not, like, what the shape of the firmament is, like, that would be a point. But what I'm telling you is I don't know how vast this realm is, and I don't know how physical, like how solid its tangible range is. So, like I said, we would have to have, in order to maintain 14.2 psi at sea level and so on and so forth, to maintain a pressure here, we would have to be basically the source of all of it. So we're centralized. We are literally the main purpose of this entire realm, whatever it is, however big it is. It could go on for a very, very long time, much farther than what any flat earther thinks. But it would have to be limited. It could not be expanding like they say in the heliocentric model. It could
I'm not arguing for that. I'm not arguing for that. I'm just saying, I mean, we believe there's a solid container, and I'm not basing it on Bible or anything like that. I'm just basing it on rainbows right now at this point. And
yeah, as far as solid, look, you're not going to get me to go down this rainbow path. Like, talk about that with somebody else. But
just from my understanding, it's been for a long time that the only way to get a rainbow and the shape of the rainbow is going to be, kind of depending on what the solid reflective surface is.
You think we can determine the shape and the distance of the dome in order to figure out, or based off of a rainbow?
I'm just trying to provide evidence for a solid surface, reflective surface at that. I'm not trying to provide evidence for how far it is or how far it extends.
Well, I mean, that would be something you could also figure out if it was true. If we could determine it was true.
First, I need to determine if what I'm looking for even exists. And one of the main points I would look at is there a solid surface that I'm looking for? And the only way I don't think
we're looking for. I mean, I'm not trying to explain rainbows. I think you are, and that's the difference here. That's where we're talking past each other. But like,
how about this? Can I say something? How about this? God gave us the symbol of the rainbow to show us the shape of the firmament.
I think he did it to show you that it was closed and the windows were not open. So when you don't see any breaks in it, it's to promise that he would no longer flood the earth. And, he opened the windows of heaven. So what would a rainbow look like back then? It would look like it was open. So just you seeing it proves it's closed. That would be my opinion on the Bible. But, when you speak of there not being a solid surface, or maybe it's not. I just want to know how you.
Yeah, no, it could be impenetrable by us, but and look, this is all my speculation. Like, all I know is that we have a limited amount of pressure, meaning that there has to be a limited amount of volume. Now, the outer walls of our realm, they could be solid, or they could be morphing, but the volume could not change.
How can they be more? I mean, when you say they're morphing, you're speaking about.
I'm just trying to not limit the possibilities. That's all.
Okay,
So like,
hold on.
So,
I'm
trying to think about a solid surface or a firmament, or the container in which we're in, if it's solid or not, and if it's reflective or not, and if there's anything that I mean, we could substantiate by looking at the rainbow and thinking about these things. Now, do you think I'm wrong about needing that solid reflective surface to define
order
to
to read the
have the
rainbow?
shape and the rainbow? Do you think I'm wrong about that, or am I right?
I think, in my opinion, it sounds a little bit wishful.
Why so?
I don't think you have enough information to determine that is the only way to have a rainbow.
I
Well,
have
can you
some
produce one?
support for that
Can you-
idea.
Can you
There,
produce
there's
one?
something else. Something else you might want to consider also, because the double rainbow. I have a friend who did a lot of tests with glass surfaces and the different shapes and trying to get the curve of a rainbow, and you can only get it basically with a glass surface that was shaped like a dome, curved surface. And also his theory, or his understanding of it, is that the double rainbow is consistent in that it's always a certain distance between the two rainbows. And his interpretation of that is that's the thickness of the firmament, possibly. And the reason that the colors are reversed is because that's what would happen with the outside surface as compared to the inside surface. And it's always less dense in its brightness, right? So it's a lot lighter. It's like faded out, which would explain that it has to go through the surface of the firmament. And so that makes it faded, and it reverses the colors so we're seeing the reflection of the outside surface of the firmament and the inside surface theoretically then, and it's always the same distance apart, which would show the thickness of the firmament, and that's the only way you can get that actual effect.
So
see, I don't know how. Like, some of that rings like as truth, but some of it sounds like speculation. Like,
well, can you produce one?
Well, it's definitely speculation, but it does make sense. I mean, if you could only reproduce that double rainbow idea, that would reverse the colors and have it be consistently that far apart and have it be
how can you
faded
tell
out.
me that they're always the same distance apart?
Well, that's what he seems to
one
think.
without a
He seems to
reflective
think there's a
surface.
consistency to that.
Just produce one without a reflective surface for us, Lou, and then we'll, I mean, we can come on your side a little bit, but we
No,
can't.
I haven't made a claim. It's you guys making the claim. You guys,
Well,
you
said it's not
guys are
solid,
claiming that
right?
it takes a
Well,
solid
it's just
surface to do this.
It's just
Well, am I
it's just
wrong?
that seems to be his conclusion of it. That in the case of my friend, he's not saying that he says that's for sure, but it's the only way he can figure out that it's possible.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm wrong, show me.
Look, I will
gladly
never
concede.
discount this as a possibility. It's just like, I'm not going to limit my possibility either. You see,
Well, I mean,
right.
if
So
it's
then,
the
what other
only
possibilities are there? Let's explore that. What other
Well,
possibilities do you think there are?
I'm not speaking on rainbows. I'm talking about. I mean, like,
talking about containment, man. You're talking
wasn't
about if it's solid or not, right? You're talking about if it's solid or not. And
yeah,
this
I'm
is
talking
one of the
about
ways.
I'm talking about pressure, like, and containment. Right, exactly. Like, I'm talking about the vastness of our realm. I'm talking about the reaches to that.
You're talking about morphing and all these different things. I'm the one who brought the topic up, right? I said, what do you guys think about it? And I spoke about the firmament and whether it moves in the curve or anything like that.
Oh, you
And
did.
you said you don't think it's solid. I don't know if you're just
No, I
trying
didn't say I don't think it is. I'm
argue
saying
for
I'm
the
not
sake
going
of
to limit.
arguing, or I don't know what you're doing, man. I don't know if you're just trying to argue for the sake of arguing, but my point is this: is it moving? Is it solid? And what other way can you produce a rainbow with a specific shape other than having a reflective surface be in a specific shape? Or can you do that for me?
Let me ask you this. So do you think the sun is outside of the firmament then?
Do you want to get into my personal beliefs about what the sun is?
It needs to be in order for what you're saying to be true. It needs to be. So do you think it's outside of the firmament?
I think the source of the energy of everything you see in the firmament is outside of the firmament. Yes.
All right. So what is the firmament separating us from? Is it a vacuum out there?
Looks like water. Looks like a lot of water to me.
The reason why I
Water
went
above and water beneath.
The reason I went, but this is all biblical stuff, man. You're just trying to back up
No,
the
I mean,
Bible.
if you look at water in the daytime, it's blue, right? You look at it at night, what's it look like?
This is all just like
I'm just going off
you
of
don't have scientific reason to back it up. You're just coming up with speculation to back it
my
up.
scientific reason is rainbows, right? That's one of my scientific reasons, because I want you to produce a rainbow without a reflective solid surface.
Let me ask my final question that I was going down a train of questions. Okay, so like
you can't do that, right?
No. I have one last one. All right.
Okay.
So I mean, I would like an answer first to my last one. Like, do you think it's a vacuum in the whatever is beyond the firmament, the dome?
No. Why would I think that?
You think it's water, right?
Yeah. Why would I think it's a vacuum? Well, what evidence would there be for that? Anything observable? Anything that you can show me that it's a vacuum? No. Why?
All right. So, shoot. All right. So, do you think we're basically in a bubble then?
Well, I think what I observe is a rainbow in the sky, and to have that rainbow be there, the only way I know you can have it there is to have a solid reflective surface. And the shape of that rainbow might be determined by the shape of that solid surface, because every time I've produced a rainbow, it was with a light, water, and a solid reflective surface. I haven't seen any other rainbows produced with anything else like that. Now, when I look above me, I see things moving,
Look,
around and around, and I know the ground isn't moving. So when I'm thinking about a solid surface, I'm thinking, is the solid surface moving? Are things in the solid surface moving around and around, or is the whole thing moving around and around? And where does all this electricity come from? Where is this electromagnetic field coming from? How is the compass pointing north? I think about all these things, but what I'm thinking of, it has to be solid. Something has to be moving to produce this electricity. That's what I'm
Let me
thinking.
ask you this. All right, I can dig what you're saying. Because I've had my own, dude. I think of all kinds of possibilities. I haven't smoked weed in a while, but I used to smoke a lot of it. And I thought of everything. Like, all right, so like, all right, so like, if water's above and water's below, it's all around us, but we have pressure here. Now, this would also, again, I'm not trying to explain your rainbows, but I want to take you down this idea of reasoning. So, like, you could have this on the inside of a bubble. Perhaps your firmament could be like, a bubble in water. Now, if you have air pressure inside of water, well, what's going to happen? It's going to rise, right? Now, this is let me ask you this before I even say it. But I think
Don't try to pop my bubble, man. Don't try to pop my bubble, man.
Let me ask you. So are we moving or are we stationary? Like, is this? Could it be?
I think I said that the ground I'm standing on is still. It's not moving. Now, when I look above me,
within a reference frame, right? Within a reference frame.
I do ask myself, is the firmament moving, or are the stars in the firmament moving within the firmament? I do ask myself that, but I do know that there has to be a solid reflective surface above me. I do know that.
All right, so if you think you're
it was an interesting point what you said about the water, how in the daytime, like I'll say, like, let's say at the ocean, where it's very dramatic, where the daytime, the ocean's so blue, the incredible blue. Then at nighttime, the ocean almost looks black, So, and then the way the sky looks blue and black, I thought that the way you said that was interesting way to see it that way.
Thanks, Gio.
All right. So going down this idea, now this is where I was trying to speculate on the idea of like flat Earth society, where they said, they say that we're moving upward at 9.8 meters per second squared, which means we're accelerating faster and faster and faster for eternity. Now that is something to fucking think about, but could that be explained by a bubble in water rising towards the surface? Does a bubble accelerate towards the surface?
That is not something to think about. That is not something to think about. That's just clearly not something to think about, man. I can't.
Why not?
Do anything. I just can't. I'm gonna start laughing, man.
Dude, hey, we're just talking about possibility here,
Yeah, I mean, I guess that one could think that, I guess, like you're on an elevator going up or something, but there's a whole bunch of other questions like where is it where is it going? What is it going through? There's all those questions. But I mean, to me, it makes more sense. Like if you're on a stationary surface, whatever the effect that we call gravity is it's a component within this realm. Like it's a factor. I mean, there's so many avenues. I'm not trying to take it into gravity because we're kind of on a different topic, but I'm just saying that, like, if you build a video game just on a basic level and you build the ground, you build whatever, you can build the physics into that, so you can make the pixel, it'll fall at 9.8 meters per second. So I'm just saying, whatever gravity is, I don't think you need the Earth to be moving for it. You can just
you don't. But this is what I'm doing here. I'm pointing out to North that his idea of reality is based off of the Bible. He's trying to justify the Bible, not trying to find necessarily the truth. He's not looking at all possibility. He's not even willing to question it or think about it or discuss it when it comes to these possibilities or ideas that others might have.
Did he say that though? I didn't really hear.
No. He literally just said that's a conversation or a thought that he's not willing to discuss or think about without laughing.
Whoa. Well, you're not willing to discuss rainbows, which we both can clearly see, right?
Well, no, I'm not willing to discuss it because I can't make a determination. I can't make a determination.
You must have smoked a lot of weed tonight, man. You must have smoked a lot of weed tonight. Let me tell you something. Look, I wanted to speak about something observable, a rainbow. I didn't say anything about scripture until you wanted to speak about scripture and ask me personal beliefs. And I told you what I believed. But
right,
also,
that's because this idea of rainbows comes literally from the biblical side of flat Earth every time.
I didn't even.
Just real quick, Lou. I know you tend to jump in, but you kind of interrupt every time. If you could just let someone finish and then jump in, because otherwise, I know that sometimes when I'm talking,
if I don't, they monologue though. What the fuck? And then I lose my fucking time to get in.
Well, we all do need to try to be concise, but on the other hand, like when I'm in a conversation, when you're here, I feel like every time I'm speaking, I just know that the bomb of you interrupting is going to happen. So I don't know, it's hard to keep a train of thought. And then I know what you mean, though. It can be frustrating to feel like someone's going on and on. You want to respond, but we all have to exercise some level of patience and let each other, finish. Because otherwise, it's just one guy interrupts, the other guy interrupts, the other. It's an interruption conversation instead of letting it actually the ideas be expressed.
I get it. I get it, and I try to. Sometimes I catch myself and wait, but then it's like I'm holding on to a thought, and I've got to take it back. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, what you said 2 minutes ago, I want to address that.
Well, that's why if we can all keep it as concise as possible, like 20 seconds is ideal, and then pass it back. But go ahead, North.
Yeah, so in the very beginning, I wasn't trying to bring up scripture or anything. I just wanted to ask people about, what they observe and what they think it is. And what evidence they have. And I talked about the rainbows. You wanted to, just put that aside, not even, speak about the rainbow. You wanted to lead me into something else. And eventually you started asking me about personal beliefs. I think that was your objective. I don't think you succeeded very well, but I just want to speak about the reflective surface. And if you can produce a rainbow with a specific shape, and show me how you did it without a reflective surface, the same shape. If you could show me that, maybe we.
No. I'm not saying I did that. Look, when it comes to your question about rainbows, yes, you did include that right away, but it also had to do with containment, the firmament, and so on. And that's why I brought in my line of talk, which is unrelated to yours, I agree. Like I wasn't trying to explain rainbows, but it was related in the way where about the firmament and containment and what are we being contained from. Like that was more of why I brought it up in the first place.
Well, when I said it was solid, you refuted that and said it. Well, it doesn't have to
I
be.
said
And
it
I said
doesn't
how.
necessarily have to be right.
And I said how so. And could you give me some evidence of why it cannot be solid? According to the evidence or the observations we have of rainbows. And you didn't want to go into detail about that.
No. I gave you a reason.
You rejected answering me about trying to produce one. And the other guy who stepped in and asked the same question, you did the same thing to him.
Yeah, look, I gave you a reason. It had to do more with containment and less to do with trying to explain rainbows.
Well, without a container, we don't have ether, because everything travels on the ether. We don't see the wind, where it comes from, but we see the effects of it. The ether is the same thing. Everything travels across the ether. Your words, your thoughts, your actions. It's like the internet, how everything travels across the Wi-Fi. Ether is a Wi-Fi signal. And without a container, the ether would not be contained, because it has to, for that energy to come out of the North Pole, that frequency, that sound travels on, that thought travels on, that motion, that everything travels upon. Without a container, it's impossible.
Yeah, I mean I think that's clear. I think I understand you there. It's the whole point was about that, man. I mean, that's what it's about. If the container is solid or not solid.
And the rainbow is the reflection of the container.
Well, one thing I was going to say about that with the rainbow thing, when we see a rainbow, like let's say you're in wherever you are, and you see a rainbow, big beautiful curve of the rainbow. I mean, from the idea that the firmament is massive, like the huge dome up there, it seems like the arc of that rainbow would be smaller than the actual huge dome would be, because it would be massive, like spanning across the entire. Like if you're going to take like a Gleason's AE type map. If you're in, Texas or wherever, and you're seeing a rainbow there, if you were to zoom out on that whole AE map, you're seeing a rainbow in a very local little area. So would that arc fit the actual size of it? However, that doesn't mean I'm saying it's not connected to it, though.
No, but that's a good point. That is a really good point. Like they look like they attach one town to town, not covering the earth. Like it's like if you have put one banana inside of another banana, like you're gonna have this like.
When we see the way we see that comes into play, you've heard people talking about how we see and how the human eye works and how we see things. People speaking about a personal dome. People talking about how pictures were made that the eyes follow you around in the room. There's ways that all those things work, but that's going to come into play. But it still doesn't negate the fact that you need a solid reflective surface to produce a rainbow, and the shape of that rainbow is going to be determined by the shape of that solid reflective surface. That's going to play a major part of it.
I still don't know if you've isolated that it has to be a solid surface. I mean, a surface, sure. Like what if you were living on the inside of a bubble, or what if you
tell me how you would do it? How would you do it? How would you produce a rainbow with that shape without a solid reflective surface? Give me one way in which you think you can do it.
All I'm asking for, look, I haven't tested this, but you're making the claim that this is the only way it can be done. And I'm asking if you've exhausted all possibility.
In my experience, it's the only way a rainbow can be produced. I mean, you want to go produce like an oil slick on the blacktop, you can go do it. But there's all kind of different ways you can try to produce a rainbow. What I'm telling you is the shape of this rainbow involves certain things, and if you're telling me that you can have one without,
I'm
or
not
if it's a
saying that for sure
possibility.
you can. I'm asking if when you say that's the
How can I
only
say I've
way.
exhausted all possibilities when, I mean, how can I say that? How can any man say that?
But right, that's what I'm.
How
Okay, thank
how
you,
can any
thank you,
man
thank
say
you.
that, right?
That's. So then,
But do we use
that is
do we
that's the
use
concession I
deductive
was
logic?
looking for. So what I'm asking for is for you not to say that that's the only way it's possible, but to say that's the only way you can see it's possible, or that's the only way you can imagine it, or but like to say that's literally the only way, that bothers me.
Well, the other guy corrected you in that earlier and said that's not what I was saying anyway. I'm not saying that I'm 100% and I'm wrong. I said if I'm wrong, show me, and I will concede. I will concede if you can show me I'm wrong about
Where
that.
you're trying to put the
But
burden
the
of proof
only
on me to show you another example of it. This was your
so
claim.
what would satisfy you? Could you give me some parameters to work with? What would satisfy you?
Oh, it'd be very difficult. Yeah, because how do you exhaust all possibility? Like that would be basically impossible.
It
But
seems like we're just talking about nothing then, right? But I'm asking you to specifically look at a rainbow in the sky and tell me why it has that shape and what
it's
do you need
all
to have that
it's all
rainbow? What do you
speculation,
need
and
to
I
have?
know where it comes from, man. And I've already told you, like, there's literally
No
the
one
only people
brought
that
up the
make the
Bible
argument.
but you. You hate it, man. I understand, but
I
I
don't
didn't
hate
bring
the
it up,
Bible.
bro.
I just don't like the logic that's used when people try to make these jumps in
No
logic.
one's bringing up the Bible, bro, but you. You bring it
Look,
up and hate on it, but no one's brought it up. I'm
look.
serious.
The only thing we can do is take the evidence that we have. Scripture is part of the evidence. And then there's other evidences, and just by looking at it, you can tell that it is a reflection of a dome-shaped sphere that's over us. I mean, it's not that argument.
Double rainbow, bro. Double rainbow. How do you have that, man? I mean, just how are you coming to logical conclusions on anything? If you're
You
not
know
coming to
what?
logical
Now
conclusions
that
on
brings
anything,
up another that there could be another firmament above this one, and because it talks about 7 different levels, and so that could be a reflection from another firmament outside of this one, and then your Mars, and then all your other planets could be suns in different realms. I mean, there's a whole lot of things going on that we really don't know. But
Seven layers.
maybe
Is that
there's
related
something
to
I
the
don't.
7 layers of hell in Dante, or no?
No, 7
Maybe
layers above us. 7 layers of heaven.
No, but is it related? Like, where did Dante's Inferno come up with 7 layers of hell?
Well, if there's 7 layers of heaven, then the opposite of that would be 7 layers of hell. Yeah, there's always a yin and a yang to everything.
What if it's yeah, whatever. I don't want to go down there because but like, dude, you make your assumptions like that. Oh, if this, then that. Like, what? Okay, well,
cause and effect, bro.
what if Dante was describing that this is hell and there's 7 layers of it, and we're at the very bottom of it? We're at the bottom of hell.
I'm just asking about the rainbow, man. I mean, maybe there's something I'm not getting. Maybe everyone's privy to something I don't know about how to produce a rainbow.
Okay, so what is your explanation on
I'm
the
not.
double rainbow? Is that North? I know you have. If you bring it up, you have some type of speculation on it. So, what is your conclusion to the double rainbow?
You have to have a solid reflective surface to show the inverse of those colors. You have to. What other way
You
is
already
there?
stated it. He said that the distance between the first rainbow and the second rainbow was the thickness of the firmament.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
The other guy said that, bro. You don't even know who's talking, man. I didn't say that. The other guy said that.
Oh, who's the other guy?
He said his friend did some research on it. You didn't.
Okay,
How
it
much
might have
have
been
you been
another guy.
smoking,
It
bro?
might have been another guy.
You've been drinking and smoking, haven't you?
I had like 3 beers, but no, like, no. As far as when it comes to the rainbow thing, I thought it was only you. I didn't realize there was another guy who started talking about the thickness of the firmament. Sorry.
There was 2 other guys that jumped in, man, but it's all good.
I'm curious. Let's just talk about double rainbows.
It's so awesome. Oh my god.
I too have seen the video.
What does this mean?
Double pot of gold.
Have you seen the videos where people are at the end of the rainbow?
I mean, it is incredible how it makes a perfect dome shape. It is pretty cool. Just rainbows in general. It's like, why are they doing that? Yeah, like what? I mean,
Rainbows are pretty cool.
If you make a rainbow, I mean, the reflective surface you use, do you think the shape of that reflective surface might have a role in that, on how it's shaped? And would it be as big, as the reflective surface, or would it be smaller? And could you put it at a distance and try to see if that has some kind of effect, or has anyone done that or tried?
well, that's interesting too. Well, it made me think about, could you build a reflective surface and then create a rainbow and then change the arc of the reflective surface, and will the rainbow change in correlation? Like, could you make it, 30-degree arc, 40-degree, 50, 60, and will the rainbow change in arc when you change the reflective curvature of the surface it's reflecting off? Because if so, then that would show that there's something about the shape of it that's causing the actual arc.
By the way, North, it is what it is now. Yeah, this has become the topic. But like literally when you came in asking about like explaining rainbows, it was a wild card. It was way off of topic. Like, don't act like this was the topic.
Bro, I was speaking about the earth. You guys were speaking about the ether. You were speaking about electricity. I come in and I'm asking about the reality we live in, the earth, every physical part of it, and if there is a alternating current being produced, if there's a magnet in the center, and if there is a solid surface, which I'm looking and observing rainbows, so there may be a solid surface. Is it moving? Because when I look up, I see things moving around. Is the whole surface moving around and producing this electromagnetic field, or is things in that surface moving around? That's things I observe. It's not off topic, and it wasn't bringing up the Bible. That's what it was not doing.
No, okay. No, you took ether to rainbows, and I took rainbows to the Bible. Like, which one of us is wrong?
I took ether to above us, right? And I spoke about alternating current. And then you said, well, does it have to be a solid surface? And I said, well, according to rainbows, in my mind, that's the only way one of the only ways I can prove it's solid. Then you wanted to bring up pressure, which I was really not interested in. And I don't know why you brought it up. And I still don't know why.
Because as you already stated, man, like this has to do with our reality around us. It was the ether and containment and all this type of stuff, right? So like as far as like the reaches of reality and all that, I think it's very relevant, like more relevant than rainbows are. Like rainbows are only relevant if you want to try to explain that we live in a solid dome shaped surface where you can describe literally the arc of the dome based off of the rainbows.
Which what I was trying to do when you said it doesn't have to be solid. When I was speaking about the thing we live in, You said it doesn't have to be solid, so I was responding to you. So yes, I was trying to explain. It was on topic. It was on topic because it was part of your question. It was very pertinent to your
Okay,
question.
but
And I think
essentially,
it's
though,
very
then you're
evident
trying to
that it is
gaslight
very
me then,
pertinent to your
because it was
question.
my topic. It was my topic that you tried to take into rainbows
Bro,
that
you're
I
cut
was
off.
not
You're cut
talking
off,
about,
bro.
and then you tried to
You're
turn
cut
it
off,
around and
man.
say, "How does this have to do with rainbows?"
You're cut off, man. No more for you tonight, all right?
No, dude, you're a hypocrite.
I think it's all good. I mean, the conversation flows. I mean, we go back to whatever. I mean, these are all good topics. So,
Well,
Well
Geo,
related, I'll give it that.
Wait.
can we get back to the chakras?
Do
Yeah.
you guys not accept the optical explanation for rainbows? I'm sorry, I'm just walking into the conversation right now. So if I'm totally saying something that's immaterial, just let me know.
I'm not. If it's going to be about rainbows and unicorns all night, yeah, you're right. I'm cut off. I'm done.
Rainbows exist, man. Rainbows are not unicorns. How is that analogous? What are you doing?
what
Chill
is
out,
your
man.
Charlie? What's your explanation of them optically? What is your? Is that what you're getting at? You wanted to?
Yeah, I mean, I thought I would have thought that we would have the same explanation for them because it's a purely it's just Snell's law. That's all you need, which I think you all accept, right? Like,
Refraction, bending of light through the layers of a gradient in the atmosphere. Yeah, I was going to say that, but it wasn't. It was fruitless for the conversation I was having until now.
like my understanding is that if, for example, if there's a lot of rain, right, or condensation in the air or whatever, we can just imagine it being rain, and the sun is up in the sky, right? Then, if you're looking up, right, so as light passes through the rain, there are certain angles that the light is going to pass through, which will allow red light to diffract at a different angle. Excuse me, red light will diffract at a different angle than, say, blue light, right? It's kind of like how you can spread light through a prism. And there are certain critical angles from where you are standing to the water droplet to the sun, which will enable you to see that effect, right? That's why you see it as a circle, because the set of droplets which make that angle perfectly between you, the droplet, and the sun traces out a circle, right? And double rainbow is exactly the same effect, except the light that passes through the drop bounces once before leaving it and making that same angle to your eye. That's why it's a lot like it's faded, because a lot less of the light bounces twice in the raindrop. That's my understanding of it.
I'm not fully satisfied with that either, but I'm mostly in agreement. Like, no, and to North's thing, and I'll even like strongman him. I'm glad I waited, but like, if you're trying to explain the curvature of it through the water droplet, but you do need like with a prism. If you make light rainbow, it's always going to be a straight line unless you're outside. That's the only time we see the rainbow. So what is,
Right.
I mean,
Right. My point is that the only time in which so it's a straight line for every droplet, right? But the set of droplets in which you can see a rainbow traces out a circle. That's why that's why the rainbow you see is circular.
so is it like what North's saying? Like, okay, because I can make a small rainbow with a sprinkler in the yard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we could have a larger one, and you could have a double rainbow, so on and so forth. So do these somehow show you the shape of your container?
No, not at all. If anything, they might tell you a little bit about the shape of the thing that the light diffracted through, but I don't see how they would give you enough information to tell the shape of the droplet. Short answer, no. At least not in my opinion.
Saying the shape of the droplet is what determines the shape of the rainbow. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, my understanding is that a different shape of the individual,
All the individual droplets determine the
like if
shape
all
of the
droplets
rainbow,
were
right?
cube shaped, right? Would you still see a rainbow? I think the answer to that is no. Though I could be wrong. But I mean, I will die on the hill of saying the shape of the rainbow is determined by the set of droplets, where if you draw a line from your eyes to the droplet to the sun, make the same angle, right? Because you only see the rainbow effect on a specific angle. I don't remember what it is, but I could probably look it up, right? And
Yeah, I mean, we could go into the sun, and if the sun's in a solid firmament, if some people want to call it that, or a solid reflective surface, we could go into all those things and the effects that would have upon what we're seeing with a rainbow. But what I'm asking you is, have you ever produced a rainbow inside
yes,
with a solid reflective surface? And what was the shape of that rainbow? Could you show me some of those?
I
Can you
actually
show me those? Was it a CD?
no, it was I took a large mirror, and it was in my garage because I forget if somebody had challenged me because they were saying that reflected light can't create rainbows, and I called them an idiot, right? So I took a large mirror, like a body mirror, and I put it in my garage, and I reflected sunlight off of it, and I was using like a mister gun, like a water gun that creates mist, and you could clearly
Yeah, I think
see
I've
clearly.
seen your. I may have seen your video maybe years ago, and I think people have had some contention with that. But could you produce another for us soon? In a room, different setting.
I don't think so.
Anything, any way possible? No.
To do what?
Uh,
What do you want to see?
I want to see you produce a rainbow, and I want to see what shape the rainbow is, and if it's determined by the solid reflective surface. That's all I want to see. I'm just trying to be honest, guys. If you can show me I'm wrong, show me. I'll concede to you. But if you can't show me, you can't show me. If you're just playing with me, you're just playing with
Well,
me.
what do you think I
And you're
would
not
be
genuine,
playing with
right?
you on, right?
I
Like,
mean,
so
if you're just gonna, waste my time without showing me you can do it, I mean, you want to post it? I mean, what do you want to do? You want to put it in chat?
I don't understand why you're having so much contention about this. If you don't want to believe me, don't believe me, right? I'm not gonna spend
To
my
see if you
time
can come up with a square
North,
rainbow.
North, you literally said that you saw his video, but people have
I said I think
contention, and you
I
want him
said
to do it a second time.
you don't have to try to
Like,
jump in and say them. I said I thought I seen this video years ago, and so it's been a long time ago. And I think I've heard other people have contention with that video, and if things were done properly, or if he was trying to mislead people. I didn't say all those things, but that's what I heard. Now I'm asking to see it or see him produce another, and he says he can't. So
Bro,
what's
it's
the problem?
11:45 p.m. Okay, I'm in the middle of working.
That's cool, man. I'm not asking for it right now. I'm telling you I'm genuine. If you can show me something, I'll concede. If you can't show me, I'm not going to concede. So I'm not trying to waste your
All
time.
right. Well,
Right?
all
When
right.
I'm
Let me
speaking
see if
about
I can
something
dig it up.
being
I guess
solid
from
or
my
not,
records. I guess I have to do that. I don't understand why you're not just taking my word for it.
What does it show? I kind of missed. What does it show? What is it? Your thing?
Nothing. It shows that I'm creating a rainbow from a mister and a mirror and sunlight. That's all. That's all it's showing.
indoors, is it a curved rainbow?
I don't remember. I thought it was indoors. It might have been outside.
Well, I didn't say you couldn't look.
Is
I'm
it
not
important
saying
that
you
it's
can't
outside?
produce a rainbow. I'm not saying you can't produce a rainbow inside. Of course, you can produce a rainbow inside. Okay.
Okay.
Now, what I'm saying is your rainbow. Do you have to have a solid reflective surface? And is the shape of your rainbow determined in any way by the shape of that solid reflective surface? Is it or not?
No,
Or is
it's
it
not determined.
determined by all the water droplets?
It's determined by the angle between your eyes and the water droplets, right? So like your eyes is receiving light from all water droplets that are in your field of vision, right? but only certain water droplets will produce a rainbow effect to your eyes.
When you're looking at that angle, could that
The
angle be
ones that
coming
make a
from the
specific
firmament?
angle between your eyes and the water droplets and the sun, and that
Oh.
traces out a circle.
And would
That's
that
why.
angle not go all the way up to the firmament if there's a solid surface? Would it not?
What?
Is that angle not, somehow dependent on the shape of the solid surface
No, it's
above
not.
the rainbow? No,
No.
it's not.
No.
Okay, so you used a mirror, right?
Correct. A body mirror.
Okay, so I want you to produce a rainbow without a solid surface, reflective. Okay, can you do that?
I mean, just go outside when it rains and it's sunny.
Not outside. Outside is the solid reflective surface above you, right? So
Why
can
are
you
you
produce a
asking him for
rainbow?
that? That's what you were asking me for.
Because it seems like you both want to talk about it a lot, and it
Okay.
seems like you're on this
I
side.
mean,
I
you can
mean,
have a flashlight, right? You can produce a rainbow with a flashlight.
You're
yeah,
not going to
of
have my
course. And it
flashlight.
has a
It's a
solid, and it
personal
has a
use
solid
thing.
surface on it. It's a reflective surface on it, right? It's a solid surface too, right? There's a lens, right?
You can
Is
have
there not a
flashlights without
lens?
mirrors, right?
Is there a light source behind a lens? Yeah. What does the
No.
lens look like?
No,
What's
that's
the
not
lens
that's
look like?
not in all types of flashlights, right? All you need is a light source. All you need is a white light source.
That's fine. Still doesn't negate what I said.
I'm not trying to negate what you said.
Seems like you are.
I'm not. I don't understand why you're being so combative.
I'm not being combative. I'm just asking
Would
you
it be
guys
true
to
that
show me.
light was to pass through water droplets in the case like if you took a spray bottle? Isn't it true just the properties of water itself when light passes through would create a prismatic effect?
It's not going to produce
Yes.
a film.
You need
thereby creating your rainbow.
You need white light. You need light to be coming from a specific angle to the droplets, right? And then you just need
Exactly.
yourself.
Then you get a rainbow, like a
So it's
boat.
no different. It's no
Or
different
no.
than shining light through a prism, like he's saying. It's just depending on the angle at which you're going to see the light pass through the spray. You can take a flashlight and look at the spray at a certain angle and see a rainbow.
Yep.
What's the shape of the rainbow?
It's irrelevant. You're looking through a circular lens of an optics of your eyeballs. So
is that rainbow circular?
This is very
again,
similar.
again, you just hopped off of one truth and now onto another truth. Like what's the deal? Do you now?
You're the one bringing up the flashlight, bro, and you're bringing up the
because
shape of it because I'm bringing up the shape of it.
water
You
itself
just
will
want
act
to talk
like a
about
prism.
producing a rainbow. I'm talking about producing it without a solid reflective surface, or talking about the shape of it. You're just talking about producing one. I can cut some oil and pour it on the ground on the blacktop and produce a rainbow if you want it, but that's not what I'm speaking of.
Look, I'm a flat
It's
earther,
obvious
but
you guys are just
I
wasting
don't
time, bro.
necessarily go
I don't know.
along with I don't go
Great.
along with all of the things that flat earthers necessarily say. I like to also put that to the test. So like this fits with the rainbow thing doesn't like fit the sniff test. It hasn't gone through enough experimentation to make it definitive. Similar to the crepuscular rays thing, I am not a fan of the crepuscular rays argument from flat earthers. I often challenge them on it, just the same as I challenged you on the rainbow thing. Like, go ahead and show me proof that crepuscular rays prove a flat earth.
Bro, look, I'm gonna say this one more time. I originally was not even speaking about any of the things you think I'm speaking about. I was trying to bring up the reality in which we live and what other people think about it. And when I said solid, you had a problem with that. Now
I
we're
didn't have
talking
a problem
about
with it. I
now
just didn't
now
want to
we're
limit that
I know
as the
I
only
understand.
possibility.
I understand. And you're still going to okay. So I wanted to bring that up and I wanted to see what people thought about it, not just you. Now, it seems like you wanted to move on to pressure and different things and think I was bringing up the Bible when I clearly wasn't. And now we're talking about when I'm bringing up the shape of the rainbow and people speaking about there not being a solid reflective surface. You guys want to make rainbows with solid reflective surfaces, and you want to talk about rainbows with different shapes like round circle rainbows and all these different flashlights and white light and all these different things, but you don't want to talk about the shape or what is needed to produce it.
What about a light
Something
source?
something
Is a solid
solid is
reflective
there.
surface to you?
Are you getting light out of thin air, or is there something solid in your hand? And what is the shape of that rainbow when you make
So
it?
if I
With
have a
what you
light
got in
bulb,
your hand?
right? If I have a light bulb, is that to you a solid reflective surface?
Are light bulbs solid?
Sure, I guess.
Okay. So
Okay,
what is the problem, man? I
okay,
mean, I
I thought
don't
you were
understand
implying
your
something like a
problem.
mirror, right? But okay, so if I
When I look outside, there's a rainbow. Okay, now if I fly over it with a helicopter, I'm gonna see it, 360 degrees. I'm gonna see it all the way around like a dome. Now, when you produce the rainbow in your house, are you producing a 360-degree dome? Are you producing a rainbow in the shape of a bow? You're not doing that, right? So the two things we're talking about, they don't jive together. What you're talking about, I'm not talking about. I want you to produce what I see in reality. That's what I want you to produce.
I mean, I've
That's
told you
exactly what I want you to produce, nothing else.
I've already done that, right?
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I did.
So here's something I want to bring to your attention. I don't know if you guys are interested in this. This is regarding Einstein's relativity. It says explained in 4 simple ways. And the first statement, it says Albert Einstein's theory of relativity is famous for predicting some really weird but true phenomenon, like astronauts aging slower than people on Earth. Does anybody know what the problem with that first opening statement is?
No.
6 months in low Earth orbit ages the individual 17 to 30% in their arteries. This is a study done by the Canadian government. And what it's suggesting is that you age much faster in low Earth orbit. Now the conundrum is that if people are traveling at velocities of 17,000 miles an hour, they would technically have to invoke relativity and technically have to be, like they suggested, is aging slower, but that's not what reality dictates.
Well, I think you're conflating aging due to time passage with aging due to it being a really harsh environment, right?
Okay, so here's the thing. When you're in low Earth orbit, you're traveling 17,000 miles an hour. The problem is that your arteries are hardening 17%, 17 to 30% more. So you age almost 10 years to 30 years more. In a very, what was it, 30 years, 10 to 20 years more.
No.
And yeah, that's
Nope.
your arteries
No,
do.
if I'm eating only
Listen. I don't need to engage with you. Go to Canadian government website, type in space travel low Earth orbit. There's a study that will tell you, dude. I don't need to listen to your rebuttal. They actually tell you that you do age that much in your arteries.
Of course, you don't need to listen to it because you're not intellectually
Listen.
curious.
I've
Why
already
would you
done the
listen to it?
research, dude. Because you haven't done the research. You're talking
No,
out your
because
ass.
I understand what
You're
they
talking
mean when
out
they
your
say
ass. You haven't
they
done your
age
research.
more. That's like saying if I eat burgers
Your
and smoke
arteries,
every day, then I'm
your
literally aging faster.
your
That's not what they
arteries
mean. They say
age.
the arteries, okay,
Go
are
on, buddy.
in this
Go on, buddy.
state.
Back me up what I'm saying.
What they're saying is that the
Yep.
health of the arteries are as if they had aged by this amount, right? They're saying the arteries
So what am
are
I saying that's
unhealthy,
incorrect,
they
buddy?
harden.
What am I? No, again, you're aging 10.
You're conflating what relativity says about time passage due to velocity, okay, which is literal time
I'm sorry. I'm conflating. Hold on. I'm conflating. Let's open up at the first statement. Again, you're just full of it, dude. Albert Einstein's theory of relativity is famous for predicting something weird but something true, like an asteroid aging slower. Again, reality dictates that's not true. Why so? Because your claim is that the ISS is traveling 17,000 miles an hour, so it would invoke relativity in that regard, time dilation, whatever. The point is that's not what reality dictates. And you want to say that I'm conflating? I can show you evidence that directly conflates that claim that astronauts age slower.
I think it also has to do with not just the speed and time dilation, but their distance from like this gravity well that they call the Earth, right?
Yep.
So like there's less gravity there, therefore they age less.
The point is that doesn't match study and facts of the human body being exposed. Exactly. So it's the idea of guys sitting outside of a racetrack and a guy inside a car doing that racetrack, and somehow that guy in the racetrack is going to be slowing down time compared to the guy outside of the racetrack watching him. Again, just that doesn't match reality. So if you want to take the government study that shows that the arteries are aging and telling me that I'm conflating it, no, dude, that's practical reality going up there at low Earth orbit.
Oh, I trust the study just fine. I'm saying you're interpreting it wrong.
Your arteries age, dude, like 10 to 20 years. So if you're 40 and you go up, you're going to be now 50, close to 60 years of age, according to your arteries. That's what they're saying.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? If I
don't ask me, just go to the website and then reach out to the Canadian government and ask why they're saying that.
If I eat like really unhealthy, right, like my entire life, some doctors would say, right, that I'm aging really rapidly, right? Like my health is deteriorating much faster.
Do you understand the contention? You're trying to talk and use an ad hoc example about burgers. I'm talking about Einstein's claim. No, it isn't. It's an ad hoc bullshit sophistry approach. Listen to the contention. The contention is the claim that astronauts.
Chill, all right? I'm being very nice.
No,
to
you got to chill and stop with the ad hoc explanations. If you're going to claim that astronauts are going to reduce in age, there should be evidence of that.
No. Nobody said they would reduce in age. You're lying.
Hold on. If somebody is not getting older because they're traveling in speed, that means they're slowing down aging. They're reducing aging.
That's not what you said. You just said that they would reduce in age. Okay.
Compared to somebody on Earth.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
You're slowing down time, right?
Right, but that doesn't
so if you're
mean
slowing down time, you're reducing. Well, you're going to be younger. Do you want me to read it again?
I think you should read it again. Yes.
Look. By the way,
aging slower.
I agree with you. Data, pause
aging
a second.
slower. Hold on. Aging slower is what? Reducing the age process. So the person who is up in space is going to have
data. It's
yes. You're aging slower. You're reducing age.
According to the theories, what you're saying is true, but it's very minimal, like nominal. Like you could spend your
not whether it's
life.
nominal. It's not whether it's nominal or whether it's negligible. The point is there's a claim, and I'm presenting evidence that counters that claim. That's what I'm doing.
All right, hang on a second. Research shows that these effects of weightlessness
causes the arteries to harden, blah, 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 blah. It says because of the weightlessness data.
It doesn't matter. The point is we're talking about relativity, dude. You can say weightless all you can tell me the cause is weightlessness, but there's no way to test that claim. I'm just presenting.
I researched it.
Sure, but there's no way to test the weightlessness. You're just reading the response. What I'm complaining about is the fact is that relativity suggests that there's an aging process of aging that's reduced or slower due to Stop interrupting. This is why I'm an asshole to you people. I can't even get it out. Again,
Yeah, you didn't have to admit it, right? We knew it.
Again, it doesn't matter. The point is, I'm going to admit it because I'm about to close the whole chapter on this shit. But I responded to how I've been treated this whole time. I'm presenting stuff that is coming from the system itself. It makes one claim and then it has another factual piece of evidence that doesn't match that claim. That's all I'm presenting.
Look, data. As far as arteries go, like that's attributed to the environment that they're in. So that will decrease their life expectancy. Probably, you're probably right. It's going to age them in that way.
If you travel, it takes 7 months to get to Mars. So if you leave when you're 40, your arteries will be like when you're 70 when you get there. And then another 7 months to get back, right? Another 7 months to get back, right?
Well, it's just not time dilation. When it
so
comes
again, Left Lane, I'm sorry you're not informed. You are now informed of it.
Dude, you are doing what you tried to,
Left Lane is over talking you. You're over talking me. Like, come on, man.
No. You're trying to monologue for 10 minutes straight without any interruption.
I keep getting interrupted all the time and having to start over.
No, you're not starting over. You're going on. You don't ever pause. All right, listen.
I do if I get to conclude my response.
Pause for a second. Don't be a victim now. Pause for a second.
Not being
so we're talking about an environmental factor. That's one. Like the environmental factor that does damage to arteries. Okay. 2 is the other claim, a secondary claim, not related to the first, but about time, dilation, like slowing down, being further away from the center of gravity and yada, 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 gravity wells and all that. So like, if you're just in low Earth orbit, theoretically, of course, because nobody's up there, but if you were on the ISS, only 100
why would you say that? You can't falsify that, dude. Why would you say that? At the end of the day, they have technology and aircraft that goes up very high altitude. So you don't know what's up there. You don't know what technology they have either.
Fine.
And again, what you're doing? No. What you're doing is you're distracting from the contention. The contention is if relativity claims there's evidence of relativity, and one of the evidence
is trying to sort out that you're making.
Can I finish? Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please?
I'm reading
away from the fact that he lied.
I'm reading an article. Yeah, I'm reading an article that's not mine that claims that relativity and Einstein's theory of it suggests that astronauts age less. Right.
I accept that. You don't need to cite anything.
Again, you accept it with no validation and no proof.
Are you talking about
What I do is I present the proof. The proof is that if you're traveling, why do you keep interrupting? So if I post the stuff that you claim, why do you keep interrupting? If I post a claim from the Canadian government that says the arteries age almost 20 to 30 years, 10 to 20, 30 years, depending on the percentage, but 17 to 30%. So that's like, close to 30 years, adding on to the age that you are. So if you're younger, sure, you might have a better chance according to the study. But the reality is that you're claiming relativity as proof of astronauts reducing in age, but that's not what the actual evidence says.
Not reduce in age. Holy shit! Do you not understand the difference between younger and not getting
reducing in the aging process? Right, it's a reduction in the aging process.
No, that's not what relativity says. What relativity says.
Albert Einstein's theory of relativity is famous for predicting some really weird but true phenomenon, like astronauts aging slower. You listen. Astronauts aging slower. You listen. Astronauts aging slower than people on Earth.
Of time, not about their physical.
I'm reading this off of this
data. You're gonna have to give them a break. You're gonna have to let people talk.
Einstein's relativity.
He's not intellectually curious.
You interrupt me. You never let me conclude, and then you ask me to be patient with you. Get out of here, dude.
I didn't interrupt you.
How long do you want to go, Data?
So I complete my sentence uninterrupted, but the point is you keep detracting for the claim. The claim is not mine. The claim is not mine. The claim is not mine. The claim is
Astronauts are aging slower. This is the first, one of the simplest ways to claim relativity exists. This is the article I'm reading. Einstein's
You don't
relativity
understand what that
explained in
means,
four.
apparently.
Einstein's, that's not an argument. Einstein's relativity explained
It
in
is
four simple
absolutely an
steps.
argument because I can demonstrate that you don't understand
Einstein's
what it says.
relativity explained in four simple steps. One of the main steps is in claiming is that
Yeah, too
astronauts
simple
aging
for you,
slower.
apparently.
Again, astronauts aging slower. So the ISS is traveling 17,800 miles an hour. Okay, which with relativity apply because you're moving at a higher velocity than the Earth, right? So
When are you
would
gonna
it
stop
take
talking?
effect? But here's the
Never.
problem.
When
Here's
are
the
the mods gonna
problem.
step in here?
Here's the problem. You keep interrupting, right? You keep interrupting, and I have to stop, and I have to talk like this. The
Just
problem is,
winning.
I
Really, the
actually
mods are just gonna let this
present,
happen?
I actually present data that
That's
conflicts
just
that
that's just what we're
statement.
gonna do now.
You
Tiger
keep
blood.
They
interrupting,
allow
dude.
this. I'm just
You
gonna do it
keep
myself.
interrupting. You keep interrupting me. You can't even get it through.
All right, start
not
over. Start
interrupt you,
over,
buddy.
Data. None of us got it. Start over.
Yeah, four simple ways, right? One of them is astronauts are aging less than people on Earth. That's not what the data says. Thank you kindly.
Okay. Well, the statement about that, okay, is about the literal passage of time from the point of view of the astronauts. It's not about their health. All right. There's a difference between their level of health and what a comparable person of age's health level would be, right, for their arteries, and the literal passage of time.
You're struggling. You're struggling in your voice, bud.
Oh, that's an argument too? That's your argument? I'm struggling.
No, I
in my
didn't
voice?
insult you. I just pointed out your
Data, he
behavior
literally
because you're
got like
desperately,
7 words out
you're
before you
desperately
interrupted
trying,
him.
you're desperately,
All
you're
right,
desperately trying to
I can't,
convince
dude.
yourself.
Jesus
Dude.
Christ.
You're trying to convince yourself, dude.
Data,
Like,
what are you
really?
doing?
So,
What are
like,
you
this
doing?
is the type
Data?
of person that the other
Yeah.
flat earthers want to associate with?
No, Data, stop.
Look at this guy here.
Just stop. I'm gonna mute you
Yeah,
if you keep doing weird shit. Just stop it, dude. Let people
There's no weird
talk.
shit,
Come on, man.
buddy. Literally, the guy is going out of his way to convince himself when I just presented actual data that you can go look up.
Dude, it's just like the conversation's been fine. I just had to like reboot my computer. I had to fix my monitors. I was like listening, and it's just like it's like, dude, come on. Like, why do you have to turn the whole room into a chaos? Just
You leave for 1 second, Gio, and there's poop.
I didn't, buddy. They keep interrupting me, cutting me off.
It's us, Gio.
Absolutely, dude. You guys are triggered with my name for certain.
So I think
Okay.
even someone like Gio would at least understand the argument that the opposing side is making, right? Which is that the literal passage of time in relativity is slower for an astronaut, and that is not the same. That says nothing about any other possible effects that being in zero gravity would have to like their arteries, right? So like if I do nothing but eat burgers and bacon and smoke every day, right? And then I go to the doctor 10 years later, they're gonna tell me, holy shit, you have the body of a 60-year-old and you're like 30, right? That doesn't mean that I literally moved forward in time. I think most people understand that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to him.
What you're trying to do is an ad hoc.
I started before you, Data. Fucking A. Look, I'm a flat earther. Gio's a flat earther. Data's a flat earther. Data is a very fucking like hard person to fucking talk with. Okay, like he won't take any kind of explanation or reasoning in conflict to what his agenda is that he wants to fucking talk about. He won't allow any interruption. He wants to monologue only, and that's the problem that's going on. I was trying to clear things up about how it's two different issues that you're talking about. Data. You're not talking about arteries in one fucking article and talking about time dilation in another, and then conflating the two.
Yeah, there's no conflation here. The idea with relativity comes from, again, the four simple ways it's written in the article. The first one is astronauts aren't aging as fast as people on the Earth. This is a claim that relativity makes. Okay? If it's a claim that relativity makes that, then it must be only in theory or mathematically, hence time dilation, contraction of space and time based on your movement, or heading towards the speed of light, everything around you is going to contract. And therefore, you can't tell whether or not you are moving in the other opposite. The point is that it's hogwash. For the simple fact is that if it's going to make that claim, and then you are traveling at 17,000, almost 18,000 miles up there, then relativity must be applying it, like the guy at the racetrack who's in the car going around the track, and the guy outside of the racetrack.
relativity plays the same principle. The guy in the racetrack going around is going to slow down time. The guy outside the track is. This is the theory behind it, and what you claim to be proof with satellites. But at the end of the day, when you look at a human being, that's not the case now, is it? Relativity doesn't apply to him. He actually ages almost 20, 30 years in 6, 7 months.
All right, I found apparently some information that you've got came from Chat GPT because it was saying.
Yeah. Write it
thing that
down.
You were saying
It's not
but now
ChatGPT.
listen,
That's
I'm
a
not
co-show's
done. I'm not
response.
done.
This is not
Just let him
ChatGPT.
finish.
I'm not through.
You guys
Data,
are all
let him
idiots, man.
finish,
Writing
dude,
shit
and then
down, all this shit.
So I went and
Can't
looked
wait till
further.
somebody exposes.
Yeah, I went and looked further, and I found where they were talking about decreased bone density, insulin resistance, and stiffened arteries being the result of a weightless environment for long periods of time.
I understand what you claim the cause is. Again, you're detracting. You're trying to say low Earth orbit, therefore. I'm saying time dilation or relativity is not applied to the human being traveling at high velocities. Why? It's because the arteries he's aging the individual 17 to 30% more in such a short period of time. So even if you did consume burgers, you're consuming burgers for 6 months, aging you 20, 30%. That doesn't make sense.
Burgers aren't that bad for you. That's like old news.
That's why it's a bad ad hoc example, dude.
Put some lettuce on there. It's good for you.
Nothing wrong with a burger once in a while. Anyway,
There's no
that's my
safe
contention
mode.
with it. That's my contention with it, is that the claim in the article, the first thing that comes up is astronauts are aging less than people on Earth. And yet you can go look at the studies and that contradicts that claim.
I guess that silence means nobody is willing to fight with them anymore.
Yeah, you're correct.
Well, it's all agents at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody but you. Is this how every conversation ends with you? Probably family-wise too.
If I bring up anything remotely, I'll get interrupted. I've designed myself to monologue because I have to barrel through it, or else I do have to repeat myself. And then again,
You start that way.
Yeah, I start that way, dude. I didn't start that way before. I just a byproduct of being treated, interrupted, whatever, mocked, called names, all that shit, right? So at the end of the day, you just kind of put the information forward to see the response, the integrity. I had a conversation with a Globe guy today. He admitted, straightforward, straight up good stuff, man. It was awesome. But when you present a claim that's not your own, and there's two sources of information, one is claiming relativity, and evidence for it is astronauts aging less. But the actual practical data doesn't suggest that. In fact, if you were 50 and you left to Mars and it took you 7 months, you'd almost be like 80, 90 years old. Your arteries would be.
It's still two different issues. Like, they claim that the arteries.
Look, brother, it's not,
calcify
because
and stuff like that.
it's not because what it does is it totally destroys the idea. The faster you speed up closer to light, that the more that you slow down time, and that's not what reality dictates.
Just let him have it, dude.
And yeah,
so 6
actually,
months.
You know what? We all concede. Flat earthers and globe earthers alike concede to you, Data. We agree.
Conceding, dude. It's not about conceding or agreeing. It's the fact is that it happens over a 6-month period, so it's a very short period of time that aging process takes effect, which would mean that doesn't matter how fast you speed up. Right? Because if you're going 1,000 miles an hour versus 17,000 miles, you're invoking relativity the faster you go.
Hey, Data,
The relativity factor is extremely minuscule, like for the amount of time that any astronaut spends in space. Like Don Pettit supposedly has spent more time in space than anybody else. Even still, like the amount he would have aged, according to like if you were to work it out mathematically, I don't know the exact number, but I'm just gonna just for example, it's like he aged an extra year, or like he's a year younger than what he would have been if he stayed on Earth. Like that, at most, it's probably more like half a year, or 3 months, or even a month, or less. Like if you work it out mathematically, like it's the relativity issue is a very small talking point, only for basically people to ooh and ah over. It's really a non-point. There's nothing like you're right. It's nonsense. It's bullshit. It's so minuscule you could never track it. Let's say it adds 5 minutes, or it adds 5 minutes to your life compared to people on Earth. That might be all it is, according to them.
Other way around, I think. I'm not sure.
Now, on the other hand, the calcifying of your your arteries, whatever, closing, however that works, whatever it is, that is an aging process. Yes, that we know of on Earth. It makes you die sooner. But they're two separate issues. So you're right in the fact that the arteries are going to shorten your life. That problem, that's going to shorten your life far more than the time that you spent in so-called space.
So again, you can say all that crap. The claim is astronauts age less than people on Earth. Now you're going to say
that's not the claim.
It's negligible. I don't understand it. Again, it's not my claim. It's relativity's claim, and one of the first simple ways you can determine relativity.
That's not the claim.
So the claim is Albert Einstein's theory of relativity is famous for predicting some really weird true phenomenon, like astronauts aging slower. Thank you.
That's not the claim. That's not the claim made by relativity.
So,
and if you're gonna be splitting hairs,
if you want me to read it, it's called Genius. The
well.
article is called Genius, right? This is an article. This is a science thing.
It's wrong.
It's
it's
okay.
Wrong
So
in your
okay.
by the way that you're interpreting it.
Again, that's not an argument. So
it is absolutely an argument.
It is not an argument. It's not one at all.
I can show
it's not
you
an argument,
what
buddy.
relativity actually
Again,
says. In fact,
it's not my claim. Okay.
Okay. Well, that claim is
and if
wrong.
you're gonna so here's the understanding. If you're going to get closer to light, the speed of it, everything around you contracts, including your reference frame. So you don't know you're actually traveling at that speed, right? The point is that
no, not everything around you can. So what happens is that
your reference frame contracts, brother. It's all good. Listen, the point is
no, it doesn't. You're wrong about
everything around you. If you're moving, you're not going to be able to tell. Your space contracts, and you yourself contract the closer you move to speed of light. The point is when you
you just said something that's factually wrong. That's not what relativity claims. Relativity does not claim that
the closer you get.
You're wrong.
The closer you get to the speed of light
is everything else in the direction of movement.
Yeah,
like parallel to the direction of movement. But you don't.
Everything around you contracts. That's the whole point. That's why you can't tell. Why you can't tell everything around you contracts. The point is the idea is that if the faster you go, the more you invoke time dilation, which is
correct.
Which is the invoking of the aging process when it claims that
that's not the same thing. Nope. I'm sorry, I have to split hairs because you split hairs.
Okay. How does one age less if not invoking time dilation?
By your own logic, by eating healthy, right? You would age less if you eat super healthy.
Yeah.
By your own logic, by the way that you're using this argument.
In the way relativity is described, which is not talking about eating food, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You just there you go. There's your argument is eating food. Therefore, you eat less food, you're healthier. We're talking about how an astronaut ages. Now, relativity is being invoked here.
No, we're talking about
relativity is being invoked.
We're talking about the literal passage of time, right?
Sure.
But
how does an astronaut age less?
Take into account not only the passage of time, but also their environment, what they're eating, whether or not they're working out.
An astronaut will age less.
Apparently, whether or not they're in 0G.
This is ridiculous. An astronaut will age less according to relativity, right?
Data. Do you think time is a physical thing or a construct of man?
There you go. Another distraction conversation.
No, not a distraction. Do you think it's a construct of man in order to try to make sense of decay and so on and so forth, or is it an actual thing like time is what kills? Is that it?
So again, we just have a quantification of oscillation, depending whatever you want to use, cesium, whatever. Everything has got an oscillation frequency to it. We've harnessed a pendulum at its finest by using the most accurate, to the adding more decimal points to the position. The more that our technology got better. But the point is, it's just oscillation we're quantifying. So if you want to look at this again and tell me, you just told me that an astronaut will age less by eating food. How does an astronaut age less according to relativity then, if it's not invoking time dilation?
What relativity says isn't anything specifically directly about aging less, right? What relativity says, because relativity doesn't mention human beings in its theory, right?
Do you want me to
Or
send you the
biological
article?
beings at all.
Hold
What
on. Do you want me to
relativity
send you the
says,
article?
it's excuse
Do
me,
you
excuse
think
me,
that I'm?
excuse me,
Do
I'm
you think I
talking.
know? But
Excuse me, excuse
do you
me, I'm
think I'm just
talking.
reading
Excuse
that or
me,
making
excuse
it
me, I'm
up?
talking. Excuse me. I was
Because
talking.
I've repeated
Excuse me.
myself over and over
Excuse me.
again.
I was talking, and you're interrupting me, okay?
I know, but you seem to not
Excuse me,
understand.
I wasn't done and you're interrupting me, okay? I keep my
You
statements
seem
very
not to
short so that you can
understand the
respond to them,
statement
and you
I'm
can do that
making about
after I'm done. Excuse me. No. So what relativity says, okay, is that the passage of time literally moves slower for moving clocks. It has nothing to say about biological processes, about like how they age, okay? Now, one would think that all other things being equal, then a moving biological being would age less than another biological being that's not moving, right? But when you take into account what's around the environment, then all bets are off as to which one looks older. Okay, but when we're talking about age, or when that article was talking about age, they were talking about the literal passage of time.
Sure. Again, I'm going to ask you: how does an astronaut age less according to relativity? How does he do that? How does one achieve it? You said your first answer was eating healthy. Can you try that again?
Relativity has nothing to say about the health level of an astronaut, right?
Well, why did you
All
give me a health
relativity
response? I
says
asked you.
is about passage of time.
Yeah, I asked you, how does an astronaut age less than somebody on Earth? You responded by eating healthier. That's what you
Yes.
said.
Yeah,
But
because you're
the article,
conflating them, so I'm conflating them back, right?
yeah, the article that I posted you, there's no conflation there. It literally makes a claim at
Right.
one of the
And as you're interpreting their claim, it's wrong.
interrupted me, right? One of the simple ways to determine relativity, one of the simple ways they claim is astronauts aging less than people on Earth. If it's a simple way, I ask you, how does one age less in outer space? How does it happen?
The article about them aging less has nothing to do with diet or zero G environment or arteries.
I'm asking the other guy.
Okay.
If an astronaut's going to age less according to relativity, how does that happen? What's invoked?
What the article was referring to is time dilation.
No, I'm not. The article that I presented doesn't refer to time dilation. Sorry, I asked you.
That is
now, if you want to
implicitly what they're doing, right?
Okay, so now
I'm
you want
sorry
no.
you don't
That's
understand
not,
it that way.
Again,
but
that's
that
not
is
an
what they're doing.
argument. Again, you're terrible at this. That's not an argument.
That's okay.
You said
You
health.
think I'm
You said
terrible.
health was one. You said health was one
Yeah,
answer. Now you're telling me I don't have an argument. You're telling me that.
Yeah,
Dude, come on.
if by age you mean
So you're
the
invoking
level of
time
healthiness
dilation.
of their arteries, right? Then yeah, they would age less by eating healthy. If by age you mean the literal passage of time that the biological body has experienced, right? Then that is a relativistic effect, right? But what you're doing is that you're taking one and interpreting it as the
Physiological
other, okay? The first article that you're talking about means time dilation, and then the second article study that you're talking about, they mean physical health level of the arteries when they talk about age.
Right on.
And you're
Which is a
conflating the two.
result. Which is a result. No, see, here's where the connection happens that maybe you have to think about. We'll find out. The ISS is apparently traveling at a very fast speed, which would invoke time dilation.
Correct.
According to relativity.
Correct.
So if that's the claim, then there should be evidence for it. And to the contrary,
How much time dilation do you think?
Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? I wasn't finished. And then
either you guys, the thing is, either you guys can go back and forth and do quick, or you have to really do like one at a time.
This guy interrupts me every single time, buddy. I don't care what anybody says. If I can
You're a
answer
victim.
concisely.
You are the biggest victim, Data.
All right, then hold on.
I
I will
answer in 30
I
seconds,
will
no
help.
problem.
Hold on, Data. I will help moderate it in a way so you guys can't interrupt at all. You can't do little quips or little updates or little because you don't seem to be able to operate that way between you two. So let each other fully speak. Keep it concise. When you're done, boom, silence, pass the mic, let the other person speak. You can't do little interruptions with you two. You have to just go one at a time, completely.
Understood.
So go ahead, Data.
So the point is, the contention that I see is that if the speed of the ISS is 18,000 miles an hour, it would invoke relativity in the sense that time dilation would occur, meaning that they're speeding up closer to light, slowing down time. Therefore, people on Earth are at a different time than them. So that you would indicate, it would, to me, according to the article that I put in the chat, that this would be evidence, this would be a causation of the effects that they're being experienced to, according to relativity. But reality states that relativity is not claiming it. And in fact, it's actually aging your body quite a bit faster. So the what I hear now is a rebuttal to that was, well, how much time dilation do you really take effect here? Well, I'm not invoking it. I'm saying, where's the evidence for it? Because I have evidence to the contrary. And then I hear, I'm conflating it. No, the ISS is traveling at this 18,000 miles an hour. It's going closer to the speed of light, which means it's slowing down, which means there should be evidence of relativity, but there's not. Thanks.
How much time dilation do you think relativity claims there is for people in the ISS?
So you're going to answer it with a question. Again, I'm going to tell you this. According to the ISS and the speed it's traveling, it's invoking the time dilation due to the speed of getting closer to the speed of light. It's slowing down. So if that's true, there has to be evidence of relativity for that, which, according to this article, one of the evidences and one of the simplest ways to prove relativity is astronauts age less. I'm not making the claim. I'm just passing the information along.
Okay, I'm going to ask again. How much time dilation do you think relativity claims is going on with the astronauts?
So again, the article states that it's a simple proof of relativity. Astronauts are aging less than people on Earth.
Okay, are
That
you just
is
not going to answer my question?
okay. So you want me to answer a question that you want to, and it's negligible, it's minute. That's your answer for everything. Again, you're not
No,
focused
I'm
on the
not.
contention.
I'm really not.
Stop interrupting.
Yeah,
That
this
was
is
literally
contention
me
is-
who said those things.
The contention is, again, is if there's evidence of relativity, there should be evidence of it in the astronaut, and I have evidence to the contrary. Why? Like I said, if it's traveling closer to the speed of light, it's slowing down time, there should be evidence for it. You're out telling me or asking me to explain for your reasoning of why there is no evidence, which is ridiculous.
What do
Are
you
you
think
just not
that
going to answer my
evidence would
question?
be?
It's okay if you're just not going to answer it, right? So you claim that there should be evidence for it because they're moving at what you perceive to be a very large speed, right?
Again, you are having a problem with functional thinking. The article states
I
a
am.
simple proof of relativity is astronauts are aging less. Got it?
Gio,
Now
I don't know if your
have
moderation is working. He got 3 words in and friggin' Data did that. Like, I don't like fighting for Globers, but dude, Data, you are obscene.
this guy has not even addressed the real contention at all. Zero. He keeps going off into these other things. The contention is the claim for relativity and the simple proof, and it's not mine. I presented the article for you. It shows you what it's claiming relativity can prove, and the evidence should be astronauts that have aged less. Where?
Okay, so the ISS is moving at something like 7,000 meters per second. That is 0.00002 fractional speeds of light. Okay, that equates to a time dilation effect, which is extremely negligible. So when you say that relativity says that it should be apparent, no, that's not what relativity says. Relativity says actually that the effect is negligible, right? Because 7,000 over what was it? 3 with something like 8 zeros beneath it is an extremely small number. But why would I expect you to know that?
So again, if you're talking about negligible numbers, then why does the article infer for evidence of relativity? One of the simple ways to prove it is with astronauts slowing the aging process. If that is true, hold on. If that is true, because it's not my statement, it's not my claim, and I'm not conflating anything, I would look for direct evidence of it. Now, what you've just done is what claim to do is present evidence to me that it's minute of an effect, but yet the article claims it. So who's correct? The article that claims it happens, or you claim it happens, but it's really minute?
It's not about whether or not the article is correct or incorrect, right? It's about your interpretation of the words of the article, and under your dictionary, under your interpretation of the article, it is wrong, right? But that doesn't mean that a reasonable person would have your interpretation of the article. From my interpretation of the article, right, using my dictionary, me understanding what it is that they mean that they say, it is correct. From your understanding, because you're attributing different semantics to the same words that you and I are reading, right? From your semantics, it is wrong. So I'm fine with
What words am I reading?
Excuse me, shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Yeah. What
Excuse
words
me,
am I
shut the
reading?
fuck up. Shut the fuck
What
up.
words am I reading?
Shut the fuck
Dude,
up.
you guys,
Not
hold
words.
on. Yeah, it's not a solution to start doing that though. If he interrupts, Data, dude, I can mute and unmute you guys if needed. Charlie, that was maybe a little long-winded, but I'll do it for a second. I'll mute and unmute you one at a time, just so you can see what it's like to go back and forth. I know it's tension. It's hard to sometimes, keep your cool or whatever. But all right, go ahead, Charlie. But try to keep it concise and send it back.
I mean, I don't know why you allow him to rant, and then when I want to when I want to say,
dude, he's muted right now. I'm doing my best. He's muted right now.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay,
I'm
fair
not. I'm not your parent. Like I'm just trying to help moderate.
Well, I mean, you're a moderator, right? That's what you're doing. So, but anyway, I'll move on. Under your semantics of the article's wrong. Under my semantics of the article is correct. I'm willing to accept your semantics for the sake of this discussion, for which I will say, sure, the article is wrong under your semantics.
Yeah. So when you say your semantics, be specific in the words. I see 3 words there that are not based on personal opinion. I'll read the 3 words. The 3 words in the article says astronauts aging slower. I don't think that there's much to conflate from that. I think it's a direct, concise statement as one of the simplest ways to prove relativity. Do you disagree with that statement in the article that it's not a simple way to prove relativity? Astronauts, again, 3 words, astronauts aging slower.
Boom, look at that. He passed the mic. Brilliant.
I disagree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so I also disagree with it, and I presented a claim of why, which I told you is the ISS is traveling at this speed, closer to the speed of light, which it would invoke relativity, because I'm looking for evidence of this relativity. What you've done and shown me is there is evidence, but it's 0.000002 beams of light, or whatever you said, whatever the following of what that was. The point is that it's negligible, but it's there, right? I'm saying that they're teaching people simple ways to determine relativity, and only in this room would I get somebody like you to respond in the manner you've done.
Yeah, well, I think the reason why is because most people understand what the article means to say, right? And I feel like you're splitting hairs over what the article's saying.
The article is saying in 3 words, very concisely, astronauts aging slower. So if there's evidence for that, there must be evidence for that. But you claim that it's negligible. So who's correct?
Can you drop a link to the article?
Yeah, so I just calculated the gamma, which is basically the factor which you multiply the speed of time by under the effects that you're experiencing, and it's 1.0000000033.
So are you saying that is not slowing aging?
That is a slower passage of time, yeah. But I can't think of a scientific experiment in which you can measure that on a biological being. There is, however, evidence for it.
So why would this article, which is nationalgeographic.com, Einstein's relativity explained in 4 simple steps? One of the first steps, it says that astronauts are aging slower. You just said that I can't test that. There's no scientific test for that. Is that what I heard you say?
There is no test for testing the age of the specific astronauts, right? But I think it's a natural conclusion to make if you can test for the passage of time, right?
So a
To say that.
mathematical concept not based in reality, and therefore you're going to do the calculation anyway, and then the result is negligible.
No, it's
Is that
not. It's
right?
not. It's not a mathematical imaginary concept, right? The test has
Oh,
been done with
it
clocks,
is.
and so
It
it's
is.
not like
Oh, okay. It's been done with clocks,
yeah.
but no evidence of on a biological human.
Hey, can I say something real
Well,
quick?
it's a lot harder to measure the passage of time on like a biological being than it is on a clock, especially
Then
when we're
why would
talking
they
about this
make a
minute of an
statement?
effect.
Then why would they make the statement clear and concise? Astronauts aging slower. Is
Read
that
the whole
based on a
sentence, Dana.
It says astronauts aging slower. Thank you
No,
kindly.
read the whole sentence. You're taking a fraction of a sentence out of context. Read the whole sentence.
Yeah, so the whole sentence of what I read several times over, which is the four simplest ways to prove relativity. One of the simplest ways, and it says here, Albert Einstein's theory of relativity is famous for predicting some really weird true phenomenon, like astronauts aging slower than people on Earth.
It's saying
So
it's
if that
making
is
a
true,
prediction.
oh, okay. So
It
if it's
doesn't say
true,
that it's a testable. It doesn't say that it's a testable prediction.
oh, okay. Well, that's what I wanted to confirm. Thanks for clearing up.
Are you satisfied with that? I mean, I would have also been
At
willing to
the
say
end of the
like,
day, you can invoke any mathematics you want. The reality is there's no way to test for it. You just guys proved it for me, so thank you.
well, there's ways to test for the time dilation, right?
Not on a biological human being, like you said. So if that's
Yep.
true that
I'm
you just
comfortable
disproved
saying
the
that.
article, then you just disproved National Geographic's. Thanks again for that.
No, I don't think it's saying what you think it's saying, but that's okay.
It says astronauts aging slower than people on Earth.
Right.
That's what
So
it's
like,
saying.
listen.
Again, you just said
If
it's
you and I,
negligible. It doesn't happen, and you can't measure it on a biological person. So where is your position again?
if you and I can confirm that a moving clock ticks slower and that time passage literally is slower on moving objects, then what is the problem that once we've confirmed that that is a real effect, then that must also happen to objects that are not like dead objects, but also to biological beings that are traveling at those speeds?
So now it can be tested on a biological being traveling at that speeds, because that's my contention. You just told me, 2 minutes ago, that it's not testable on biological beings. And the other
No.
guy just confirmed that there's no actual testable experiment for it. So thank you again for confirming the position. I have to make sure that I tell the right story.
Right, can you answer my question though?
Go ahead, dude.
I already asked it. Do you want
So
me to
if you
re-ask it?
claim, listen, I think you have cognitive dissonance because you could either test it on a biological person or you can't. The article is claiming that it can be. I mean, there's
Okay,
a
can
simple
you
way to
answer my
prove
question?
relativity. You, on the other hand, says that you can't do it, and then now you can do it on a biological. So just to clarify, can or can you not do it on a biological person?
Can you
Because you
answer
were
my
in
question?
your
Why are you running
your
away from it so hard? Like I genuinely don't
your
understand why.
your claim that clocks is the same application to a biological person in the aging process, based on the
No, I
inference that
wasn't making
clocks
that
are
claim
doing
at
this,
all.
based on clocks
No, that
operating
wasn't.
at
I
a
wasn't making. That wasn't my claim at all. Like, listen, please listen to my
0.0003%.
question. Please listen to my question. If you and I run an experiment and we can confirm that time literally flows slower for any sort of timekeeping device, right? Then what is the problem with extrapolating that behavior to
Okay.
everything else that's not clocks?
Wonderful.
I
I'm glad
genuinely want
you
you to
said
answer this
that.
question.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it. So if it's true that if clocks happen to indicate a time difference between one stationary and one in motion, that means that there should be some physical effects to represent that to the biological being. According to relativity, and one of the simple ways to prove it, it says that astronauts aging slower is a proof. So thereby, your what do you call it? Your false equivalence here is the idea that your clock time dilation can be applied to the being in the manner that the aging process is taking place is what is actually in contention. What I'm looking for evidence, because you are making the inference that clocks do it, therefore we'll apply it to everything. Great,
Sure.
I'm glad you said that. Let's apply it to everything. Let's apply it to the ISS going 18,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
The
So
problem is that the arteries age 20 to 30%. So if there was any compensation for time dilation, that the effects would be greater stationary. In other words, if the ISS is stationary and you're above low Earth orbit, then that means the effects would be greater, right? According to time dilation, because at least time dilation would be slowing down the aging process. But the data doesn't indicate that. The data says that the actual aging process increases. So according to your own double thinking, it can't be true, can it?
Oh boy.
That's all you got? Oh boy.
I mean, I'm still waiting for an answer to my question, right?
I answered to you. You invoke time dilation with clocks. You also said that if clocks do it, we must apply it to everything. So I already
No,
addressed you, buddy.
I never said if clocks
You
do
just
it.
agreed. You just agreed to it a minute ago.
Data,
I just
data,
said the same thing.
data,
I just said the same thing. You just agreed
data.
to it a minute
I
ago.
said, what is the problem with applying it to everything? If it works on
I said I'm glad you said that. Let's apply it to the reality with the ISS. If there was an aging process slowing down, there should be evidence for it. But in fact, we have the
but you're not
contrary.
answering my question. You're running away from my question, right?
Your question is if you have clocks representing this this time dilation,
Just stop
what's
dodging the
wrong with
question.
dude? You said what's wrong with applying it to everything, and I said I'm glad you brought that up. In other words, I'm okay with you applying it to everything. Let's test that out. Which we're going to test it out with actual real data, which suggests that even if I claim or invoke,
that's not what applying it to everything means, right? Applying it to everything means because it work on clocks, the running assumption is it will work on everything, right?
that's what I already stated. Okay,
And
if that was
the
true,
reason you can't test it on human beings, right, is because we can't tell if a second has passed on a human being with the same precision as if a second has passed on a clock.
But you can age a person, you can test their age, right? You can figure out their blood quality and so forth and figure out their age. I mean, IBM's got amazing technology right now, looking at your blood through the infrared. So don't give me that.
No, no, I will give you that. Nobody right now can tell you if a human being is a second older than they are right now through like a blood test, okay? That makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
Okay, so if it can't be done with a blood test, then it can only be done mathematically and through theory only. In other words, if the article says if the article says there's simple ways to prove relativity, and one of the evidences to prove relativity simply is the slowing aging of an astronaut, there should be evidence for it, and that's my contention. The evidence says to the contrary. Thank you.
If your interpretation of that article is that it's saying, oh, it's so obvious because we can see astronauts age slower in the ISS, then yeah,
It would be good proof, wouldn't it? It would be good proof, wouldn't it?
That's an incorrect interpretation of what it is that.
Well, that would be proof. That would be proof for if you had, like, for instance, they did the twin test, right? They did the two twins. They've done many twin tests, by the way. There are different effects on the human body between the two twins, right?
I don't know
Right?
what twin studies you're talking about. I've never heard of them before.
So the two twins that went up there, you don't know the two, what do you call them? The Kelly, and the other dude, the other guy, two twins there.
No,
Anyway, those are the guys. Those are the guys that did some tests on their bodies in comparison. The point is, man, is that if you're going to invoke relativity, and one of the evidences is of an astronaut aging slower, there should be evidence of it, and there isn't. The contrary exists.
Right. If that is your interpretation of the article, I agree that interpretation is wrong.
I'm just looking for an astronaut that has aged less, and we have evidence for it. That's not unreasonable, and it's not unreasonable, and it's not conspiracy to go, where's this astronaut that has aged less due to traveling at higher speeds and slowing down time? Because essentially, even if it was 50 days or 100 days, it should be measurable. I mean, this is what relativity, claims to be. It claims to be measured.
No, relativity doesn't claim it to be for you to have the instruments to measure to that degree. Okay?
Oh, you don't?
Relativity tells no, you're absolutely wrong about this. Okay, like if I tell you right now, hey, I just enlarged the desk that's in front of you by 1/100th of a millimeter, right? And all you have is a meter stick to measure that difference. You're not going to be able to see that there's an actual difference, right? You're not going to be able to verify or deny the claim. Okay, it's the same thing here. We don't have any equipment.
So it doesn't happen.
Excuse me, I wasn't done.
It doesn't
We
happen.
don't have any equipment that can measure differences in ages of individuals within like seconds of each other. Okay, that just doesn't exist. We don't have that yet. We can do that with clocks. Okay, because they're meant to be extremely accurate timekeeping devices. Okay, the fact that
Dude, all you're
we don't
doing
have
is
accurate
calculating an
enough.
oscillating pattern. And if you interfere with that oscillating pattern by introducing a
I'm
vector
done.
direction, you're
This
going to
guy likes to trigger
interfere
me
with the
so much with this
calculation.
bullshit.
So the fact that you guys
You
aren't,
win, dude. You got it.
yeah,
You
the fact that
disproved
you guys,
relativity.
I'm not interested in disproving anything. I'm just interested in the truth, dude. So just to clarify, there's no way to test for an astronaut aging slower, according to National Geographic, and the 4 simple ways to test relativity. Noted. Thanks for clarifying, globe guys. Does that guy really think I debunked relativity?
Who, Charlie?
Oh, his last response was, well, there you go. You disproved relativity, all because I'm looking for evidence of time dilation on the human being, according to the claim 4 simple ways to prove relativity. So, do you understand the contention, Gio, or you think that it's 2 different arguments?
What do you mean? You mean the
Well, do you
time dilation?
do you understand my contention with the astronauts aging slower as the claim of one of the 4 simple ways to prove relativity?
Yeah, I understand why you're contending it. Yeah, I mean, where's the proof of that?
I'm not really still sure. Could you explain it all over again?
Smart ass.
Start from the beginning.
I do that sometimes, and I do that intentionally, by the way, just because I've been so like, dude, I'm probably still reeling through comments that I read like 2 years ago, trying to tell me to, go kill myself and all this other shit, dude. So I tend not to trust the servers and take kindly too much because of that.
Why? Just because somebody? Yeah, I mean, there's people that do stuff like that. I don't know. Jeranism's been getting death threats for years. I mean, there are people that are opposing these discussions and talking about these truths, and some of them are pretty vile. So that's why we do the best we can here to moderate best we can. And we've gotten it pretty darn good to where there's not just tons of constant toxicity and doxing and crazy stuff. But anyways, but yeah, it is a unfortunate thing that there's people out there that try to do that stuff, but they're just trying to do everything they can to get you to stop talking about it in some cases.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, choosing the name Flat Earth Data as a joke, and then going, holy shit, they've been talking about this for 100 years, like kind of like maybe bit off more than I can chew with the name. But like I said, I had a small channel on YouTube, dude, with some of the videos over 1,000 comments. So I of course responded, but you're in the mode, you're in the zealous mode of learning and discovery, firing all cylinders. You're gonna try to defend your newfound belief, right?
Look, I've never been a creator like on YouTube or anything, but I can imagine because I've seen the comments section. If you're gonna do that, don't ever read the comments section. Like never.
Well, that's a little too late. I was a newbie to any of this stuff, dude. Like conspiracy theories, all that stuff. Donald Trump, when he started saying fake news, I kind of got into a little bit of politics with Justin Trudeau, 2015, but then I got into politics 2016, and then of course, you got one video after the other. I mean, it was in between 14 to 16. Like there was a little bit of like prep work done. You know what I mean?
Well, what I'm saying is, especially when you follow these streams, like the 24/7 Discord stream or this stream, the Earth Awakening stream, like the people who are there in those comment sections are the lowest of the low. They're like literally just the lowest pickings that you could ever worry yourself about. Like you should never ever think about them or worry about what they have to say. And if you do, you're fucking up and they're winning. That's their entire
Yeah,
goal.
I get that, but again, like you learn that the hard way, right? By engaging, and then you like I didn't know what YouTube is about. I had no idea that you can make money on it. I had like it was totally new to me, and I wasn't that kind of guy, right? And which means I wasn't really watching videos much. I was more in a different world at that present moment, and I think the idea of becoming I don't know. I found math and geometry fascinating in regards to the diffraction of light, and I fell in love with the whole optical thing, and I couldn't get away from learning about optics every day, all day long for like years, man. And that's bizarre, right? Because it's like either I had I already had a fascination with cameras and film anyway, and editing all that stuff, but I even had more fascination with light. When it hit, and I was like, I was never taught this. Fuck, this shit's awesome. Like the duality between light and the wave, and I thought all that shit was just amazing. And I'm like, how come I never learned any of this stuff? Maybe I just wasn't paying attention, but I didn't realize how much I liked it. And I still hardly know anything about it.
All I guess I'm saying is, it's too bad if that's what scarred you, and you think you have to behave in a certain way because of them. They're not everybody. In fact, they're there because they're not allowed here. They're literally just the trolliest of all trolls. You're not supposed to heed them any attention, pay them no mind.
Well, that's occasionally why I apologize. I think I've apologized to Geo. I've apologized to a few other guys like Left Lane or whatever, because at the end of the day, like if I think I'm going into like you know a ring, if you will, a ring of people, you know, your guard's going to be up. And I've been called every name under the sun. Like I'm sure everybody here at some point, but it's you know, it's a learning.
Dude,
curve.
usually, for the most part, overall, even with my disagreeing with you tonight, like I still like you. You know, like it's just, I didn't like the way that you came about it here tonight. You know, like it doesn't change my overall. It's I'm not gonna hate you from here on out because of it or anything like that. You
Well,
know,
it'd be weird. See, the weird thing is I don't hate anybody on the channel, but I don't look at it like I can't. I guess I don't. I'm not fully adjusted to the idea of online friends. To me, it's just kind of bizarre a little bit. Like I recognize Gio's voice, your voice, but friends is like kind of like a weird thing. I don't hang out with you, I don't see you. So it's like I can't. I guess basically the way I look at it is I could probably never really truly bond with an online person without meeting them, knowing them, seeing them, right? And I think that's part of the reason why the way I am is that I wouldn't be able to do it unless I seen your face, knew who you are, went out and had a beer with you. And to clarify, I don't want anybody to
in a way, I'm
anybody
sort of the same
right?
way. Like I don't get. I've never understood like internet like an internet friend or an internet girlfriend, especially like that kind of thing. Like nowadays, like the Gen Zs, you know, and like that's the only way that they ever meet a girlfriend. Like it's like, dude, the whole online
Very
dating or
terrible,
anything
yeah.
like that. Oh my god, like I could never understand that ever. And online friends, like I get, you know, when you can build up a friendship, I think, with somebody, but it's not the same as like a real friendship like that you have in real life.
Lou, I
No,
met my
the
wife
pair bonding,
in 24/7 though. So
pair bonding is hard.
there are those
People are-
weird exceptions.
Yeah, what's
You
it
can have,
meant
you can have
by
great conversation. You can have great conversations for sure, and then hit it off. But you have to make that leap to meet the person. Like I met Flat Earth Fokker, right? I talked to the guy online. He was in my vicinity. I went and meet him. I went and went to
Yeah.
one of his meetups, right?
Well, and both the people that jumped in. So Glatt met his girl that online, and Gio talked about Witsit meeting Kai. But it wasn't until they met in real life that the real bond was made. You know, like they might have been inspired to go meet each other, but that's where they took it to reality instead of being. You know, you're not going to have an online marriage, right? You're not going to have. You know, it's just.
No, and I wasn't saying that either. I'm just saying that it's a rare exception that I'm almost agreeing with you. It's a rare exception that an online relationship blooms in such a healthy manner, I suppose. Very rare.
Well, there's a catch-22 with online, even though it's acceptable. Sometimes I wonder why people, like including myself, have so much free time to do this. It's kind of bizarre to me and fascinating at the same time, and probably why I turn up every so often to hear, because I'm still fascinated with the idea that it happens. And I think part of the having your mind wrecked, let's say, by the internet or conspiracies or propaganda, whatever. It's still fascinating what happens, I guess, behind the scenes, if you will, in social engineering or political sciences, because that's all I think YouTube is just a social engineering tool, and helps facilitate propaganda.
Dude, when I first saw YouTube, you know that little they had the icon which is just like a TV, like an old school TV with dials on it. Remember that? Anybody? But
oh yeah.
Yeah, so when I first saw YouTube, I was like, this is never going to take off. There's just weirdos uploading dumb shit videos on the internet. No one's gonna fucking, no one's gonna like this, and here we are.
Yeah, one of my buddies made his break because he created a viral video when YouTube had just started, and it was like world famous video anyway, pretty funny, and he got his whole career from it. And of course, like 10 years later, YouTube's got its footing. He's like, yeah, it's really hard to do that, blah blah blah, because of everybody else is saturated and everybody's doing it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Talking like
imagine being
getting tens
grandfathered
of
into
millions.
something like that.
Yeah, you got like tens of millions of views, right?
Yeah. That's cool though. Shit. YouTube had to happen, right? There had to be a platform that got just tons of people sharing tons of crazy shit. And it's almost like it pigeonholed a lot of, so like say smaller, more independent groups were going to start, sharing videos and such, and they started to get popular. If you want to control a narrative, why, you just have to get the big info exchange happening out there, and that was YouTube. I'm not sure YouTube started out that way, but it's sure turned out to be that.
Well, because of the power, right? Once you realize the power and influence it has, the big guys come and knocking.
See, when you say YouTube had to happen, yeah, it didn't have to be YouTube by name or anything, but that was going to happen. Now, and it did. It wasn't until Google bought YouTube, because it wasn't always a Google product, right? Google bought YouTube, and that was basically the social engineering and the corruption of government, like on the people, like where they started to control the information that you got, and then here we are with censorship and stuff like that. They let it ride for quite a while still, but
yeah, for sure.
But it's still that government interference, or because the way that Google works in tandem, like Google's always been a government institution. Like, I doubt you would argue with me on that.
Google? Oh man, I think they're all over the place. Yeah, they got some government in there, sure. Know what I mean?
Yeah,
they got tentacles every fucking where. It's Google, for Christ's sake.
I mean, how do you think they just so quickly and easily overtook Yahoo and AOL?
Funny? Like, my computer started defaulting to Yahoo search engine again out of nowhere. I'm like, what? Uh-oh. Google might have something to say about this, folks.
Yeah, they had help. It wasn't all like just better business and shit, dude. Nah.
No. Well, I mean, it's like I said, something this popular had to come out and set the standard. And like I said, just control the siphon. That was the word I was looking for. Siphon the attention into a specific, group of 100 million videos instead of the entire world's worth of things that they can post. So many countries can't even use the fucking internet and shit like that. Like, what if we had the whole world able to upload without restrictions? What kind of shit we'd see?
By the way, that's something. No, that's something I'm pretty sure that's false. That they want to tell you that. But in third world countries, even when they have nothing to eat, they have cell phones in their hand.
Is that right? Oh, shit. It's weird, man. What a fucking world then, huh? Like, oh, man, you can't get a not rotten hot dog out of the fucking dumpster, but you can call your friend in Japan for no reason.
Yeah, people make that choice, man. Rather than eat, they'll do the drugs as long as they have their phone.
No, the government made sure to put these in everybody's hand, man. You have to have it. This is your digital leash. This is your personal surveillance device.
They're pretty darn cool, though. I will say.
Here he comes. That's funny.
I have to say. I mean,
I know they are. It sucks. It sucks how cool they are.
It's like things are existing. It's like reminds me of like holograms where like the part and the whole and like dualities exist simultaneously. But I feel like with these phones, like I can look at my phone and be like, all right, on one level, I understand the level of tracking, the level of social engineering that's going into my searches and whatever they're using that data for, and all of that, and just the ability, like the emergency system where they can just alert everyone's phone, like just that alone, they could get everyone's attention within seconds because everyone's phone now is going to be beeping, alerting. You can turn a lot of those alerts off, but there's one you can't turn off. So like they definitely have that ultimate switch they can hit. Anyway, so I can think about all that side of it. And then on the other side, it's like a freedom device because I feel like I can gather knowledge, information. I can research. I'll be at a grocery store. I'll want to know about a product. I'll pull my phone out. I'll go to the website. I'll scan through, see what I need to find. I mean, there's so many ways that it comes in handy to where it's like liberating and the communication.
Handiness doesn't equal freedom, man.
We're not going to Neoplatonism anymore. We're going to go to Gnosticism.
I mean, I can contact all my friends through text, through phone, through video. Like it's pretty cool. I mean,
right, but that's not actually freedom. See, like if it's all monitored, and if they're gonna censor, and if they're gonna steer ads towards you based off of data collection, there's no freedom involved in that. That's all control.
You know what? You know what kills a motherfucker?
Real freedom is throwing your cell phone out, going to the woods, whatever it is. Having a homestead, friggin'. And like going Ted Kaczynski and shit. Like that's real freedom. Like,
all right. So the only way to get rid of this system, then, Lou, is to bring back telepathy. It'll fuck the whole damn thing up. Telepathy.
That's what's
we'll need cell phones.
Yeah, dude.
Word.
I think we all have that capacity.
Make telepathy great again.
Dude, that was awesome, man. I thought that and you said it. That was great. Nice.
Hey, telepathy. It's working right now, man. Let's practice. Let's go.
It literally worked right then. You just mentioned it. I said those words in my mind and then you said them out loud. That was amazing.
That was amazing. Pretty good work. We didn't even need ayahuasca, did we, Gio?
Well, it's within us. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. So like the ayahuasca and a bunch of other shit, dude, people get runner's highs. You can open up your mind real quick. It's crazy.
Just to clarify, is it true that Einstein, Eddington, and Lorentz all claimed that general relativity was a theory based off the ether?
Yeah, I mean it's rooted in the ether. Yep, it's just like a bastardized version of in which they've compartmentalized and fractured it into reference frames. But yeah, the foundation of it. Because they're even their quantum particles and things, those exist. Where do those exist with them? So it's like basically like ether, like bastardized, torqued, and rebranded.
That's what I'm reading here. Yeah.
They're tricky. They're just trying to be tricky with the truth. We still don't really know. We haven't nailed it down yet, but.
Well, I can associate with a thing called vacuum energy and magnetic flux. I can associate those two things. Like I can understand them, the properties of the vacuum energy and the byproduct of that vacuum energy, or either or. I don't know what the mechanism is, whether it's the magnetic flux or the vacuum energy causing it, or vice versa, right? The vacuum causing the magnetic flux, or the magnetic flux causing the vacuum energy. I can't determine the mechanism, but that's what I see it as when I read all this.
Nice. And we can stay on that topic. We don't have to switch, but we can also kind of jump back and forth a little. But since you mentioned ayahuasca, and what's one of the things that's interesting about that is that when like somebody can not have like either psychic or telepathic abilities or not be in touch with them, and then if they work with ayahuasca, they can actually like open those abilities up. And then even later, like let's say they do 5 ayahuasca ceremonies or 10 or whatever it may be, but after those ceremonies and after they like are able to access what they can access, that like either psychic or telepathic ability that remains afterwards. So it's like it opened it up and then maintained it for that person.
I mean, I'll just say I've done a lot of LSD and mushrooms and such. Whatever that may or may not mean. I know that I've seen some things that I wouldn't have seen had a certain part of my brain not been activated. I'm not stupid in that aspect, and I think that once you crack the door open, you can't fully shut it. At least that's my belief. So yeah, and the more times you do it, the more comfortable your vessel may become switching between those realities. And fuck, I don't know. It's a good thing though. Got to exercise that muscle, right?
But I have a question. Have you guys, anybody here actually have fasted to the point of hallucination?
No, I'm scared to.
I can tell you right now, I done it, and I had the best experience of my life, man. I was totally pure of mind. It happened to me last year. I had something wrong with my body, and I had to fast for months. Of course, I ate nuts and little things in between and water, but fundamentally, I was maybe consuming 500 calories a day, if that. And I did that for months. I lost 36 pounds, and I was lying in my bed, and I was staring out the blinds. It was nighttime, with a little bit of blue light coming through, like the dusk. And all of a sudden, I was looking, and all of a sudden, I looked around, and immediately I was flying, and my room I was in turned into I was really high above the earth, and I was starting to point towards the stars. I could feel the wind on my face. I could look all around, and I was flying massively high. Now, if you were to ask me what it looked like, it just looked like Earth. There was no shape to it. It was just Earth. And yeah, I want to do that again, but it was really hard to get there to begin.
Yep. Well, yeah, fasting can absolutely accomplish that. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the ways to access these states.
I've never hallucinated like that in my life before. I've had dreams. I've had the hag visit me and things like that. I don't know if you know what that is. I think I told you that before. But this, I could literally feel the wind on my face, bro. And the stars, felt like I was super close to the stars, and I was going into blackness, and the earth was blue underneath me, and it was like it was right there, and I was flying. I could control everything. Like, it was just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, would you categorize it as a mystical experience, or was it was it transcendent? Was there like
Bro, it's the best
ego?
hallucination
Did you
I've
have
ever
any
had.
like ego death and rebirth experiences or anything like that?
Oh, not well, no, nothing like not an epiphany or anything. The idea is that I was able to do that naturally. I was going through some weird shit. Also, I might tell you this. I felt like I was being electrocuted for like months. I don't know what that was caused of, but I had some sort of nerve damage or something, right? And so I had to fast and do all this just clean eating. Like, believe it or not, I know this sounds when I say clean eating, I just ate meat, dude. Liver, little pieces of liver and meat, and fucking whatever I had disappeared after that. So basically, what I'm saying is, after that hallucination and the process of getting there, once I had that hallucination, I think everything was pretty much on the mend after that point. Like, basically, I reached
Nice.
peak.
It's almost like when you have a fever and the fever breaks, you sweat it out.
Yeah.
It's almost like there's like a spiritual thing that happens with something like that too. Same kind of idea. It's
Absolutely.
like a purging of sorts.
Yep.
Whatever
Absolutely.
it is, I'd like if somebody said to me, "This is what you do for 3 weeks straight, and you'll have the same experience again," and I didn't have to take ayahuasca or any drugs or anything, I would do that, because the process of going through I felt better, energy wise, mentally wise. I didn't feel I felt smarter, first of all. Like, you hear me talk now. I felt smarter, faster, and better actually when I was eating and consuming less food.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it can be like a form of a vision quest. If you're gonna go on like essentially to activate an actual visionary experience, and doing it with fasting like that is a very potent way to do it. Also, like deep states of meditation. I mean, they're all different, and people can have different experiences. and so yeah, I mean those are potent states to access. And then in terms of like with the different molecular ones, like I feel like mushrooms and LSD are at a particular level. They're definitely very activating and they are very potent. But ayahuasca, peyote, and iboga, those three are a way to like, yeah, because the fasting, like you said, it took time, and then there's the food component to it. It's unique, and it can be unique in that sense, the fasting version. But like using like the three that I mentioned, ayahuasca, peyote, and iboga, those would be like a 10-hour journey, or or something like ranging from 5 to 15 hours, depending on which one. Like ayahuasca is only about 4 or 5 hours. Peyote is like a good 12 to 15. And then iboga is the longest one. It's like 20 to 25 hours if you do a high dose of it. But that allows for that, like, and those three are very different, I would say, like in a different category even than mushrooms and LSD. Like they're in this category where you're going to be going through like not only like a full healing quest and like a visionary journey, but also like one in which actually has like this entire, they seem to have like an intelligence to them where they accelerate that process for you or help you in that sense. Like they don't do it for you, but they accelerate it for you in a way that you can have like a 10-hour just like purging, cleansing experience and come out of it just completely reborn.
Right. And I recognize that about the street versions of the hallucinogenics there with the LSD and even the research chemicals. You'd trip, but it was fucked up. But yeah, then you got your psilocybin. I realized that my body and mind could probably have taken a lot more, deeper of a trip. But I knew that my body would get sick with the if I just took more of these specific ones because they weren't potent enough to actually take me to where I may have wanted to go. I'm yearning to really trip out and go somewhere and come back and experience something that heals and all those things. But then so every time you just recreationally take it like as a party drug or something, that's never gonna get you to what you're talking about. But it all helps, I think. I started to really think differently and deeply after all those experiences.
Yeah.
You've never done one where you fasted?
No.
It's always been induced by something.
Yeah,
see,
and I was
I've done,
trying to party. I wasn't trying to, like
reach your
accomplish
spiritual
anything.
moment. Yeah, I hear you. The last time I did mushrooms, I didn't really enjoy it because I had I now know the difference between the two experiences, and hallucinogen or whatever is just a descriptor. It's a word to describe the event. When I was on mushrooms, you just you see what do you call them, phase shifts or whatever, what do you call them, tracers or whatever, right? You see kind of that effect, which you might see like a fairy in the trees or something. Okay, that's nothing like what I experienced, and in fact what I experienced was way more pleasurable than mushrooms.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look at a tree when I'm on mushrooms, and it'll be like, oh, well, what am I? It's like a sleight of hand, visual sleight of hand. It's like, what am I seeing?
I want to hug
Probably
a
nothing.
tree. You want to hug a tree when you're on mushrooms. I get that. I've done mushrooms a few
Yeah,
times.
that's
I
true.
understand. You want to hug a tree. You feel that thing, but
You do feel it. Yeah, I feel that energy.
it's not really like a hallucinogen, like fasting. Like I'm telling you, I transported my room into the high depths of the world, and I was flying towards the stars.
Do you think it was maybe that it was so deep that it was part of it was the detox process, not just the hallucinating from the chemicals released by the detox, but like the fact that you were sick too made it just like really, really intense, maybe?
No, I wasn't sick like fever, a flu, none of that.
Yeah.
It was I had something to do with my kidney or my gallstone or something with the body part. It was just something was doing some funky chicken. And I was like, okay, I when I eat, I get the funky chicken. When I don't eat, I don't get the funky chicken. So I just said, okay, I'm gonna just give my body a break and just consume water with, of course, distill all the stuff, and then I'm gonna go take tinctures, which is like parasite things like wormwood and all these
Apple cider
things.
vinegar and stuff.
Apple cider vinegar through the process, but not eat anything that would make me go funky chicken. And so even though I was hungry, I still ate here and there because you had to eat, and I would have the symptoms. So when I started doing all this process, praying, fasting, all that stuff, it got less and less. and then right around like I said, the peak of the time or whatever, I'd have to, if I did it again, I would actually map it out to know when it happened, because I could totally go on 500 calories a day. And
Yeah, dude, it sounds like you transcended. It sounds like you got into a state where you could, access the quintessence, the high levels of the ether above us. You said you were floating up there. Yeah, it seems like you were right on the brink.
Hold on.
You were surfing
Have
the
you-
waves up
Have
there.
you ever seen your walls around you disappear? Like they actually, like in the movies, like in the Marvel movies, when you see the guy open the gate and it's all sparkly and it opens up, right? It's like the veil is opened up. Like it. That's what
Yeah,
my
I
room
get
is.
that. I get that with DMT. Yeah, like it's
Yeah,
an
you do.
instant lifting of that and an instant.
You get it with DMT. You actually get
Yeah.
this effect where your walls open up and then you see through
Oh
the
yeah.
walls.
Oh, absolutely. Everything turns to like fractal vibrating energy, and you can like see throughout the entire space.
You don't work for the CIA, do you? And do some fucking drug experiments and shit.
They they don't really use the ones I'm referring to in terms of ayahuasca and iboga and all that. Those are such potent plant medicines. They purge your demons and stuff. So I don't think they've done much with those, but they do all that stuff with LSD though. And they may even still use. Yeah, I mean they may still combine LSD with other crazy drugs to do some of their shit they do. But yeah, it's a dark cavern in terms of.
You avoided his question though. You're not part of the CIA, are you?
Are you asking me?
Absolutely not.
Oh, I asked you.
Wait.
What did I? I was trying
You're doing the heavy amounts of DMT. If you're having those kind of I don't have to take DMT to do it, but I have to go through like the process of like fasting and praying, and you can have the same effect. I wonder. I'm not.
Well, I mean, my interest has
I don't
been
know if
within the shamanic use of these different compounds, plants, and medicines to access.
Shamanic use? What does that mean? Shamanic, like shroom use, you mean?
Well, I mean, if we're talking like DMT, but also ayahuasca, peyote, iboga, mushrooms, etc. Like I mean, essentially there's these shamanic traditions that go back since the beginning of man. It's basically a set of tools and practices to access these states, to navigate, and to be able to access healing on multiple levels, and understanding of the forest and of the earth and the cosmology, all interrelated. So it's like a set of tools and practices, essentially, and frameworks, but also ultimately is based upon the consumption of certain plant compounds and accessing the healing qualities, like when it comes to ayahuasca, etc., of them, and then utilizing these for with an intention to come at it with a sacred, with an intention of, like a sacred quality and a meaningful relationship with oneself and with the medicine as well. So that's been my approach in terms of coming from the lineages that go back to the beginning of mankind, in terms of utilizing these certain medicines for accessing these healing components and for accessing knowledge, healing, and essentially technology to advance humanity.
Haven't they already tested like community testing? In other words, if you kind of let everybody on DMT, that would be a good thing, right?
Well, I mean, DMT is naturally in ayahuasca, and that's a natural form of it because it's coming right from the plant medicines, and it's in that organic form. Whereas the other versions of like smoking it or vaporizing it, usually like if they're extracting it, it's more of like an extract, like a chemicalized extract where you're getting that. That's a whole different thing. But when you mentioned like the walls just lifting, I was thinking more of like specifically vaporizing is what you do. You vaporize DMT, but because it's the way you said that is actually what I was most thinking of, is like where because what you do when you vaporize it, like you heat it up and you kind of take these slow inhalations and and you just you can do 1, 2, 3, and then it's like within seconds it just, oh my gosh, it's just amazing. Like the DMT just fully, and the way you described that made me think of that, where it's just like you're in your physical reality, you're in your human body, you know, but once the DMT comes on, you're like instantly catapulted into like a timeless realm where it feels like home. Feels like home.
Gio, isn't it also naturally produced in your body when you're sleeping? Like it comes out like during your dream state, like the deepest.
When you die.
Yeah. When you sleep.
And also when you die. Yeah, that's what they say, right?
Birth and death. Yeah,
So,
there's like high amounts.
Well, no, I thought it was something that was kind of naturally produced in the body, and also
only when you die.
It's part of the dream state. Like it's like those deep dreams or whatever, the REM where you have those cool dreams and stuff, the creation or whatever. I don't know, like almost like you're tripping.
Does DMT get released then? I don't think
DMT is released during that time.
When you're in REM sleep.
Oh, absolutely. So DMT is a human neurotransmitter. It's actually very similar to serotonin. So it's not like necessarily a drug or anything like that. It actually is like a neurotransmitter for the brain. And yeah, like we secrete it through our pineal gland. It's also found all throughout the body.
Isn't it a hormone?
And melatonin, yes. Well, no, it's an indole alkaloid actually.
Ooh.
DMT is, but it's also a human neurotransmitter. It's both. But so we all are creating DMT. It's functioning through our body at all times. And then DMT and melatonin are connected in the pineal gland. So when you're sleeping, there's large amounts of melatonin being produced. And specifically during the deep REM state sleeps, where the most amount of melatonin is being secreted, which then activates more DMT. So DMT is being activated while you're sleeping, but in the deep REM states, just like Lou was saying, yeah, like you can get massive floods of it endogenously, you know.
Dude, I've flown so many times in my dreams, and it felt real as all get out. I don't know if that means anything.
Well, do you feel like the wind on your face and stuff?
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
The whole deal. Whole fucking deal.
It's the same experience that I had. See, I'm just reading this. So basically, I didn't realize melatonin was part of the DMT process. I know melatonin because I sometimes take it for sleep. The experience that I had. So basically, it's like your brain is going to produce the DMT because I have to. My brain must have produced a crazy amount of DMT for me to have that effect. Dude, my eyeballs were open. Okay, my eyeballs were open, and I'm looking at my blinds, and they disappear, and all of a sudden, I'm witnessing like. I'm flying like Superman in this fucking space, man.
Wow,
crazy,
dude. That's awesome, man. That's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, but, okay.
Yeah, I mean, fasting. Well, the thing is, okay, so yeah, DMT is related to. It's in my understanding, it's like Rick Strassman called it the spirit molecule, but it seems to be the compound that interlinks between this physical reality and let's just say the beyond, the spirit realms, etc. Because like I was describing, when you vaporize it like that, it is so quick acting, so fast acting to where, yeah, because when you're dreaming, you're going to get that DMT and like lucid dreaming and all of that. But the thing about taking in DMT, either in plant form or if you're going to vaporize it in that kind of extracted form, whatever, you know, all the different versions people consume it, basically you're just getting this like heightened amount of something you already have within you. So you can have it activated within you through like fasting, breathing. There's all these different techniques you can do it without a compound. But when it is something like ayahuasca, or if you're going to vaporize it, it basically just, and it's so like natural and organic because it already is a neurohuman, transmitter. It's already a human neurotransmitter. So you're just getting more of it in that sense. Now, the synthetic forms of vaporizing can be actually kind of toxic, and those are a whole different story. But the natural forms, specifically in ayahuasca, it's like, and there's actually, with ayahuasca, every compound in it is found like in sync with the human body. So there's something very organic about when in ayahuasca, it's complete. It's just, but you're just getting more of what you already have. But it's also a little bit different too. Like it has these deep colors and these fractal designs and these like jewels and crystals. Like DMT itself is a very beautiful and incredible compound when consumed like that. And I've never, you could have that in a dream state, but there is something about it that seems like with actual DMT in that sense, it seems to have like some just a really incredible quality to it when consuming it in that sense, to where you just like adding it to your system, but it's got kind of its unique flavor and energy to it.
I've never actually done it, but from my understanding of the process, it's sort of like the like ecstasy in that way, where like melatonin is also produced naturally in your body, and you deal with it. You know, you have that release when you're sleeping and stuff like that. But it's you get a flood of it when you take E, right? Like, or is it melatonin? You're right. So
serotonin.
So, yeah,
well,
you're getting serotonin. That's the one I'm thinking of. But yeah, it's both actually. But yeah, you're getting an unnatural amount, like a flood release of it. Which, so like, yeah, it's kind of natural because it's a process that happens anyway in your body. But you might actually deplete yourself later of it by doing this. Like you imagine you have like a bank of this stuff stored up that takes time to produce, and it's supposed to be slowly released, at the right times. And when you do these things, yeah, all of a sudden it all just floods at once and now it's gone.
Yeah, MDMA is pretty artificial. Like, I mean, I've done a lot of it and I've enjoyed it many times throughout my life. Not as much lately, recently, because I kind of had my time with it. I'm not even sure I'll ever work with it again, to be honest. It's interesting about MDMA in particular. Some people, here's the trippy thing about it. Okay, MDMA. I agree with what you're saying, the serotonin thing. It is an incredible flood of serotonin, but it is unnatural. I know what you mean. If you use it excessively, I think it at least temporarily can lower your serotonin levels. But I think you can build it back, but you do, there is like a spacing to it and a timing, because it does kind of saturate that thing. But the thing is, the serotonin system.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't build it back, but it takes time to build it back. Your banks are empty now.
Yeah, exactly. And
it's a painful process to build it back again.
It does. It can take some time. Yeah, but that's why it really should not be overused. But what I was going to say, it's interesting about it is that people tend to have like an MDMA like natural limit, and everyone's different. So what I mean by that is some people like they'll do MDMA once, and if they continue doing it, they'll just keep having amazing experiences, just always amazing. Now, there's another group of people who, as far as they're still going, every experience still feels amazing. The glow is there, the whole thing. So other people, as they use MDMA, either throughout their life or whatever it may be, even if it's spaced out or whatever, it's like it loses its sparkle, like it loses its touch. And it's like stops working basically for them. So it's like for some people, it's like
that second group.
Yeah,
dude, I took it the first time I took it. I rolled my ass off. Right. I was never able to roll again. Like never, ever again. Like I tried so many times. I doubled doses. I tripled doses. Was never able to roll again.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting, man. That's why. Wow. Because interesting. That's what I mean. Yeah. So that's a very. There's one. It was one, and then no furthers, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Like I did it once, and then the next time I took one and it didn't work, so I took a second one. Nothing. And my friends were like rolling, and I'm like, no, we got bunk shit. You guys, I thought they were just like, the placebo effect. Like I'm like, you guys are freaking making it up. You're not rolling. I'm definitely not. We took the same shit. But then it happened again the next time I tried, and the next time I tried, and I was like, well, I'm not wasting my money on this shit anymore.
Interesting, man. Wow. See, that's what's yeah. Well, see, my experience, I mean, I've rolled many, many, many times, and just it was like at least the first let me think, 50 at least were just golden, maybe even 75 or something. And then it started to slowly lose its juice. So I got a lot of really good ones. But then it did reach a point where it started to kind of be like, just like 50% of what it was. And it was like, it's like less worth it. And then I think the last time or two, I was just like, yeah, I'm done. I'm
Yeah,
cashed out.
that's the weirdest thing about it is like literally I took it once and it worked. The second time didn't matter if I doubled the dose and all the times I tried after that, like literally zero effect, like none, not like a little bit of a roll, like zero effect.
Well, did you get any negative effects? Because some people say that as they
No,
use
it was like it was like I took a fucking, I don't know, a vitamin, like a vitamin C pill or something, like literally nothing.
Wow. Interesting. Wow, dude. That's a unique experience. That's very unique.
Apparently, there's one called 5-MeO or something. Have you heard of that?
5-MeO DMT.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so that's a different. It's a 5-MeO DMT. It's a different. Whereas regular DMT is NMDMT, NNDMT, and then this one's 5-MeO DMT. That one is in the Bufo alvaris Sonoran desert toad, which is a toad, the Sonoran desert toad. The secretions that come out of its glands contain the 5-MeO DMT in nature is usually bound with another compound called bufotenine, and because the name of the toad is the Bufo alvaris, and so that term bufo has been connected now to this alkaloid, which is called bufotenine. However, bufotenine is also found in plants, so it's not necessarily even from the bufo. I mean, actually, the bufo frog might be called that because of the compound. Actually, it may be that other way around. But the bottom line is that the 5-MeO in nature seems to always be combined in nature, like when it comes in the toad, but also in the plants. 5-MeO comes with the bufotenine, so it's like a combination of the two, and it's very energizing. It's very electric, and it's very different than regular DMT. Like actually, very different, and it acts, but it's similar in some ways. But 5-MeO DMT is the one that when people who have talked about actually like experiencing the ultimate, like the creator at that level, those tend to be on the 5-MeO DMTs. For some reason, that one tends to just like take you there all the way for some people to where to that absolute peak. And it seems like 5-MeO, especially when utilized in certain ways, can be like a direct path to that. So it can be very transcendent.
Apparently, it's the Mike Tyson of DMT, and apparently it's what Mike Tyson chooses for DMT.
Yeah, I think he talked about doing the toad medicine, right?
Yep. It was his choice.
Yeah, it's very 5-MeO is very
honey.
different.
Yeah, see, I just like to just.
You can get that in ayahuasca too. So the main plant that's used with ayahuasca is chacruna, and it contains the DMT. But then this other plant called chalipanga is another leaf. It's like a larger leaf, and it contains the 5-MeO DMT and the bufotenine. So that one does have that complex, and so they often will blend that chalipanga leaves and the chacruna leaves together, and that creates a brew that brings in that 5-MeO. And that's incredible to have ayahuasca with DMT and 5-MeO DMT and bufotenine. That is an incredible.
Bufotamine?
Bufotenine. Bufotenine.
No, tinine. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, bufotenine. Yeah. Tryptamine.
Get some turkey. What's that chemical in turkey that makes everybody tired?
Tryptophan. It's a amino acid.
Tryptophan?
Yeah, L-tryptophan.
You guys sure know a lot about your hallucinogens.
Tryptophan's not a hallucinogen as far as I know.
Tryptamine. It's these category tryptamines. It's a category of these indole alkaloids, and yeah, DMT, 5-MeO DMT are in this family. And then yeah, there's like in peyote, there's mescaline. That's one of the active alkaloids, and that one's beautiful, very beautiful. One interesting thing, we're talking about the MDMA, like the ecstasy, as it were. What's interesting is that peyote cactus and also San Pedro cactus, and there's actually hundreds of other cacti that contain these compounds. There's like literally that many. There's tons of them. Anyways, they contain mescaline, which is similar to LSD in a way. Like it's very colorful and there's a psychedelic trip quality to it, mescaline itself. But when you have it in the cactus, there's all these other compounds which are in a family called phenethylamines and phenylethylamines, which is what MDMA is. MDMA is a phenylethylamine. So in the cactuses, they contain like basically natural forms of MDMA, natural forms of ecstasy in the cactuses. So when using like peyote or San Pedro, you're getting like, on the one hand, this like psychedelic quality to it, the colors and the visionary and all of those qualities, the healing qualities as well. But then it has these other phenylethylamines in it that are like MDMA. So you feel really blissful. You feel like high. You feel really content and just grounded and very, very blissful. And it's it's like MDMA, but it's a natural form of it. So it's just fascinating and it doesn't seem to have any of the negative effects of like over secreting your serotonin or anything. Like it doesn't have any of those negative effects. Like if, to do like a 10 or 15 hour peyote journey, you'll be feeling blissful for like 10, 15 hours straight. But then the next day you also feel blissful. You continue just feeling great. Like you never feel run down the way MDMA does. Like MDMA definitely has its kind of side effects basically, where you feel all shitty the next day and your serotonin's burned out. Anyway, so I'm just saying these cactuses like have it in it naturally, and something it's like not very well known because those plants have been kind of pushed out of society. So it's sad that everyone can't be able to have that opportunity, because there's so many people that would just have such heart opening and like healing experiences just from being able to have one experience like that.
Did you see the documentary called mind-blowing documentary by the organization DMT Quest? I don't know if that's the name of it. Pardon me, but it basically, this article is saying how to make your own DMT naturally, tips and tricks and biohacks to activate your third eye or your pineal gland. Do you know of any ways to activate it naturally without influencing it? Like if your body can produce it, wouldn't the natural true high be your own body's production of it? Wouldn't that be like?
Well, I would just say they're different. They're different. If you take it orally in some way in a plant form, you could even argue that your body it doesn't have to produce as much, but because it's getting it through the plant. But both are potent. I mean, but yeah, doing it in those other ways can be done that way too. Even have you heard about? So if you do these forms of meditation and you do these vibrations in your throat, there is that thing, throat singing, and it can be partly that, but there's various ways to make vibrations and humming and tones with your throat and your mouth and your whole vocal system, and you vibrate your body in a way where because you're singing, because you're using, it's not necessarily the singing, but it's like using sounds, you're able to activate your pineal gland through the sound frequencies and then release endogenous DMT.
Yeah, I'm just
so like basically humming and vibrating in a way that releases DMT to then have a journey that way. That's one way to do it in terms of naturally. Also breath work, meditation, fasting, like you said, sensory isolation and sensory deprivation.
Now, why do you think fasting would do it? Why? Because the idea is that your body is not it's not being interfered with, let's say, other processes, and your true process is coming forward. I mean, why would fasting invoke DMT in your brain?
See, I've never done it, but like my point of view on this, like when it comes to you were talking earlier about like fasting to the point of tripping and stuff like that. I'll relate it a lot to like your body's sort of like a defense mechanism, like for the mind. Like it kind of puts you into this like trippy type dream-like state, kind of like right before death. Also, it was mentioned DMT is flooded and
It seems like a protection device of some sort.
yeah, like kind of separates you from reality. Now if you're going to try to do it with your body's naturally produced DMT, like it probably won't be as extreme as if you smoke DMT or whatever. You're not going to get that just like rush of it, but like yeah, you can go into almost like a waking dream state, you know.
Well, I've been in, I've had, many episodes of sleep paralysis, astral projecting, all that stuff. So I know that there's an element there to, your mind that you can control and be aware of simultaneously. In other words, be in the present moment that your body, your body's asleep, but yet be in that mind state where you can enter in and out. That is still unlike my experience that I had. So I know there's different levels of this effect, I think. Like I can.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like we all have it within us. Like I think we all have like the idea of like an inner healer and an inner journeyer, all of that. Like we all have that quality within us that seems to be able to be activated, like just this natural healing process. And I mean, I'm using the term healing, but I mean, it also can be, there's a lot of components like spiritual as well, like getting insights, understanding, further knowledge, a lot of different components. And it's like, the thing is, when we're in our ordinary life and we're just eating food regularly and sleeping, you can get it in the dream state, in the sleeping state, but it's not as common that people are able to be lucid and really navigate and be able to really like actively do stuff. Like they usually feel like they're just experiencing the dream, like it's happening to them. So dream states is a deeper thing to be able to get that ability. It's actually, in my view, quite more advanced to be able to actually access the dream states and be able to transcend, access these other realms and layers through that state. It's more advanced. Now, meditation is a way to try to, of course, get into those deep delta brainwave states. So meditation can be very potent actually, and can release endogenous DMT. But then also the fasting, just because you're removing the food component, it just kicks your body into that healing process. And regeneration process, sensory deprivation and sensory overload actually both can as well. Although the sensory isolation is the one that's obviously the more peaceful because you're just, there's that one. And then there's using breath, like accelerating the breath can also release DMT and can have that experience. And with the breath work like that, people have had the same whole range of experiences that they've had on the psychedelics or the term entheogen. I prefer. So like the entheogens, ayahuasca, mushrooms, etc., peyote, all of those, the wide range of experiences people have had there, although unique with those plants, but just using breath, people have also been able to access those experiences as well. So it shows that it's within us. It's because the breath alone can do it. So yeah, like breath, fasting, also trance dancing is another one, a specific form of dancing where you actually usually you put a blindfold on, so you can't really see anything. And then there's music playing and you're dancing in your space. Trance dancing is another one. Also drumming, the shamanic drumming where it's just like one drum, like boom, 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 boom. That one drum. And that can also put your brain into a very deep brainwave state. It's like basically taking meditation and just accelerating it, usually that much quicker because the drum and the sound healing allows for that. And then, then there's all these plants that seem to do it as well, like mushrooms and ayahuasca, et cetera, although they're also unique. But it's like we all just have that naturally within us. And it's just a matter of accessing it, through these different tools if one chooses to.
Well, it says here apparently when you fast, you increase your DMT production in your brain when you fast. So that could be why you're more susceptible to having those experiences.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Fasting is definitely a way to access it.
Well, isn't it funny? Didn't the CIA just release a report of talking about being able to what do you call it? Shit. It's not in the essence that we're taking drugs to do it, I think, but you can what's the word? They came up with it saying that there's proof for it where you can remote viewing.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, remote viewing has been used by the CIA, and absolutely, they use a lot of that. I mean, they've been trying to use people to do that as much as they can because, yeah, they can't do it themselves.
I mean, the remote viewing and astral travel and stuff, like, sure, perhaps it's a possibility, but question is like, how do you know it's not literally just like a DMT trip in the mind? How do you know it's actually like real at all? When the CIA comes out and releases anything, I find it kind of like ironic. That kind of find it ironic that truthers would be like, "Oh well, this is true because the CIA said so." You know, like, yeah.
Well, dude, Edgar Mitchell was one of the guys that claims to have gone to the moon or whatever. The astronaut Edgar Mitchell, he worked as like one of the heads in the CIA, running this whole department that was like psychic stuff and telekinesis and remote viewing and a lot of that stuff. And he was also claimed to have gone to the moon. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess that could all be made up, but it seems like, you know, that's likely the case. Like they were doing those programs and all the remote viewing stuff. But yeah, I mean, whatever they put out is suspect anyways. So who knows really what goes on? But
What was it chair that they'd put dudes in so they would travel astrally? They could like more easily. Oh man, there's a whole project up on like a mountain. There was a. Hang on a sec. Some MK Ultra stuff.
Apparently, it's pretty true. And then what the feedback is that the claim is that finally the CIA mentions something that's potentially true and nobody's talking about it. That's kind of the claim with this remote viewing thing.
Oh, I mean, people have been talking about it for years that they've, I mean, that's been known to me for years that the CIA has been involved in those programs.
So, could you hijack dreams?
I don't think so. I don't think Inception is real. No.
I'm not sure about Inception so much. That just seems like a specific way to do it. I'm just talking like someone's dreaming out there, and you can astral project and kind of catch their wave and ride on it for a bit. I don't know.
Well, you'd have to get into the idea of you know what frequency you're emitting. It's a form of energy, which means if it's energy, it has an attenuation to the environment, right?
All right. So what if we combine that with like the stingray stuff that cops use, right? So we take this stingray machine and put like a way to interface between that and a person astral projecting and just do it from a street corner. Do it from a fucking street corner.
That's high energy though. That's literally meant to be high energy. You're supposed to feel that, right? I don't know.
On that note, like, okay, I agree with the whole frequency thing. And I've noticed this, like, if I fall asleep with like the TV on, whether it be like, especially actually when it comes to like YouTube and stuff, for some reason, if I'm like watching YouTube videos, dude, the weirdest shit comes on, and it's not necessarily regarding the things that are in the video itself. Like, I kind of feel like, dude, I wake up a lot of times with some fucked up dreams. I'll be like, no, I got to turn this shit off. And I go and turn the TV off. But like, I think perhaps while you're in that dream state, that you're more programmable and tunable, and that they might be using frequencies through the media that you have on your TV or whether, you know, whatever it is. And they could literally be programming your mind while you sleep.
Yeah, dude. Hell yeah, they're controlling like the choices and events. Just through your dreams, like the emotions that come out, and then you start your day with whatever the fuck happened in dreams. A lot of time you don't remember, so it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Have you ever had a dream where you have the dream, and in the dream you remember an earlier dream that you had, and then you come out and you realize that you remembered a dream in a dream?
I'm not sure. Maybe. I'm not sure.
There's a name for it. I'd have to relook it up, the name, but there is a term for it. Like basically where one dream is, there's also the thing where one dream is a continuation of a previous dream. Have you ever had that?
Yeah, I've had those in recurring dreams. Sometimes I would fall asleep and think about a recurring dream that I've had. Okay, check this out. Y'all aren't going to believe this because it sounds so fucking cheesy and corny. But my current wife, my only wife, right? She's been the girl in my dreams since I was in high school. I've been dreaming about a specific girl, a specific doing these kinds of
You
things.
mean your future ex?
Right. All right, fuck
Yeah.
Blue. You know, I love you. No, but you know what I mean. So, like, girl of my dreams, for whatever it's worth, I'm pretty sure it came true with me because I was dreaming about a girl that looked exactly like her since I was in high school, and no one ever gave me the feeling that I felt in that dream until I met her. So I feel like there's something there, right?
Absolutely, man. I think some people my viewpoint, I'm just going to say this through my understanding of things and my lens, but I think that like there can be souls where they're in a very close, tight-knit like soul group where they would incarnate in a lot of lives together and be very close. Like, and there's that idea of like, your twin soul and all these different concepts. It's very deep in terms of that. But if that's something that like in your life that's a major component of your life, it would make sense that it would have like an echo into the past and in the future from that.
Like ripples.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, my whole life I've had. I mean, like you and I talking, all of us talking, I think is all kind of a part of that sort of, like plan, dare I say? But yeah, I agree. A lot of weird interconnections, and throughout my life, I can just sit and just rattle off crazy shit, where you'd be like, "What? That's not true," and I'd be, "Yeah, no, that's fucking true." All these things, these connections, and they may seem trivial to other people, but like, my life has so as long as I follow the messages that I think I'm getting from those connections, everything works out just fine. It's crazy.
Yeah, so there's the idea that before a soul incarnates, they're working with their soul guides and others to help them plan their life, and they're kind of, okay, I want to do this, I want to do that, meet this person, have a child with this, whatever it may be. And then, but there's the idea that we don't really know all the details of the life, though. Like, the basics, you'll be a man, you'll be born in this area, like this, there's all the basics. And I think there's the idea that some souls like don't want to know everything in that sense. And so then when you're in the life, you're going through the thing, there's the idea that there's like these signposts, basically, like a reminder sign. And it's like, there it is, like, boom, whether it's like a person or something you read, a book, whatever it may be.
Deja vu, right? Deja vu.
Yeah.
It's got to mean something, I think.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. And like those signposts, when you see them, the idea is that the soul is like, there's like a recognition there. There's a resonance of like, either you're on the right path or maybe you're at a turning point, like, whoa, this is a turning point. And that could come and play like when someone's at rock bottom with something and then they make a turn for the better. There's like something that is really meaningful for them in that, like in the synchronistic way.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you no, I can't tell you. It's too personal. Shit. I mean, these connections that like people have them all throughout their lives, right? I'm not special. In my own way, I'm having these connections and I'm following them in some sort of, I guess, pattern or whatever. But I'm just taking cues. I suppose it feels like I'm on stage taking cues, right? But you know, what do I do next? Oh, you know, oh, is this how I do it? Okay. Oh, I'll try to figure it out. Yeah, did I do it okay? Okay, cool. What's next? You know, like that seems like what it is. But I've had this same feeling in me since I was a child. That I'm supposed to be here to let people know about some shit, and that, you know, oh, the flat earther's talking about, oh man, he thinks he's special that way. It's not like that. Like I since I was a child, I felt like I already knew what I was supposed to be doing here, and then ever since then, it's been like, can you motherfuckers around me work with me to help the rest of these motherfuckers around us? That's since I was a kid. I don't know what it is, but and then I chase the signs that tell me, yep, that's the way to be, because it follows your heart this way, I suppose. That was long-winded, but yeah.
Gio, I don't know if you've seen the video I was posting in the chat. It's pretty cool with the throat singer. And if you want to speak about you know, dreams and communicating, I have an interesting one for you. When I was really younger, when I was a bit younger, I had a dream I was in a gunfight, and I had run out of ammunition, and so I'm calling out to my cousin, and I'm calling his name out, and you know, I'm asking for his help. Well, he lives probably 30 miles away from me, so I didn't see him the day before. There was no drugs involved or anything. I get up that morning, I drive over to his place, and one of our friends was stayed the night, and he was smoking a cigarette on the front porch. And I pulled up and I said, "Yo, what's up?" And he said, "Man, your cousin is crazy." I said, "Why? What's wrong with him?" He said he jumped up in the middle of the night in the bed, and he was sleeping on the floor. And he said, "Your cousin sleeps naked under these sheets, but he jumped up in the bed, and he's screaming out your name, saying, 'I hear you. Where are you? I'm coming to help you.'" So, you know, saying my name, and I was like, "Wow, that's that's pretty cool. That's crazy."
Yeah, I feel like we're told shit, like there's cheat codes. And we were offered signs, so like he was supposed to dream about you before you came over. Is that what you were thinking?
Well, while I was dreaming that, you know, I'd run out of ammunition and I'm in a gunfight and I'm about to die, while I'm dreaming that, he's jumping up in the middle of his bed while our friend is sleeping on the floor. And he has to look at my cousin jump up in the middle of the bed naked, screaming out in the middle of the night, you know, I hear you, and saying my name, and, you know, just saying he's coming to help me.
Crazy. Y'all were in
Yeah.
the same video game.
And we were like 30 miles apart at the time. So, yeah, it was pretty cool.
Wow, that is potent. Yeah, that's wow. It reminds me of a little bit, only in a similar way. My some extended family members who had two dogs that were like twins, and one of the dogs was sick. So one of the dogs was at home, healthy and normal at home, at their home, and then the other dog was like in the, you know, pet hospital basically, and they died there. The other one died. The second, like to the minute, like that the dog in the pet hospital died, the dog at home of theirs just instantly started like howling and you know, making all these whimpering sounds. It's like she knew that she knew that the twin had died, even though they were separated by many, many miles. It just reminds me of the way that just you described it, like, yeah, like a connection that transcends anything that could be explained on the physical level.
Yeah, that's happened with I've had many instances kind of similar to that. Now, my father, he's had one As soon as his brother went to the hospital, he knew it, and he was like an hour away. And he immediately he told my mother to find out where his brother was because something wasn't right. Yeah, they can just feel that when you're close to someone, you always have that connection with them, no matter where you are.
Those bonds, especially, are known to happen with twins. My dad's a twin, identical twin, and there's a couple of instances of things like this, but the most notable one, I guess, is snowmobiling up in the UP, Upper Michigan, and what they do up there is, they get wasted, bar hop from place to place, and then race in between bars down these narrow paths, right?
Fucking Yoopers up here.
Yeah, those fucking Yoopers. Yeah. So, yeah, they get just wasted, and there's some narrow trails and through the trees and some tight turns and shit like that, and they're, they go faster and faster as the night goes on, trying to prove something to each other, right? Well, my dad was the less experienced snowmobiler than my uncle. My uncle was probably a good quarter mile, half mile ahead of him, but there was a really tight turn that he almost fucked up on. He nearly hit a tree, and it would have been bad. Like, they were going like 60 some odd miles an hour. Like, and yeah, like, but he got pretty far ahead, and all of a sudden he had like something in his head was like, oh shit. My dad's name is Joe. He's like, oh shit, Joe didn't make it. And like, he just knew. And he turned around and he headed back to the turn and got there just in time to see my dad wipe out and hit the fucking tree. The snowmobile exploded on impact. My dad had third-degree burns down his legs. He went flying through the woods, got glanced off of a tree, got lucky. He didn't have any direct impact, but he had a few injuries and some pretty bad burns. And yeah, my uncle knew it happened before it happened, turned around, and then watched it happen.
Wow. That is very intense coordinated consciousness there. Wow, bro. That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Sometimes that shit comes on right when it's about to happen. Sometimes it comes on well before, and people aren't prepared. Sometimes they get prepared. It's crazy when you may have enough time to like try to do something about it. The hindsight stuff always fucks with people when stuff like that happens. Though, like I knew something was up. I knew I could have this, that, and the other. You know what I mean?
And I mean, I've thought about it, like, to try to write that off. Like, yeah, it could be one of those weird twin moments, maybe it was, but if I want to, I could say, well, I mean, my uncle was the more experienced rider. He knows my dad very well. They are twins. Perhaps it took him a moment after he went through the turn, like, shit, if I didn't make it, then Joe's not going to make it, and then turned around.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a number of things that could either explain it or not. I think there's a reason for all that stuff.
I do have to say, though, it's intense still to this moment for me to think about how, and I do think it's the case for sure, but that an absolute creator that has all power and capacity, that is like the idea that there's one creator means that it's everything. And understanding why and how it would create some of these incredibly brutally painful experiences is one of the deepest, and I think most challenging things to really come to terms with. I suppose I can only speak for myself because it took a lot of time to try to understand that to those depths. And that it would actually, in a sense, choose to experience that, like at that level. Like that accident you were just talking about, or other accidents that have happened. It's pretty profound. But I think like if it's in a state of bliss outside of that, then to it, it's only like, it's not real. It's like a game basically. So it's almost like a video game that's real. So if you're in that infinite state of bliss, and then you could also create this other thing that was like really, even if it's intense like that, would it then would it want to do it?
Check it out. It's like Dr. Seuss with like, would you could you in a box? Would you could you with a fox? Well, if you're a creator, let's try it out. Let's go make the box and make a fox and go hang out, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's like profound and also tragic in one sense, but because the level of suffering that you know going through, but I think the time I've connected with that is yeah, in a way of like understanding how if the state of consciousness that is beyond whatever our physical lives are is transcendent to ours and is also the one, the infinite, and it's eternal and it's there all the time, like that infinite energy, then because of the unbelievableness of that and just absolute like the infinite creative abilities, it in some way has just chosen to try to experience, yeah, like you were saying with like you just said, like every possible combination of experiences that can be had, because it's just infinitely creative capacity.
It's like Alice in Wonderland when she says she tries to think of 3 impossible things before breakfast every day, something like that. I don't know if that's a direct or if that's the quote or not, but anyway, it makes me think that like indeed in Alice in Wonderland, like her thoughts and intentions like helped pave the way for the next thing she was going to experience, but she was also in a system that does its own thing all the time in the first place, like cycling through all of, you know, going to have tea, going to the beach with those 2 twins, and the, you know, it seems like that place always cycles through what it's doing, and you can either choose to go there or not. And while you're there, maybe imagine some crazy shit. I don't know, like to me that's a metaphor for life. Well, Alice in Wonderland.
Yep. Like if you could with your mind like go into a lucid dream and literally create anything you want instantly, meaning you could just in a second manifest an entire landscape, like water, earth, mountains, land, you know, celestial bodies, rain, clouds, earth, all these minerals, humans, all of these different components. And if you could just manifest that, like I'm not even saying like experientially from inside of any one body. I'm saying like even from the outside, like just to be able to manifest an entire.
Dude, if it was like a Total Recall package that I could buy, hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I know, dude. Build your own adventure.
Right, yeah, like when we were growing up with the Choose Your Own Adventure books, I still never figured out how to read those, by the way. Never figured that shit out.
Well, wouldn't each of us be experiencing the adventure of our lives that is the creation, the creator, the creation, whichever term, but that we act like we are living like a part of what it is creating in its infinite capacity to manifest these different realities. Like we're one of the ones that it was like, I want to create this to the maximum ability.
Yeah,
like I'm at the
well,
point
then
where
I'm you and you're me, and we're all each other, and it's all kind of weird, though. Then, right? Like, imagine I'm the couch I'm looking at. Well, I don't think I can actually imagine that, but if I'm to take what you're saying seriously, and we're all quote unquote the synapses in God's mind, or we are in God's mind in a God's dream, or whatever the hell. I don't know if I can, you know, to be so punny, wrap my head around that, but I don't have another explanation for all the order I see, I guess. That's That's where I'm leaving it. Right before, by the way, and I love you guys. Even if we yell at each other, I love all of you guys. I'm gonna hear my daughter's heartbeat for the first time this morning at the appointment that we both have. So yeah, that'll be nice. Just wanted some people to smile about that. It's a good moment to think about. Anyway, love you guys. I gotta check out.
Absolutely, bro. I have a big smile on my face, man. That's beautiful. And yeah, keep us updated and incredible. Congrats.
Yeah.
Continued blessings. That's the best news ever.
Cool, brother. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Congratulations on all that, man. Yeah, that's
Thank
it's a small thing, but a big thing at the same time. Like, yeah, it means a lot to go to an appointment like that.
Indeed. And I will take your direct experience word for that. For sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like you were saying, like, are we talking to ourselves ultimately? If we're all one, then are we talking to ourselves? And that is pretty interesting because if there is no other, if there is one, then it technically would be that. But that we somehow are able to split ourselves into these modes to where it feels like you guys are separate from me, and I feel like you guys probably feel like I'm separate from you in this state. So this is a very convincing reality that is creating an experience of otherness and differentness. So even though we're alone, like there's only one, but we seem to be able to create realities that are very like satisfying and interesting of being with others and exchanging love and being with others in all these different ways to where it's all good.
Well, if there is no true other, then melancholy is it shouldn't exist, right? There shouldn't be a longing for something I don't have, for something you don't have, because we got it all right here. Say within us. I don't know. Anyway, yes, North. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. All right, guys, I'm out.
All right. Cheers. You have a good one. Blessings.
You too. Thanks.
Cheers.
I'm dipping too. You guys have a good one.
You too, Lou. You have a good night, bro. Yeah, if we're the creations of ourselves and we can create an infinite series of separate consciousnesses that can experience themselves as subjective separate entities, and then be able to do that simultaneously for all beings throughout all of time. And if every moment is like an intentional creation, then there are no mistakes, and it's all being like purposefully wanting to be expressed in that way. So for me, it helps me see that it all does come from that ultimate source of purpose and intention. Even though the experiences can be, the people can be very challenging and certainly unpleasant, but if it wants to experience all these things, then perhaps it would want to experience what it's like to be some of these things, like in pain or whatever it may be, because it's like an opportunity for another experience to be had. Still seems like it could just choose not to do the painful ones, though. Like you could just be like, nah, just pass on all those. But I guess there's a question. If you have eternity and you can create all these things, like would you eventually get to a point where you would actually want to just keep experiencing different reality, different things, including all of these different experiences people go through? What about the idea of the creator being something that can create essentially like, like in a video game where you get infinite lives? It's like, does the creator have infinite lives so that it can just keep creating new lives, new lifetimes? And then we all die, but if the creator has infinite lives, then it's just always gaining, never losing. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, Joe. How's it going?
Hey, man. I'm just chilling. I was fixing my monitors, and then I just saw you pop in. So over on my other screen. So
I'm just checking my emails before going to bed pretty soon.
Nice one.
Almost midnight here.
What do you think of the idea that the creator has infinite lives?
I would say that he has infinite life. He's always existing from, there's never a time where he's not existing. So I don't know if you need infinite lives if you never die.
Yep. But like, can it just keep creating new lives forever?
Can the creator make new souls or new beings?
Yeah. Can that go on into infinity?
Probably, although it does seem like in the traditional creation accounts, God rested at some point. There was a creation time, and then he stopped.
Right. Took a chill pill, laid back, smoked a joint, and just enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're in day 7 right now. I think that's what our current era represents.
Yeah. In your viewpoint, I'll use the term "if" as I often do. If the Earth's not a globe, will you feel like you are disconnected from the Creator, or like how will that be processed for you in that sense? Because if you feel like the Creator created the globe, but then it didn't create the globe, what would be your mind thoughts at that time? Like, what would be your mindset?
Oh, I mean, it's not strongly tied to my belief that a creator exists. So I would say, oh, well, okay, I thought it worked this way, but it didn't. But it wouldn't shake my belief in a creator existing.
Yeah, that was cool how you just put that, because that is as simple as it can be in a sense. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that I had the way you just said that was perfect. Like, it may work differently than I previously thought it did, and then just, yeah, it seems like it's like a solid, mature way to just move forward without
Do you
any.
think that would be true on the other side, vice versa for flat Earth people, or do you think that they're more invested?
No, I think it'd be the same. Actually, probably be a lot easier for them. Actually, it seems right, because they already believed in the globe. So I guess if that was somehow proven or validated in some undeniable way, it wouldn't have just be kind of like they would go back to the globe one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If they were told that the globe as a child, like a lot of us were.
Ultimately, I think intellectual humility is a good thing, which is to say, which is to recognize that we don't know everything and that we may be wrong about many things we believe.
Yeah, well said. That's a good point. I mean, I would like to, my view for myself, minimize the wrongness as much as possible. If I were to summarize my entire existence as a soul, it's like, all right, let's just maximize what's right and not do what's wrong, essentially. I mean, in a way, especially as a human in this realm.
Yeah, and I think many people would say the same thing. The troublesome thing comes when two different people who are sincerely looking for the truth end up coming to different conclusions. Whether it's politics, like, oh, we should have more social programs, or oh, it would be better to have less or fewer social programs, or oh, what is the shape of the earth? So obviously people on both sides are, for the most part, sincerely trying to come to the truth, but ending up with different conclusions.
Yeah. So what would you say right now is something that you think you might be wrong about?
I think I might be wrong about human origins and how long God took to make the universe. I'm not sure about that type of stuff. That's one. Another thing is that I'm suspicious of this whole relativity thing. I don't understand the mathematics of relativity anyway. And so it does seem a little bit weird. I think there was probably some better explanation than what Einstein said, but I can't think of one. And also same thing with dark energy and dark matter. So I'd say those are three big ones that I would disagree with the mainstream about.
Yeah. Nice.
What about you?
Well, what was the okay? I originally was sort of saying something that you could be wrong about. Yeah, but did you mean you, or was it more like the model that you're going with that could be
No, I
wrong?
meant me. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're saying you have a certain perspective on on dark matter.
Well,
And so,
so
if it's not that, then then that you could be wrong on it, basically.
yeah, in general, the beliefs that I have are, I know beliefs is sort of a bad word, but the things that I think to be true, I have different levels of confidence about. Like, I'm pretty sure that Paris, France exists, even though I've never been there. I'm pretty sure the Pacific Ocean is made of salt water. I'm less sure about the standard scientific description of how space-time works and relativity and that type of stuff. So I'm just expressing that there's like a range of how sure I am about different ideas.
Yeah, but you're going with the space one, though, right?
Oh yeah, that's an example of one that I'm not as sure about.
Not as sure.
Yeah, I would say it's probably true that dark matter exists or dark energy, but I'm also suspicious that it could be due to a secular mindset that is influencing and biasing most cosmologists, that they're not looking to other kinds of explanations, maybe even supernatural explanations for what is happening.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's not even an option for them. So that's why I would say that Christians who are scientists actually have a lot more options. They could just go with the standard mainstream model. It might be right, but we also have the option available to say, oh, it could be that God is doing something special here. Even things like, is the solar system at the center of creation? If you're a naturalist, then you'd say the odds are against it. There's no way we're at the center. But as a Christian, I can say, well, you know what? Maybe we're not at the center, but it's also possible that God did put us at the center on purpose.
Well, imagine like let's just say like a snow globe. So picture a little snow globe, and and you separate the waters from the waters, and you got a dance floor and you got a ceiling, you got a container, you're ready to go. Now throw some humans, water, nature, whatever you want. Throw some stuff on the dance floor, and you got yourself, a if you want to call it earth centered, but it's like a platform, like a stage, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what, though? To me, that feels a little bit too small. I feel like God's a little bit grander and bigger than that. And so that's why I think the creation is much bigger than just our own little realm here. An analogy might be, analogy might be like Adam and Eve when they were first waking up in the garden. They might have thought the garden was all there was, but then they say, oh, but there's some mountains over there. Maybe there's more to this land than just the mountains. And they probably couldn't have even conceived of like these vast oceans and whole different continents, because nobody was in North America when Adam and Eve were around. So I think that it's reasonable and plausible to say that God made something bigger than what we can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that this realm, the snow globe thing is way too tiny of a expression of it, but I was just using that as a general structure. But or like a huge football arena, or like a huge music arena type place, or then just take it even larger to this entire realm. But
right,
in terms of, in my viewpoint, what the creator is beyond this though, like this whole entire realm with every human that's ever lived and every other creature that's ever lived and every animal and every other type of being species, because I think there's been totally different beings on this earth in times when humans were not even here, and then there's times after humans are not here where there's other beings. Like, we're one cycle in the whole thing. Like, I don't think this realm was built for us necessarily. It's just because it's all one, so it's all created for everything. But at the same time, like it's just able to create these huge lineages of time. But anyway, so this entire thing with all that kind of considered, just touching the ideas of that, and then this whole thing is one of many, many, many other realms and dimensions that have their own entire lineages as big or even bigger than this one. So it's not like, in my viewpoint, it's not like other like spheres or gas balls like out in space. It's like beyond this entire realm, like there's entire other realms that have their entire history and their existence, and that's all within the creator as well. So it's not even just this one, in my viewpoint. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's plausible. I mean, obviously, I think that God can do much more than we can ever ask or imagine, and so how he did that, I mean, I think that even in this realm, there's plenty of room for lots of things in creation that God made that we can't see. But I see what you're saying, that even if it's a smaller realm for us humans, maybe there's other things that God did for other reasons and other people or whatever. So yeah, it's plausible.
Well, like if there was a time where there were giants, for example, or reptilians or other types of beings, even dragons, even like elves, like elvish people and entities. Also the idea of humans, that we used to have wings, like our shoulder blades used to extend out to wings and we could fly. And that's why so many of us, that's why we all want to fly. That's why like it's almost like our number one superpower. If we could fly, we all want to, we all long for it. And then we dream about it a lot as well. So that's an interesting connection. Like, was there a whole nother era of humanity, who knows how many eons of time, where we had wings and it was a totally different setup? Perhaps we weren't. That was when we were quote unquote vegan, meaning we weren't eating animals, because I think there used to be these other plants that were like kind of meaty plants. Basically, they weren't like like being like a whole mammal type thing. Like they weren't like an animal with a face and all the rest of it. Like they were these like plants that were like kind of these meaty, like tasty plants. And maybe that was the time when we had wings.
Yeah, well, God planted a garden, not a cattle farm, right? So we're designed to eat plants.
And then is that what? Yeah, but see, it doesn't work in today's world, though. See, we need these other plants. Is my thoughts on it. That's what I've tuned into. See, so let's say like the beginnings of humanity, from the creation of humanity. I don't think we were meant to kill animals. Sorry if it's taken to a different topic, but I'm just kind of, I'll just say briefly, I don't think we were actually meant to have to kill and eat animals. However, we do need the nutrition that the animals provide now, but I think in the past there was another type of plant, another whole species of plant that's like the ideal human food. Like the whole this goes like Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve. Like it's all interconnected to like these memories we have, I think, and how this part of it plays into it. But anyways, yeah. So we used to have it's like the idea of the forbidden fruit, but I think we used to have these other fruits that had these meaty, almost like ice cream, where they're sweet, but they're also fatty, and you're getting all those like nutrients that the animal foods have, like those fat soluble vitamins and all that stuff that's missing from plant foods. Anyways, so if that was the case, then yeah, we wouldn't have to kill animals. And then if we could fly as well, how amazing would that be?
Yeah, it would be cool. Yeah, I do think that the plants that we eat from the grocery store are not very nutritious. So even if you go back 150 years and have farm grown stuff, even that is way more nutritious than what we have now.
Yeah. Dude, check this out. See what I just posted in the chat? What if consider that one of those, put like a planar earth in the center of one of those, right? Like a flat planar earth in the center, and then you'd have a realm, right? But what if this is just one of many, many other realms? Now, where are these existing? That's a whole nother question. But do you think that's the case? Because you know how much that it would be to look forward to? Like, it's one thing that when we die, we might expand towards and understand much greater things, and the idea of heaven and all of that. But what if there's like a multitude of other entire realms as well that are as real as this one, or even more real, with like other beings and entities. Like, do you think that's within the realm of this whole thing?
So yeah, I'd say all things are possible, even plausible. The interesting question would be, in the image you posted, there's these lines between them, and the question would be, is there any way to go between these, or are we sort of isolated in our own snow globe, so to speak?
Well, that's the thing, yeah. So see how that one, that one's kind of cool. See how it's got the blue and whatever that other color, kind of bronze?
That's bronze, gold.
So what's interesting about that little like layout is that if you imagine the blue one would be the Earth, one of those blue ones would be the whole Earth realm. And then all those branches going off to the gold ones could be seen as like spirit worlds. So one of those is like the human spirit world. So that's where human souls come to incarnate. Another one might be like the dog spirit world, where the dogs come to incarnate. Another one is the cat spirit world, where the cats come to incarnate, etc. But the thing is, like, if you were a human and then you died and you went into the human spirit world, you can't just be a dog or a cat from there. Like, you would have to transfer over to the dog spirit world, get situated with the whole dog energy, and then incarnate. And you can plan that with like another soul who's going to incarnate as a human. So a dog soul can incarnate, and then, that's going to be the dog or the cat of the person, the human that they want to. And that's why people have such bonding connections with their animals, I think. Anyways, but that idea has a kind of like the idea of spirit worlds that are all like interconnected, to this one. But when you're in this one, like, unless you can access those, like you're in it,
Yeah, interesting. I mean, yeah. So I would put all of this in the realm of speculation. Who knows? But I'd say it's plausible. I think that God could have done any of these scenarios, really.
Yeah, I found this one looks pretty cool too. That one, they're all like.
Yeah, it's interesting that all of these have connections between them. They're not just sort of separate.
I know. I searched for interconnected spheres, and I'm just that's what I've.
Oh, I see. You could probably get the those AI generators to make all kinds of different images for you.
That would be cool. I mean, how cool would it be to see like one of those that would be all animated with the stars and the sun and the moon, and then like. I mean, think if you could have an entire experience here as a human and then die and then be in the soul spirit world and then decide, okay, do I want to incarnate into another body in the human world, or do I want to shoot off somewhere else? Check out what else is out there. And then there's the question, do you need help getting there, or can you navigate it yourself? Then there's the idea that there's like messenger or traveler spirits that like help you go between dimensions. But yeah, if you could go to another one and then incarnate in a totally different type of life there.
Yeah, my suspicion is that we don't reincarnate, that we're only in this realm once.
Well, what would you say if I told you that I've accessed memories of memories that I have lived in another body,
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that those memories feel real. The question is whether it's just sort of if it's from actual reality, or just sort of like when you dream about something that comes from kind of real experiences in this life, but it isn't actual reality. So the question is whether your memories are from sort of a dream state or if they're from actual reality. And I don't know if you'll ever be able to answer that question.
Well, one of the things about it I'll share is that the thing is, it was deeply connected. Like the experiences, some of the ones I've had where, like, I'll just share one. So there's that plant, which is called iboga. It's grown, it comes from Africa. It's, are you familiar with it? It's, in a way, it's in the same category as like ayahuasca and peyote. Have you heard of iboga?
Yeah, I've heard of those types of plants, yeah.
Yeah, so Iboga is like the most, it's a very long lasting, very deep, very visionary. You're just like lying down the whole time, and it's just like absolutely very deep. And in that experience, I'm not trying to give the whole thing, but I'll just share briefly that in that experience, I accessed many, many very vivid memories of a previous lifetime, in which in that lifetime, there was various things that were happening in that life, and then there was a death of that life. And as I went back into the memory of it, it became clear to me that there was some trauma around this death, and it was blocking me in my current life here in this life.
Interesting.
And the challenges I was going through at the time, various things, which I could go into more details, but for now I'll just say, various challenges, things that I was going through. And by accessing these memories, and it was vivid, like vivid memories, very clear, very profound. And by accessing all of that, I was able to see the place I died, the whole scene out. I was like seeing it, and from third person though. Some of it I saw from within the body too, though. I could transition from in the body or third person, but it seemed like for a lot of it, I was in third person, like zooming around and kind of like seeing the whole scene. And then I had to go through the emotions of the death as well. So it was a whole process.
Wow.
And it was very deep and then after that, I had profound levels of healing and resolution for those issues that I was dealing with that seemed directly connected to it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was like that memory was like locked there in a way, because when I died, it was so overwhelming that I like just couldn't even process it. I was in such a frantic state, because it was traumatic for sure. So
yeah, I've never experienced anything quite like that.
So, I mean, but that was on Iboga, which is a very, very powerful visionary plant. So it, relaxes you and you go into a very deep meditative state, as it were, and then you access a particular past life. And the audio of the CD, it kind of just like the audio of it kind of walks you through it. So her and I decided to do one of these. Now this is years before I had that Iboga experience, years before. Okay, and her and I did this one time. We put the CD on, we both laid down just next to each other or whatever on the ground. We just closed our eyes and and we just laid there and we both went through it. And she accessed a past life, which literally was an exact description of the life that I had accessed years later in the Iboga experience. And her soul was my partner in that life. And the death of it was related with her as well. So same soul, like this is a girl I'm dating in college. I'm saying her soul. Okay, here's what I'm saying. On the Iboga, it was clear to me that yes, it was her. That was the same soul, like the one that her, that the actual, the same soul who is my girlfriend in this life was actually my partner in that life as well. So that's why there was the connection. But what I'm saying is that years previous, when her and I did the past life regression thing, she accessed a past life, and at that time, I didn't know about this life. So when she told me, I was like, "Oh, interesting." But the way she described it, and then later when I experienced it on the Iboga, it was clear to me that she had actually accessed that life that was connected to the karma that her and I had from that.
Yeah, it's interesting that you had that connection before and now.
Yeah. Because I mean, later when I did the iboga, like I had already moved to California. She didn't move out here with me, so yeah. I mean, we're not still together. Obviously, I dated her all like through college and whatnot. But so that's the other thing is that her and I did that when her and I were still together. Then it was years later I moved out to California and et cetera. And then that's when I had the iboga experience, connecting with that life. So yeah, I mean, is all of that, because that was the original thing we were saying, is all of that proof that that was a real life? I mean, that's the deep question. I would say for myself, I would say I'm 100% sure that was a real life. Like, absolute 100%. Because I knew exactly what I did, how I made my living. I saw the whole scene, the house that I lived in. Like, and yeah, I mean, someone could just say it was all a hallucination. Someone from the outside could just say that. But I guess it's, to me, experientially validated to be real.
Well, that's understandable. Yeah, I've never experienced any of those types of memories, so it's harder for me to believe.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that totally makes sense. I mean, if I've never experienced them, then yeah, that would make sense. Like, there would be no reason to just blindly believe it unless one experienced it, because like in the idea that when we come into a human life, there's like almost like a form of amnesia, like we're like cut off in some way from the totality. If we then could if we then access ways of tapping back into that, then that's like, you could almost say it's out of the ordinary to be able to do that in a sense, because at least in today's world, not everyone would have that opportunity, perhaps, to even have the possibility to have that type of experience. Like what percentage of the population has had past life memory recall?
Yeah, that's a good question. I have any idea. I think it's fairly small though, especially maybe depending on a culture. Like I'd say in Western context it's pretty low, but maybe in Eastern context they are more open to that idea, so they have more reported experiences.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of research done on this. I mean, you're right. It's probably not a massive percentage, perhaps overall, but it is a good percentage, though. Like, there's a lot with children. Ian Stevenson is a researcher. He's written many books, and
yeah, I've heard his name.
Yeah, he's tracked like thousands of children that have these spontaneous memories, and then he actually like meets up with them and interviews them, and then like in some cases actually connects it to the physical world. Like the child like takes him to where the past life was. Have you ever seen that? That's incredible. Like, let's say the child is an American child, and then he starts having memories out of the blue of like a past life in Russia. Ian Stevenson will like be getting the information, etc. And this child will take them to Russia and actually take them to the like house that they lived in. Like really remarkable stuff.
Yeah, that is interesting. I think there's something supernatural going on there.
Yeah. I mean, one other way to view it, if I'm going to be a complete, like if I was going to debate myself and try to say the opposite argument, there is the idea that like maybe all of this is just stored in our genes and it is physical, that it's not actually supernatural. I'm just playing the total other side. Like, could it be somehow stored in the genetic structure, and then through the genes, we're just accessing memories that were transferred physically rather than a more of a transcendent idea of a whole soul in another whole life?
Yeah. It's somewhere, some other source of information rather than the spirit world, like genetic information or whatever.
Yeah, but then that would have to be explained though as well. I mean, I think in my viewpoint, it's, to me, reincarnation is as real. It's even more real than anything else. Like in a sense, it's like realer than real. It's like to me, it's like the larger actual process of our existence. It's like the bigger half, as it were. But yeah, what's up, Effie?
I just like I saw some stuff a little while ago on this, and I don't know a lot about it. But is it called the Akashic Record or the Akashic Library or whatever it is? Where do you know much about that? Have you heard about that?
Yeah, the Akashic records.
Yeah. So whether a person, let's say a child who had a previous life in Russia, was it their life, or are they just somehow tapped into or accessing the Akashic record, and it's actually somebody else's life, but all the data and the information is just out there, and somehow they've managed to resonate with it, or it wasn't actually their life. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so my understanding of it, when people that have these past life experiences, whether it's like spontaneous or whether it comes through like a dream or whether it comes through, consuming a plant or whatever it may be to access these types of experiences, or like the past life regression, which uses kind of like putting yourself into like a very light trance state, like a light trance to where you can access these memories. And in my understanding of the whole spectrum of these experiences, some people come out of it saying that was me. They're like, that was me. That's, they really identify with it. That was them. Almost like if I say, oh yeah, I had, fish for dinner last night. It's like, oh, that was me. I had the fish. I mean, I'm just thinking of that last night because I did have some, I had some swordfish last night. So that was definitely me that had the swordfish. Like right now, as I'm talking to you, 100% me, I had swordfish last night, sitting in, right here, as it were. So in that sense, so some people remember the past lives like that, as if remembering what they had for dinner yesterday. Like, it's like, oh, that was me. But then other people claim that they're more just experiencing a life that doesn't necessarily feel like theirs, but it does feel like a whole nother life. So there's a spectrum of, yeah. And then lastly, and then some feel like it's in their family line, like it's in their actual lineage, either racial or through the family line.
Right. I mean, I don't know if it's the right term or not, but I heard this guy talking about, I don't know if it is quantum entanglement or whatever, where science says that if you've got two atoms, photons, whatever they are, that resonate at the same whatever. Theoretically, you could take one to the other side of the universe or the whatever, and if you do something to one, the other will react in exactly the same way, because somehow or another they are linked beyond our understanding, almost like they're sentient and connected. And I just wondered whether these people are maybe tapping into or resonating with something that's out there that yeah, you're right, it could be there. Some say it's my life, and some maybe are tapping into something else that it's real to them, but maybe it's not their life. Maybe it's something else that's in the that Akashic record or the ether or whatever you want to call it. It just, the more I look into this stuff, the more I realise I don't think I really know what's going on.
Yeah. Oh, there's even yet another type experience concept where a soul who, like the idea that when we die, you leave your body, you pop out of there through DMT, gets secreted, and you pop out of your body, you're back to home, basically the infinite, eternal space and all of that. And then you're like hovering over your body. You can kind of float around there for a while, maybe through the funeral, whatever you may want to do, maybe connect with some loved ones, hang around for a while. And then essentially go back to the spirit world, which often people describe as it's like above them, and it's like a light. It's like light brighter than the sun. It's like a million suns of brightness, and you just feel this gentle attraction toward it, just this drifting, loving, and it's like home. You're just got going home basically, and it's familiar, and there's the support and everything, and I think there's also like angels and spirit beings that are helping the transition as well, and then you kind of go to the light, as it were, just surrender. And then you basically are back in the human spirit world, which then everyone you've lived your lives with, your ancestors, your everybody, you're back connected with all your loved ones. You're back to that home base. And in that kind of layout of it, my point was that there could be souls. Yeah. Okay. So the next part of this is that there could be souls who who are not able to go back to the spirit world. Now, maybe that's because there's demonic entities that are even trapping them. Then you get into the whole idea of ghosts, ghosts and disembodied spirits and so on. So my point of all of that, sorry it's so long-winded, is to say that another idea of reliving a life of another is that perhaps someone, if there is one of these disembodied entities in the in-between worlds, and if they're like living in your house or in physical vicinity or whatever it may be, or if you have some kind of soul connection with them, their soul or could then interface with one's body, and you would have memories of their life, even though you're not actually them. You're like, their soul is coming through your body to experience the memory of their life in that form as well, from a disembodied spirit.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you contrast that against the doctrine of what was being discussed for a long time a number of hours ago, was you die and then you go to heaven or hell. You're judged and you go to heaven or hell. And yeah, so like your spirit is created on a day. You live here in this third dimension for a period of time, at which you either pass or fail, and then you go to heaven or you're sent to eternal torment. So they're very, very different take. It's interesting to me listening to just people arguing around within the dogma and refusing to sort of entertain anything outside of that thing which they have rested upon or settled upon as being absolute. And it went on for a long time. I know you were trying to change this, or it was this morning for me, it was probably evening for you. You were trying to change the subject, but it kept getting dragged back there and back there and back there.
Yeah, I think, that was the deepest dive on circumcision, I think, ever that I've ever. Oh my God. I mean, we dissect every part of that. Like, wow, that was intense. Yeah, circumcision. I mean, it is a topic I've thought about. Yeah, and that was played out. But yeah. Well, I mean, in the idea, like, yeah, I mean, to me, it would be kind of sad if we just died and then we got judged and then that's it. I mean, okay, see, I do kind of think there. Okay, here's how I interpret that. I think there is judgment, but that's all our own judgment of ourselves. So it's not like a God outside of us that's like, oh, like doing anything like that. It's just you're left with yourself and being like, oh, okay, what did I do there? Oh, I did this that might have been wrong, or oh, I really want to do better with that. Oh, I might have done something, whatever it may be. And that we just judge ourselves and we want to improve. And we all have like that natural willingness to want to get better and improve as well. And I don't necessarily think it's like guilt. I think that's more of a human thing. I think in the soul world, it's not really guilt. It's just more of this like almost like a dog that just is learning how to be, just like get along with its everyone around it. And it's just happy in that sense. Like you just want to improve yourself and you only judge yourself ultimately to improve in those ways. And then I do think the spirit world is very heaven-like. It's very blissful and incredibly beautiful and eternal, and every being is there. And it's just like there's so much access to additional knowledge if you want to know stuff that might have happened or whatever it may be. It's a whole expansive realm. But in my viewpoint, at least from my memory of my soul's energy, I definitely had been in a process of reincarnating in many lifetimes here and in other realms as well. Like I have memory of those being linked together.
So if I could just speak into that for a second. I had a discussion 25, 30 years ago with a guy who was, here in Australia, but was a practicing Buddhist. He would call himself a Buddhist. And he mentioned the same thing to me, that when we pass from this life, you judge yourself because who knows you better than you. To which my rebuttal at that time was, yeah, but can you really truly objectively judge yourself? Because everything you do at the moment makes sense to you right now, and that's why you do it. Other than things you obviously know are wrong and you do them regardless for, out of your own ego or attempt to gain something. But can you actually, here we go, we pass from this life to the next. Can you objectively judge yourself? So I would, if that hereafter is reality, I would need to probably believe that the eternal creator would need to somehow be part of that judgment process, or because we'd have to be absorbed into their sense of conscience and right and wrong in order to be able to actually judge ourselves. If that's what you think, or if that's what somebody thinks occurs, do you see what I'm saying? Like, are you the best judge of yourself? I just don't see that that's the case. Because if you are, once you pass into that spirit realm, if you know everything there is to know to make that judgment, then you really don't need to go any further, because you've attained the highest whatever it is. I know it's a fairly convoluted way of describing it. Hopefully it makes sense. But
No,
to
yeah,
me,
definitely.
I think you just need to be absorbed or somehow influenced by the ultimate creator of all things to then impart. But then ultimately that would mean that they are judging you. You're not judging yourself, because you're being measured against their benchmark, not your own. So anyway, I'll
well, my thought, it's well said. My thoughts on it is that, okay, so I'll just say from my own memories of myself. I'm just speaking for myself. I'm not going to say, universal necessarily for everybody. I'm saying for myself. When I die, when I'm in the life between lives, as it were, like the life lived when we're not in a body, as it were, I think throughout my journey of it, I didn't always know all of the answers of everything, but there's like spirit guides and other beings that are helping you as well. Almost like a school setting, but not really. It's not really school in that sense, but you do have like wise elders that you can consult, as it were, and think about things and figure out what might be going on. So I don't think you just, in my viewpoint, I don't think you have all the answers. Like, to me, like karma, like the law of karma is like a very transcendent structure within consciousness, and most of us start out at the beginning of it, where we it's like day one basically, and we make the mistakes and learn from the results and everything. But even when we're after we die after a lifetime, I don't think we just have even access to what all the right things are yet. However, we might be on the track. We might be thinking, okay, like if let's say you like cheated on a loved one and then you end up passing away, and now you're in the spirit world. You might be like, oh yeah, I did it again. I cheated on my partner. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in my memory of it, like I have like a state where I'm like aware more so that it was, I have more awareness, you know what I'm saying? Because I have the memory of all my other lives and all my other souls. So I have more awareness, but I was always still at some stage in that process.
Yeah,
so if that makes sense, it's like you don't have all the information to judge everything, but you have enough to know what you might need to do to improve. That's kind of how it seems to me.
Yeah, and I guess on the really simple, obvious thing, it's simple and obvious, but there's so many things in life where there's nuance and there's shades of grey and all of that we all have this conscience that tells us it's not okay to kill somebody, and you don't need to read that in a book. That just is, I believe that's instinctive in any normal human. If you've got a human who's suffered some kind of psychotic break or psychopathy or something like that, that they're not a normal functioning individual anyway. But any regular human knows it's not right to do something. But then there's other things where it might seem right to me but not to you. But there ultimately has to be a higher standard to live up to, or to be judged by or governed by, in order to know what's right and what's not right. Because depending in that situation, as I say, I might think it's right, it's the right thing to do, but you would view what I'm doing differently, perhaps, and you might be right that I'm actually wrong, but to me, I'm right. So that's I know there's a lot of right and wrongs in that, but do you know what I'm saying? Like it's what is the ultimately, in order to be judged, whether it's self or from external, there has to be some level of what is absolute, surely, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I would say any memories I have of that came from like other spirit guides that were able to impart some level of wisdom. Like that whole figure of like, you know, like Yoda from Star Wars, or just the wise elder, or there's even the shamanic kind of connections, and just different, you know, the medicine men, just different, just wisdom that can be shared. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, do you think there's
For example, these guys this morning, the law this and the law that, and that's why I raised to them. Well, what law are you talking about? Oh, well, of course it's the law, the Levitical law, the Abrahamic covenant, the Mosaic covenant, all these sort of things. And that's when I questioned them. I said, well, where did that law come from? Who was it given to? Certainly wasn't given to me. But then somehow or other, in their mind, it was given to me. And I don't mean me specifically, but me. At the time, I could be, a Pawnee Indian in North America, or I can be, Mayan in South America. And this law's been evidently universally handed down somewhere in the Middle East, and that now applies to me, even though I'm completely unaware of it. But now these guys are going to say, well, you'll be judged against that. But then we'll pull another verse out of their text which says, oh, but you're only judged against what knowledge you have or what awareness. It's like the narrative collides with itself, but somehow or another there's a loophole that makes in the dogma that makes everything okay. But when you look at it from outside of the dogma, it actually doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, and then you leap forward a couple of thousand years, and then you've got a guy who gets crucified, and that then is everyone's get out of jail free card. Whereas before it was living by the law, but you couldn't do that if you didn't know what the law was. So unfortunately, for a number of thousands of years, there were people all over the earth who had no clue that they were transgressing this law of Yah, who was going to judge everyone ultimately. But since Jesus came, it's not even his name, but since this guy Jesus came, now everyone has to do that thing with him. More once again, the same quandary exists. Well, so he was crucified in year 33 AD. Or what happens if you were living in Norway in 33 AD or in South America? Well, you've never heard of him. So sorry, buddy, you're going to hell because you now don't comply with the new covenant that's been set. I just don't get how that is attached to this all-loving, good everyday way of life that's professed, and just won't be heard. And nothing contrary to it will even be entertained in a conversation. It's just a disconnect there for me. But I don't know. I don't know what else. I'm just rambling now. But I try and have conversations with these guys to see if they've got something to come back at my question. But they just kind of talk past it because I don't think they have an answer, other than to refer back to the book. But the book is the thing. What's in the book is the thing that's being questioned. But then they just use the book to justify the book. So where do you go from there?
Right. I've observed that. Yeah.
That's kind of why they have missionaries to go all over the world and spread the word, because without the missionaries, those ones on the other continents aren't going to have any idea what they're on about.
What they're on about, yeah. And if you go back historically to when Portugal and Spain went to South America, the quote-unquote missionaries basically said, convert to Christianity or we'll kill you. So if you and after a couple of generations, well then a lot of the ancestral narratives and the ancient stories of their culture so kind of disappeared because they were literally stolen or destroyed or under threat of death. The local or the indigenous culture just kind of let go of the past en masse. Yes, it still survived, I understand that, but en masse they just all kind of swept into this new way of life. Otherwise you'll be run through with a big steel scabbard or shot with a pistol or something. So that's a good form of missions outreach, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's always problematic if people assume that they have the answers for others in that way. Perhaps like it's a bit much to be like, my way is the way, and it's like, and then force everyone to do it that way. I'm just not into that. I'm much more of just live and let live. I think it's beautiful that people have different viewpoints on things, and trying to create an army to go out, trying to create an army and go out and convince everyone of a thing. It just doesn't seem like that's in balance.
Does anybody talk about the shape of the earth here anymore, Gio, or have we just made it a spiritual server for the time being? Which I don't object to at all, but I've heard a lot less, refraction and parallax talked about recently.
Well, they did a whole thing on Data was just in here. They did a deep dive on this relativity and aging. Do the astronauts age and all that? And then earlier, Dan presented something about with drones and measuring curvature.
Yeah, I heard a bit of that.
But yeah, it was kind of a spiritual Sunday.
What better day?
But I mean, there's been time where it'll be like that all day, like spiritual. I've seen times where literally from sunrise to sunset is just spiritually related discussions all day. Usually the health discussions, if we talk about like those topics, those are usually not as like long lasting. They'll go for a while, but
I guess, in one sense, spiritual discussion. What more important thing is there in the world anyway? Like somebody's spiritual well-being and spiritual presence and spiritual future is surely one of the most important things that we all tend to ignore most of the time. We're caught up in this materialistic paradigm that we all live.
what do you think the ultimate goal of life is? Do you feel for yourself? Like, is it like if you were able to accomplish what would be like the maximum actualization of yourself, what would that look like?
To be honest, I've never even thought about it. I might have to get back to you. What about for you? Have you've contemplated this? What would it be for you?
We can only imagine, but the life goal for everybody is to achieve, to grow, to learn, to advance, to evolve, to do more, to do better, to help others.
Yeah, like I
So
probably, if you asked me 10 years ago, it would have been different to what I'd say today. But yeah, I mean, that kind of articulates more of where I am now than ever before in my life. Like I've just had a real change of focus as to what's important and what's not important, and yeah, just genuinely to be a better person, to be more discerning as a person, and not to be wiser, more discerning, a better person to my fellow people. Yeah, all of those sort of things are what matter to me now. But what would be the ultimate realization of that, Gio? I don't know that I could even articulate it.
Yeah, it is a very multi-layered question. It could be approached from multiple different directions. Like as in this lifetime, or if one wanted to even consider that on a more expanded level beyond even human life. Like
Yeah. What I've learned is that, for example, people who want to set goals and make plans and try and achieve this and achieve that. What I've learned, because I've had a few birthdays now, is that you can make a goal, you can have a plan, you can have, if I do A, B, and C, that will get me to D. You can do everything as right as you think you can. And you do A, B, and C, but D is not guaranteed, because in the scheme of the world, other things also come into play. People come into the equation that have influences that you didn't foresee, and they change circumstances and just things in your life. We kind of assume that tomorrow will be the same as today, and the day after will be pretty much the same, and we plan according to that. I think we have to be a lot less far future focused, and a lot more, able to roll with the dynamic nature of life, because I've just learned that you need to be, and sometimes you end up in a place and you think, to quote Talking Heads, how did I get here? Because this wasn't where I planned to be, and I did everything in my plan that would have gotten me to where I wanted to be, but now I find myself somewhere else. So yeah, that's kind of something else that I've changed in my own life.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to think about. And then how much could you attract that, track things towards you, if one were to focus on that type of actualization? Like, do we know what potentials we really have? Like at what level we can actually manifest things that we, either desire or would be interested in creating?
we gotta be careful, because when we start manifesting, which I think is like having like the world bend, we also do things that don't serve us, that can hurt us also. Because we do both, good and bad.
Well, like a lucid dream where you can create anything. What if you could do that, but in human life? Like you could just heal your body, for example. You could heal a broken bone. You could bring an animal back to life. You could anti-age yourself. You could rise from the dead. All different.
If you can anti-age yourself and bring an animal back from the dead, what may stop you from killing an animal, or from killing yourself, or killing somebody else with those powers of mind or thought?
Well, that's the question. Could it be used for the dark side? Could it be used in that way?
Of course. Why not?
Yeah, everything can, can't it? It's like yin and yang. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. You pick anything that's bad in the world, perceived to be bad. It's probably got a beneficial application as well. Whatever it is, heroin's got a beneficial application, but it can also create junkies that die from overdoses. Surveillance software can be a wonderful thing, but also rob you of your freedom. Cash is a wonderful thing that enables trade and financial freedom, but it also is untraceable, so it allows criminals to exchange great amounts of money for nefarious. Like, everything's got good and bad. So if you had that ability to do those things that you spoke of, then no doubt that same ability could be and would be, because people often aren't good. They would use it for personal gain rather than collective good.
That's right. Just think if somebody really pisses you off, you look at them the wrong way and you kill them right there. Bam, dead. Now what?
Louis C.K. has a pretty kind of almost a bit intense comedy skit about, like, he's like, if murder were legal, there would be a lot of murder. He was like, at one point, he's like, parents would just be murdering their kids at the mall, just it's kind of a gruesome joke, but yeah, it's just saying if murder wasn't illegal, like, a lot more people would do it. I mean, I don't know. I would never want to murder anyone or in any way. Like, I think it's actually wrong to kill people at all. So even like for me, even in self-defense, like, I would still defend, like, try to protect myself, but I would not strike. I would not ever take a strike out at someone. So in that perspective, that means that if they were coming at me with a gun, shooting at me, and I didn't have a gun, or no, I did have a gun, let's say, I would not shoot them. Maybe I would shoot it up into the air to distract them or something like that.
Yeah. We get that, but you're talking about bringing someone back from the dead and killing people. What's to say that you can't kill somebody with your anger or with the thoughts? You have to control your thoughts. How you do that?
Well, I guess now you're getting into like the dark side versus the light side kind of thing. Like, where are you coming from with it? I mean, maybe these guys that are these entities that are these kind of controllers. Maybe it's what they're doing. They're manifesting.
I mean, just if you will, that kind of power, just by mistake, just as an accident, you can do stuff you don't want to do. Am I right?
Even like, I mean, every day we 1,000 times we face decisions where our conscience and our ego wrestle against one another. So, and sometimes you win, and sometimes both sides win on occasion throughout the day. So even not by accident, this is going to be a time where your self-serving side will get the better of you, and that could end up with dead people or hurt people, or people whose lives are adversely affected, which is not what any of us want. But did Vance or ever ask you, Gio? He asked me this once, and I came up with an answer that I'm still happy with today. If you could have one wish on the world, what would it be?
Wow, that's a big one. Oh man, what meaning? What could be anything, or like a
one wish on the entire world.
I think you might have cut out there, but
Oh, sorry.
I could think of several. That's a big question. I mean, I guess because of the way the financial systems are in today's world, my first thought is just like, I don't know, maybe about 100 trillion. I think that would do it. You solve homelessness, solve starvation, give people tremendous amounts of help.
Yeah, but you don't want to solve. Like, people are homeless because of the decisions they've made to get there, right? And if there's a homeless person, right, if you really care, you can go help that person. You can go bring them into your house and let them sleep overnight and give them a bath, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, go ahead.
My answer to that question with the answer was, if I could have one wish, I would wish that every person on earth would put the well-being of every other person on earth above themselves in everything they ever did. And if everybody's doing that,
that would
what
do
a
it.
wonderful world! What a wonderful world it would be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, putting someone's best interest in mind versus their worst is a huge difference. Because if someone else's worst interest is at benefit of someone else's interest, and now we have the situation we have today, where we have these, in my viewpoint, demonic entities that are essentially feasting off of people in this way where the more we suffer, the more they benefit. It's not a good deal for us. So I think there'll be a great reckoning, and this will all come back around. But it's quite a cycle, this current cycle.
Until we get to the end of it.
I mean, in my viewpoint, every human, like as a human community, it should be absolute is that every child born gets food and shelter sufficient as a base minimum, just as being a human, and that we just have to find a way to work together to make that a reality for everyone. And it already could be done today, right now, in an instant. It could be done. These billionaire guys could do it, you know, and even we could do it if we just put our energy towards it.
The Catholic Church have got more than enough money to solve all of those fundamental problems you talk about.
Yeah, just stop funding NASA for a week and it'll do it.
Yeah. And instead of spending money on how do we get to Mars, how about spending money on teaching people how to create agriculture in these poor nations where they struggle to have food? It's just the solution is so blatantly obvious, but no one wants to talk about it.
I know, isn't it unbelievable? Just the space agency thing alone. What I just said. What do they say? 60 million a day. So a week is $500 million. I mean, just okay. Think about how inane this is. Like, let's say space was real. Let's say it's absolutely real. All is good. Earth's a globe. We're in a solar system, whatever. And all these space agencies are at the cutting edge of greatness, right? But in reality, they really haven't done much. Let's be real. All right, a little space station. They claim they went to the moon. They put a rover on Mars. Fine, but it's a slow thing. Nothing's really happening. There's no fireworks out there, etc. Meanwhile, people are suffering, starving, homeless, etc. If we just put the space thing, again, this is coming from even the perspective that it's real. If it's a deception, then oh my God, it's even worse. But I'm just saying, from the perspective that it's real, all that we would have to do is be like, all right, guys, let's just take a week or two off of space travel. 2 weeks. Just put it all in hibernation for 2 weeks. That's it. Take all that money and get people the food they need and the shelter they need, because we're not really doing that much. We're not launching to other planets. We're not building infrastructures on the moon. Like, nothing's really happening for real. And if we just on that level alone, put it on pause for a week or two and literally solve world hunger. The fact that that's not being done is just criminal in and of itself, even if it was real. And the fact that it's not real is even more severe.
And I'll give you the second version of that, Cleo, is if you took all the money, what I would expect is trillions of dollars that has been put into cancer research in the last 50 or 60 years, and yet the survivability of cancer today is effectively virtually no different to what it was 50 or 60 years ago. If you diverted that money to feeding the people and housing the people and giving dignity to the people, when really all that money has achieved very, very little as far as a cost reward benefit. I reckon those dollars could be spent way, way better than they are.
Yeah,
That's controversial.
That's a good point.
Like, it would be trillions of dollars the world over. Oh, and it's such a heartstring issue because everybody has somebody in their life who's been affected by it. But our effectiveness in defeating this thing after trillions of dollars is almost nothing. All they do is create new drugs that have new side effects, and some of them work a bit for a few people. Pretty much everyone still dies, prematurely in the scheme of what you would want them to. But how much more enriched could how many more people's lives be if that money was spent in those other places where people are suffering a whole lot more? The problem is we don't care about those people because they're in another country and they've got a different colour skin and.
What's happening now is the scriptures, the prophecy, right? What's happening?
You definitely use your thing first, then that's the money first, and then I'll use the cancer research money second.
Tom, your mic's a little low. But go ahead. Effie, could you hear Multi?
No, I will have heard a little blah, blah, blah in the background, but I didn't hear what he said.
Maybe he's fixing his mic.
Yeah, giving the homeless food and shelter is not going to solve the problem. These people have been downtrodden. They have lost. They have beaten up by society. They have lost their ability to take care of themselves. They're in major depression. They need more than just food and shelter. It's not going to. I mean, if your goal, if you need to rehabilitate them, is that what you're saying? Is that your goal?
Well, ultimately,
it's a bigger picture than just food.
Ultimately, yeah, of course. Like they would need help and support on multiple levels. I mean, these medicines that I've mentioned, like peyote, ayahuasca, these are very powerful medicines that can help to bring people back from tremendous emotional trauma, physical trauma. So I would need to call on nature to bring some of these more powerful methods because, yeah, some people have really intense emotional traumas. They have damage from drug use, all kinds of situations, and they need like major nutritional support, like really good dietary, maybe some medicinal herbs and that. And then they also would, some may need additional healing. But see, everyone has the ability to heal from these things. So I even think it's a solution for prisons as well, that people could actually be, because I do think like all these different kind of mental conditions and things that people have are resolvable. But it takes a really powerful thing. You can't just give them some pharmaceutical drug or maybe a little talk therapy. That's not going to really do it. So they're going to need like physical regeneration and, the kind of emotional, mental as well. Like help rebuild their brains, their bodies, because there's a lot of trauma. And obviously this idea won't be able to kind of quote unquote save everyone, as it were, because it's already happening right now and it's going to be happening every moment until something like this could be implemented. However, if this could be done at some point, then it will help everyone from there forward. And I do think that's going to happen. I think there's going to be a huge coming back to humanity actually taking care of each other.
Check.
Yeah, you're good.
I was saying earlier that the scriptures are being fulfilled. It says in the scripture, right, that there will be a one world government where this guy will emerge as the world leader. And in my opinion, these billionaires are being created. And pretty soon, this a guy will emerge as world leader, and he'll be in charge of everyone, and there'll be wars, and there'll be like half the population, or actually more than half, will be killed, and it's the scriptures that are being fulfilled. So, like you said earlier, we should look after the needy. It says in the scriptures that we should help our neighbors. So if that happens, everyone will be all right. For example, let's take India, for example, right? It was a poor country. Let's say the guy who is rich or had money, if he helped his neighbor, and obviously, it'll be like a cycle. If we help each other, then obviously there won't be any famine, or people won't starve. In my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, whatever we might, that term New World Order type thing, whatever these current entities that are trying to roll out what they're doing, I don't think they're going to accomplish what they ultimately want. I mean, they obviously have gotten away with a lot over all these decades. So far, it's been well over 100 years they've been doing this. But they want to, I think, take it to the next level, or whatever that is, that New World Order thing, through the globe and all these other things, other events they're going to be running. But I feel very strongly that they're not going to accomplish that, and humanity will get its sovereignty back. It'll be a long process over many, many decades. But I don't think there'll be any mass death. I think really there'll be less. I think people will be able to kind of get our ability to live in harmony back.
The thing is, Gio, like if you believe in the scriptures, right? Certain things must happen. It's prophesied. There will be wars, world wars, and like more than half the population will be killed off, and obviously the leader who will emerge, like he'll be the world leader, like everybody will be looking at him to lead us. So believe it or not, I mean, like I said, not many people believe in the scriptures, but that's what it says. It says that there will be wars and many people will die, and this guy, the Antichrist, will be the world leader.
Sounds terrible. That sounds like a demonic fantasy right there. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I'll pass on all that.
Well, I mean, the thing is that there is a movement at the moment, right? They are moving towards the New World Order. They want one world government, and to me, it seems very obvious that's what's happening.
Oh yeah.
But is it okay? Let me just hop back in. Is this just a cyclical thing though? Because there's been one world governments previously, and I'm not discounting what you're saying, but I'm trying to add to it. Like the Roman Empire back in the time when the New Testament was written was a one world government that had a one world currency and a one world leader, and you can apply a lot of what John wrote on Patmos to the Roman Empire at the time. Not everything, I grant you, but what I'm saying is this: is this rise to ascension of a world superpower, a dominant? Is that something that's happened before and will happen again? I don't know. I know I get right now, 2022. All the Christians in the world are saying, "Here we are, Revelations unfolding before our very eyes." But I wonder if people in days gone by have thought and said the same thing. I mean, I'm sure someone would have thought Hitler was the Antichrist back in the 1930s and 1940s. And I know all sorts. Kissinger's been named as it. Prince Charles is the name floating around at the moment. I mean, this narrative comes and goes, and I've been involved in it for a number of decades. So whilst I hear what you're saying, and I'm not discounting it at all, like as in saying no, you're a goose, you're wrong. I just wonder whether there's there's more to it, and it's more of a cyclical thing than a this is the end thing.
Oh, it's not. I mean, I was brought up as a Roman Catholic, right? And in 2011, I converted to Islam after reading Quran. And what it says is that obviously the world is going to end. There are certain things that must happen. And I'll give you one example. The Prophet Muhammad, he said Arabs will be building tall buildings, right? In Arabia and UAE, Dubai has the tallest building at the moment. I mean, if you don't believe me, you can go and read the hadith of the prophets, like it says actions and his sayings, you know. And so that's one of the prophecy that's been that's been fulfilled. And so what happens is the Muslims call it Dajjal, the Antichrist. He's going to be the world leader, and you know, after he's been after he comes to power, like a lot of people billions of people, like half the population of the world, will be killed off. So you know, there are certain things that must happen before the end of the world. This world would end, right? And what happens is after this world is destroyed by God, there'll be all humanity from Adam to the last persons on earth will be resurrected, right? And then they will be judged. In the Quran it says the earth will be leveled flat, you know, it'll be leveled, and human beings will be judged here. So you know, there are certain things that must happen. So if you believe in these scriptures, you know, I mean, it doesn't look too good. You know, this world is going to end, and we will be judged.
So, and there's a lot of parallels between that end time narrative and the Christian end time narrative, which is not surprising. And I'm sure other faiths have their own end time narrative that, you know, they could maybe weave into what's currently happening or not. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, there's the Islamic and the Christian account of a lot of things is strange. Well, not strangely, it is quite parallel.
In my opinion, Christianity is a pagan religion, right? It was created by Emperor Constantine in 325 AD. So, and I don't believe Paul is a disciple of Christ. In the Quran, it says Jesus was not crucified nor killed. So that debunks the claim of Paul saying that he met the risen Christ on his ways to Damascus. So, and also the disciples, you know, they weren't messengers or prophets of God. We're just ordinary human beings who helped Jesus. So, I mean, you know, in my opinion, I think Christianity is a pagan Roman religion. The Roman Empire didn't die, right? It became the Holy Roman Empire with the Pope being replacing the emperor. You know, just a name change. You know, the title changed to Pope rather than Emperor, and you know, it's still being ruled from Rome, in my opinion.
Yeah. The other thing I find is, I mean, just even the name Jesus. Why is he called Jesus? It's not his name. Evidently, it was Yeshua or Isa or whatever it was. The one thing everyone I think agrees on, his name wasn't Jesus. So why is his name being changed to Jesus? Like, if my name's Stephen, well, that's my name. It's Stephen. You don't change it to something else. Why not just, you know, we can all say Yeshua, we can all say Isa, whatever it was actually at the time. I don't understand why his name's been changed. Nobody's been able to explain that to me properly.
Well, it's only been changed in the English language. In Arabic, it's
Well,
known as Isa. Right? And
in
Jesus,
in Mexico, they say Jesus.
Jesus
Jesus.
was
No, well, yeah,
He
that's right.
spoke Aramaic. He spoke Aramaic and Arabic are very closely related. And even the the Spanish, they call him Jesus, right? So apparently in the English put the J in front of it,
There's no Jesus
call
in
him
The,
Mexico.
Jesus.
the J's only, yeah, the J's hasn't even been around very long. The letter J is a relatively young letter in alphabets, but like if his name's Isa or his name's Yeshua, why neither of those is the same as Zeus? Yeah, Zeus was a Greek god, wasn't he? But why change his name? I don't understand. Like Plato, his name was Plato. Why don't we call him something else? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, why has it been changed? What's the reason? Why not just call him what his name was?
I mean,
Oh, that's the English version. Well, yeah. Look, I've got an Italian friend whose name is Giovanni. I've got an Italian friend whose name is Giovanni. I call him Giovanni. Now, the English version of Giovanni is John, but I don't call him John because his name is Giovanni.
if I'm not mistaken, the letter J was invented in the Middle Ages. Like I think it was the 15th or 16th century, and they put a J in front of it and called him Jesus. So I
Yeah, I
have
don't
no
know.
idea why that was.
Once again, nobody, and I don't expect you to have the answer, but nobody can explain that to me. Why change his name? It's his name wasn't something unpronounceable. Why do we have to change it?
Let's look into when it was changed. Who changed it, and when was it changed?
Yeah. Oh, I love these conversations, but I have to go, my friends. I'm got dinner with my wife, so I wish you all a good day, and we'll do it again sometime.
I mean, take a. Probably called him Jesus when they translated the Bible from Latin to English.
A simple Google search will give you the answer. It's because the New Testament was
What was his
written in
name?
Greek, not
What's his name
Hebrew
in
or
Latin?
Aramaic. Why are you talking? Greeks did not use the SH sound, so the evangelists substituted an S sound. Then to make it a masculine name, they added another S sound. The earliest written version of the name Jesus is romanized today as Iesus. Simple.
But the point is that he's known as Jesus only in the English language. So I think that's what the other guy was asking for, why it was changed.
Does anybody speak German or like Italian? See what they call Jesus, or like Japanese? I know he's in China. I know he's in Russia. So what do they call him?
I only speak jive.
What?
I only speak jive. You dig him when I put him down, brother?
We need someone that can speak other languages and ask what. Because I bet it's a completely different name in those other languages.
I speak jive.
What country is that?
Airplane.
And they have Jesus.
There's definitely a
Jesus
Jesus
is everywhere. Christianity is like it's everywhere, isn't it? Like, there are Christians in almost every country, right?
That's right. So what are the other pronunciations of his name in the other languages?
It's just the same, Jesus, but maybe in variations. For example, here in Denmark, the J is soft, so it's Jesus without the G sound.
That's similar to Mexico, Jesus.
Hello, morning.
No, that's more an H sound, but sure. But I mean, the explanation is right here. It's because it's written in Greek, and the Greek didn't use that just sh sound. So they just made it Greekanized or Romanized, and that's
Hey, Don, how you
2,000 years
doing?
ago. That's not something that happened in recent times.
Do you guys think King James his Bible through an angel the same way Muhammad did?
Welcome. The discussion right now is why did they change the name of Jesus? And
Well, that's simple. To trick you all into worshipping a Jew.
Jesus.
Yeah, something like that. It's a J word, so the J is IO, which is what used to be used for Jew in their language. They like to
Dawn, I
trick you
think
and make
if
you
anyone
worship a Jew.
claims that a fucking angel told them to write a book and it was the word of God, I think they were tripping.
That's what I'm wondering about. If King James did that same trick that Muhammad did, we're going to have to question the whole thing further.
You don't have to believe it. You know, it says in the scriptures, right? You can either believe it or don't believe it. It's up to you. You have a choice, but there are consequences. Like if you, if you accept that or not. But it says you will be resurrected after your death. You will be
Is it
judged.
King James
So,
or King Hames?
But angels might say anything, and they once you're high on drugs.
I mean, personal savior deities is a very common thing back in those days. Like, you can look at the Zoroastrianism, it's the exact same story as Jesus. You can look at the founder of Rome, Romulus, almost the same story of Jesus. There is many of deities before Jesus with the exact same story. So
Yeah.
this fear tactic doesn't work with people with critical thinking.
Yeah, no, I'm not scared of any of the consequences. I can tell you that.
Well, I think there are some layers of truth round within it, though. Like it's like all the symbolic process of death and rebirth, like the whole symbols of that, and the way the like sin and how sin is connected to that, and just morals and ethics in general is connected to that process of like dying and being reborn on multiple levels. And so there are some of those like themes in it, and I think some of these things are pulled from real experiences that people have had, like mystical experiences and all of that. But
yeah, I agree.
Well, if you go back to like the pagan and the Celtics, like they didn't look at life as linear. They look at it as circular, like a cycle of life. That's where it comes from. So these ideas is not unique either to the Bible. That was what people thought back in those days. But
yeah, I agree on that.
so this is what I say, and I'm not trying to offend anyone, but I say, as I have studied the Bible and the region and the mythologies, that the Bible is just a remix of older things. That doesn't mean that there is no truth in it, but it's just a remix of what was already known back then. Because
it's the
people,
other way around. Sorry.
well,
Sorry to go on.
that's the claim. But when you really start to look at the archaeological evidence and the historical evidence and all these kind of things, like it seems like the Bible and stuff like that is something that is a much newer version of what was already there.
It's the other way around. The scriptures came first, then all the other religions are a branch. You know, they shot off
How's
from
that possible?
that original base.
When we find older sun heroes that are blatantly older than Jesus, how is that possible that they remixed before the original?
It says in
Christianity
the
is a
Bible that it's the
pagan.
original. That's why.
Christianity is a pagan Roman religion.
I'm saying, how can we have other stories of men talking to angels well before the Quran, the other events that are similar? How did the Quran remix stuff?
Listen, Moses, right? The Torah. The Torah was the original scriptures that was handed down to man, and from there, like right, this was just.
Tablet.
The angel Gabriel appears in the Torah, Quran, and also
Quran
the
is like
Bible.
1,500 years old. You can't stop at 1,500 years ago. You got to keep going back.
The Torah was given to Moses directly by God. There was no angels involved.
Oh, yeah. So this time they put an angel in between to make it slightly more believable. You know,
Apparently, it says that God spoke to Moses directly as well.
there's
I
an
don't
old,
have angels. You
old
guys don't
rabbi.
believe in angels?
Go on, Godric, sorry.
I don't have a problem with angels. You guys don't believe in angels?
I do sort of. I just think they're parts of God, faces of God.
Created beings, Dawn.
Yeah, I just don't know if they're physical or not.
They're not. They're not physical. Well, they can take physical form, because Angel Gabriel appeared to Mary as a fat man, right? She was praying. She had a cube, right, in the synagogue. She would be there like every day, like day and night. She never left it, except to go to the toilet, I presume. So, Angel, like Gabriel, came in that cube where nobody else enters it except her parents, right? So Angel Gabriel appeared to her as a fat man, like a stout man, it says. So yeah, they can take human form, and also appeared to Prophet Muhammad as a man as well.
Yeah. Can you tell me about this cube? What was this cube Mary had?
In Mecca.
Oh, a big cube, like the old Kaaba, an original. No, just the temple.
That was the first place of worship created on earth. As some Muslims say it was first created by Adam.
Yeah.
He was sent to earth, but in the Quran it says Prophet Abraham and his son Ishmael built it.
So, a bit like the Kaaba, a bit like old Jewish temple, but just a cube shape.
It was the first. The second was the one in Jerusalem. The spot where Abraham took his son to be sacrificed.
And do you believe about the older stuff? If there's anything older than this, do you believe they got their ideas from the older thing, or the older thing was just different paganism, just wrong?
Oh no! What happened was it was one people, right? One group of people, one religion, and what happened was after the flood, God separated people and languages at Babylon. So it says in the scriptures that people went different ways. They were like they couldn't understand each other because they were talking gibberish. They had different languages, and they just went off in all directions from there. So that's where that's where it got separated.
The Israel race, the original race of group of people, was before Sumeria and all the people that split off.
That's right. The original being Adam. Obviously Adam was sent down to earth with Eve, and they had children, and obviously we are born from incest, right? The Adam's children had children with each other, right?
God, if you've only got one family, right?
Yeah, so that's what happened. The DNA was strong, so God decided to incest was okay in God's eyes, when He's created Adam and Eve. Then obviously, as it deteriorated, like they say, He said no, incest is forbidden, right?
Until Moses.
Which scripture?
Noah.
Okay, he said that in Moses, yeah. But okay, so you're just saying that this religion goes back to before all the paganism.
Well, God says that He only authorized one religion, that is to like pray to Him only, right? Monotheism.
Find this all
to give charity, that kind of thing.
Why do you trust these Abrahamists to write your reality rulebook? Why do you trust them? Because it sounds real.
God, he started. He said to Abraham that I'm going to make a covenant with you, and everyone that believes in me through you,
Why do
they're
you trust that?
they're rightly guided. Why do I trust that?
Yeah.
Because it makes sense. Prophecy, isn't it? Right? God created us, so He knows. He knows, right, what will happen in the future. So if you read the scriptures, it's coming true right now.
Mm-hmm.
Everything He said in the scriptures is coming true. It's
Some of the
the
things
word of God.
do seem to speak about the end of the Aeon. Seems to be now.
It's always now. In 200 years, it will still be now.
Yeah, that's great.
60 years has been now.
And other books prophesized, like Crowley prophesized that we're in the Aeon of Horus. Maybe that's happening right now.
Yeah, if you want to believe that, no problem. It's God gave us free will, right?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, he said it, and I don't even believe that properly. So there's no way I'm going to believe some Arabs.
You've got the right to worship Satan. That's how good God is. Like he gave you a choice.
I think God secretly collects all the Satan worship as his own.
What you have to decide is if the scriptures are correct, if it's right or wrong. If it's truly from God, or it's just made up by men.
Don't you think it's very egocentric for Jews to keep claiming they spoke to God over other people?
Well, I mean,
no, because a lot of people that spoke to God. Matter of fact, in every part of the world.
Yeah,
in
to say this is the only one. We spoke to him, and he said the real stuff to us.
The scriptures are from God, isn't it? Like the scriptures are His words.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
The scriptures say that.
What's a hoax?
So the book says it's the word of God. So the book must be right. It's fucking flawed fucking logic, bro.
It's a huge.
You don't have to believe it. That's the good thing about this, Flatty. Like you got the choice.
I know
to
I don't.
believe or
I
not
don't
to
understand how truth can fucking believe it though. It's anti-truth. Do you know what I mean? You're just religious. It's just fucking like believing the globe, bro.
You don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it. Let me believe it, okay?
This is why I don't believe any of your flat Earth evidence.
Flat Earth is empirical, Don. We can prove it.
Yeah, but you're religious, so you'll use anything.
Right
as
there
proof.
in your face.
No, it's great. Being religious is worth sacrificing your flat Earth credibility. It's worth it.
Really, it's the Earth is created, right? Created by God. Or two Marys together. It makes sense if you marry the two together, yeah?
Marry, that.
Yeah, marry creation and the Earth.
What if Earth was just created by explosion in the void of space and gravity?
You can't prove that, can you? But
well, neither
can prove creation.
Your creation story. No one can.
Okay, it's all right. It's faith.
Yeah. I believe God created Earth using gravity.
Well, if you want to believe that, that's no problem. That's what I keep saying. That's one of the good thing about this belief is that you can either take it or leave it. You can believe in God or you can reject Him. But like I said, there is a penalty. There's consequence for that belief or non-belief.
That's from the original Bible, and it's okay with you?
Oh.
Well, there's letters that weren't even around then. And they didn't have vowels. They didn't have spaces, capitals. They didn't have commas, periods, exclamation points, no chapters. All that's all from afterwards. So you're okay with who decided where a space was going to go and where a comma was going to go? Where at the beginning or not?
Anybody understand that?
I'm sorry.
It's breaking up.
Try.
The original Bible in their language did not have certain letters, didn't have any vowels. There was no spaces, no commas, no periods, no capital letters, no chapter indications. All that came afterward. My man. But in for
Mike is
the
really bad. It's
I
really,
don't
really
know.
bad. We can't hear anything. Can you
Okay, I'm sorry.
drop out and come back in, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucked bad. I thought I was watching Time Bandits for a second.
That was a great movie.
Did you notice they hit the ice wall and Time Bandits? There was a glass mirror in the South Pole. They broke through it.
Yeah. That's flat, right? Now, maybe. They're in a little area.
Yeah, the satellite's going over the curve. Oh, Don, listen, man. Let's say I've been living in a cave all my life, right? And I've just come up to the surface, and I met you, and I asked you, "Oh, this Earth is flat. You know, it's like I could see the plane for miles and miles and miles. Would you prove that it's a globe to me?"
Not unless I really wanted you to be my cosmological friend and agree with me on everything. I'd probably come to the idea that we could disagree and still be mates. But I would explain to you sunsets and nighttime and how the moon looks like a ball through our telescope that we made.
Okay. What about sunsets? Why can't it work on flat Earth?
Because there's no mechanism to make the sun intersect with the ground on a flat Earth.
But there is.
It appears like it's going into the underworld, like the Egyptians believed.
The sun is always at the same height, right? And it's just simply going away from you. Like if it's a spotlight, yeah. Say it covers the Earth 12,000 miles. It's going away from you. And night is possible, right?
Sure, if it's a spotlight, but how would we know if it is or not?
Have you considered that once you pass the horizon on a flat plane, you can see past that on the ground? Consider that.
Yeah, I just don't think that would block the bottom of objects.
Do you think that you'd have a horizon on a flat plane? Yes or no?
Yeah, a sort of blurry one.
That's the problem most ballers have. They think
Look.
horizon is not possible. They think I can see China from
They
London.
can see
right?
forever. They think the ground would go all the way up.
I don't think that on a flat Earth. I think you'd still see a line from the sky and the Earth, but you wouldn't be able to tell a hard thing that things go behind. It would be like a blurry, disappearing patch, like train tracks in the distance.
But let's look at something on the ground, right? Once you hit the horizon, right? That horizon, that horizon line is the farthest you can see. That is the ground. Beyond that is occluded.
Because Earth's a globe.
I propose on the flat plane.
No, I don't think. In my mind, that isn't how it would look on a flat plane.
How in your mind would it look on a flat plane?
Things would stick up from the surface, and you'd still see the bottom, but blurry.
Right, but you understand that there's a maximum limit to the angle of your eye.
No, I don't.
That's what the horizon is.
I don't understand that.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Go to your kitchen or your study and pull a checkerboard or chessboard and put it on a flat table and lower your eye all the way to the bottom of the corner of that board. Low, almost just your eyes barely above the table, just barely, so you can see those first few checker squares
of
that board. But you'll notice if you do that, you can't see the further squares. They're invisible. Bring your eye all the way down to your table where you can see the first few squares of that board, and you'll notice you can't see the further squares because the angle of your eye is too small. The light doesn't come back.
I'm using a table here to put my computer and my keyboard and that on, and I just put my eye down to the edge of it, and I can see the furthest edge, unless I put my eye below the table.
You're not putting it all the way down.
I am. I put it as far as I could until the table blocked, till the front of the table blocked the whole surface, and then I knew I'd gone too far down into the ground.
Put it at the edge of the table.
I did. I just did your experiment, and I can still see the back of the top surface.
You're too high.
Yeah, I don't want to go lower.
Go
because
low,
that would
go
be a
low to
trick.
the point where you can only see. Do you have a checkerboard or chessboard?
I'd be tricking myself if I put my eye lower than the table edge, wouldn't I?
If you can see the first few squares, then it's above. But yes, you have to do it. You have to bring your head
I
down.
can still see the back.
Yeah, all I can say is you're not putting it lower enough. You're not doing an experiment right.
I've done it, and I don't think it proves a flat Earth.
I didn't get to that point yet. I was just going to show you that you can create a horizon right there in your living room with a flat table and a checkerboard if you lower your eye.
I've done it with my table, which is twice the length of a checkerboard, and I can still see the dust on the back of the top surface.
And then that means you're above the table. I want you to go lower.
Lower than the table?
Well, your jaw will be lower than the table, yes.
Yeah, I did that already.
Your nose would be lower than the
put
table,
my
yes,
eyeball
but your eye would be right
just
there.
above. I put my eyeball like 2 millimeters above the table.
Well, Don, you can definitely recreate this. Like even if you took like a basketball court, like a flat basketball court, and there's all the lines. You see the 3-point line, the midway point, etc. If you go all the way to the tip of that court, you put your eye down. As you get closer to the ground, the angle between your eye and the ground is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So there will always be a maximum limit on the basketball court that you'll be able to see depending on your angle of your eye. If it's really down close, then you'll see hardly none of it. But as you go up, you'll see a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. So that explains what Godric's pointing out.
I don't think the bottom of basketballs will disappear just because the lines on the surface have.
We don't. It will if the basketball is beyond it. If the basketball is beyond that point,
I don't think so.
But you do need to recreate the proportions correct to get that right. So you do need in some cases, the actual effect of it over distance in the actual world to get the full effect like that.
Yeah, right. You need to do it to scale, but
you can create it. You can still do that though. You just need a little more distance for that one.
You need to understand that I've already done my own little experiments of looking across things I think are nearly flat at different scales.
Well, let me finish.
Never seen proper obstruction.
Let me finish my point. I'm going to explain to you why you didn't do it correctly. Okay. If you lower your eye down to the bottom of the table to where you can just see the first few squares of the checkerboard, but you can't see the few further squares. What has happened? You have created a horizon on that checkerboard. Okay. Now, if you draw the letter 8. The very further distant square of that checkerboard, you can see it when your eye is above, but you lower your eye back to where you can see only the first few squares. You cannot see that 8 anymore because the angle is too small for your eye.
What if we had an 8 that was standing up?
I've done it in real life in my living room, so I propose you can do it in your living room. You're not lowering your eye low enough.
You put your eye too low and pick yourself.
And that's high above the table. Of course, you can look down because your angle is much bigger.
Why don't you show your experiment?
If you can, I might have to do that for you. But if you can create that horizon on that checkerboard, not be able to see the letter 8 on the further square, what's happened is you cannot see beyond this horizon on the ground. So in reality, once you hit the horizon, those since the ground is obviously occluded, those distant buildings and mountains, whatever kind of big object you have, will vanish from the bottom up because of the angle of light coming back to your eye. This is how it works on the flat plane.
Did you try on your checkerboard? Did you try and put a little Lego man at the back standing up?
Yes. That for that you have to go more deep because you will see if you're on the table, if you're on the corner table, you likely will see a tall object on the back of that checkerboard. But if you put like a piece of paper, I've done with a piece of paper and I can't see it. So you have to consider the distance of your eye, the horizon, and the height of your observation, and the angle that you're looking at. How big is the angle? But yes, cut a piece of paper and put on the back corner of the checkerboard. Lower your eye, you won't see that. Same thing, you won't see the
Lego man's feet disappeared in this experiment.
The Lego man's feet will disappear. You might need like 8 or 10 feet or longer. I don't know how flat your table is, but that, of course, the feet will disappear. Once you hit the horizon, those feet will start disappearing on a flat table.
Do you believe this? Or have you
maybe I should do it and then film it? I don't know. It's been filmed before, so.
Yeah, well, I've seen the opposite shown before.
So let's look at the camera, right? I want to explain something to you. When the flat earthers put that camera halfway above the table, understand? Okay.
And below the table.
If you put a camera lens on top of the table, understand that's above the table. Even that plastic or that metal lens, the thickness of that might be only 1/8 of an inch, is higher than the table. So to be fair,
yeah. So as a person,
you should put the lens half above and half below the table.
No, dude.
That is the way to do it. And that's what my experiment will show. You do that to your eyeball.
Humans are 6 feet high. We haven't got our eyes on their toes, have we?
What?
Humans are 6 feet high. Our eyes are. They're not halfway through the ground.
It's the same premise. It's the same premise. You'll get
if it's the same premise, why are you moving the camera halfway under the table? As if our eyes are
No, you missed it. This is why globers think there's gravity. Listen, half of the lens is above the table, and you can see shit, so it works. Yes, half is below.
Why are you putting it so low?
You want to be fair. If you want to be fair, it should be level to the table, not high above it. Not even 1/8 of an inch above the table.
6 feet up to scale.
The whole lens above the table will also create a horizon, but it's going to be a lot longer. I don't know if a table is going to be that big.
Yeah, me neither.
30 feet, like those King Arthur tables, maybe. JP Morgan mansion, 30 feet long.
Have you seen the flat Earth tests on YouTube where they put the camera below the table and say, "See, the bottom of the thing's disappeared"?
I've seen some of the videos. Yes.
Yeah. So my question would be, why did they have to make that? If it's so obvious, why did they have to make fake ones?
You want to put it on the level. You want to put half above, half below, because the moment you put your camera lens above the table, now you have height. You have a height looking down at the table. You want to put it level to the table. And to be fair, that means half below and half above.
Don, have you seen this one? Just take a look.
I don't agree what we see.
Take a look at the third one in. So at about 5-6 second mark, the third one. Keep your eye on that one, and look at how there's a one block level, 2 block level, 3, 4, 5, etc. So look at the 3 block level, and just keep your eye right on the 3 block level. When he starts, the 2 block level is about halfway on it. As he backs up, it fills and covers the whole second layer of the third layer bar. Now he's keeping it at, he said, about 5 blocks. The camera is roughly 5 blocks in height and does not change in altitude. And you'll see it gets cut off from the bottom up over a planar surface.
I totally disagree what's shown in the video to what you saw.
It's clearly cut off. The one with three block levels, it starts halfway up that and it ends covering the top 2. It absolutely does.
To me, nothing is clear in that video, and all that happens is it all blurs.
Watch it at the beginning, the third level. Watch as he backs up. All you need is those seconds. You'll see that it's cutting off from the bottom.
I watched it last time you shared it and disagreed then as well.
Well, then I'm afraid you're not able to see direct reality right in front of you. I'm afraid you have to.
You're willing to
blindness.
lie about direct reality.
Dude, it's not. Now you're going to call me a liar. Really,
Yeah,
Don?
you just called me one.
I did not call you a liar. I said you were
I
unable. Hold on. I
can't
said you were
witness.
unable to perceive direct reality because you can do pixel for pixel. Go to the 5-second part, the block with 3 levels. The 2-level block is cutting off half of it. As it goes away, the 2-level block it obscures the rest of it. It's pixel for pixel, direct, observable in this video. I did not call you a liar. I just said that you're not able to perceive something as direct as this.
Okay, well, maybe you're not a liar, but I think you're able to perceive unreality. That's what I'm accusing you of.
Do you want me to take screenshots and show pixel for pixel how it cuts off from the bottom up, Don?
I'm fine that one thing can hide behind another thing, even though it's bigger. That fits with globe perspective. But I don't think the bottoms disappear.
Yeah, you can't tell the focus is out because he's got it. Got the
Why
wrong
can't I
focus.
save this video? They won't let me save it.
He's got his focus locked.
We have to download it. You may have to download it.
But where did I download it from? Is it on YouTube?
I just clicked the video. It should be in the upper right-hand corner. It should say download. Should be able to.
The second.
I mean, I can do screenshot for screenshot. The 5-second mark, he starts pulling back 6 seconds, 7, 8. It's absolutely obscuring that thing from the bottom up. And these are all over a planar surface. The camera's not changing altitude. All these are is different level objects over a planar surface.
You're saying at 8 seconds, some of those blocks, the bottoms disappeared.
Yep, 8, 9, 10, they all
Wow.
disappear. Absolutely.
Show 8 seconds. I can't see any bottoms gone.
Well, you can tell they all do. So just look at all of them. They just do it to varying levels because those are stacked higher. They all disappear from the bottom up, every single one. Yeah, I can do close-up screenshots if you need. It'd be easy to do if you can't see it.
Not really. I already think you're just saying stuff that isn't there.
I want to say that
It couldn't be something that's more of a projection than what you said, man.
you lower the camera.
We
bin.
both think we're both dishonest about what we saw. So that's
If you
where we're
lower the camera lower, you're obviously above the table. If you lower the camera lower, you will see those objects disappear. But since you're above the table, I see them. I mean, I see them when they're not blurry. I see them when they're focused.
Do you see the bottoms disappear when it's not blurry?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what he was talking about.
Yeah, he can't even see it. Yeah,
but he has to.
He wants to
lower the
believe and
camera
can't see
lower. He has to lower it lower, and then he'll get that effect. Because there's no horizon table that you need to get that horizon.
How has that happened, Gio? Is Godric not capable of seeing physical evidence now?
Yeah, I saw the bottom of the block, so I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Oh dear, guys.
Okay, so all the block you have block level 1. Go to the 5-second mark. You have the first layer, second, third, fourth, fifth, etc. As he pulls the camera, as he pulls the camera away at the same altitude, each one of the blocks in front of the one behind it visually cuts off and obscures the one in front of it.
So you're not saying the bottoms disappeared now?
I cut out a 10-second timestamp.
A mountain can disappear behind a person if you get the right angle, Gio. That's not a flat Earth claim. You've totally changed your claim.
I do see all the blocks. Are just
Yeah,
getting
it has
smaller.
nothing to do with the bottoms of the blocks that are touching the table. It has to do with the blocks cut off the block behind it over a planar
That's
surface.
what I thought you were saying.
Now I feel justified for calling
you
you
looking at
dishonest.
something else. I thought you were saying that the bottom block has vanished.
That's because he did say that, Godric.
So we're looking at two different things. Yeah, what's the significance of the block behind it getting obscured? What's the significance of that?
Well, if we take let's say if you were to use this as a demonstration to kind of elucidate, like you have the first level, which is just single blocks, then you have the double, triple, etc. If you were to want to say that the double one is like the water line, and then the one behind it would be like a boat or the sun or something across the ocean. So again, the 2 block level would be like the ocean level. The one behind it would be something that's further on the ocean. And it just shows how when you pull the camera away, it shows that phenomenon of the one object obscuring the other, because there's a limit to the one you can see of the 2 block level. And in that scenario, that would be like the limit of how far you can see on the water part of the horizon. And then the one above it correlates with the sky. So they correlate with the ground and sky, and it shows.
Video breaking up for anyone else or just me?
How is a block changed into the sea, a flat sea, Joe? Why have you pretended that the flat sea is a wall? What's happening in your mind, man?
Gio's right. The further blocks are smaller visually, so they're going to be obscured by the closer block. That's what he's saying, which is legit. Which is the same thing with streetlights. Streetlights angle down.
Where's the
The top of the
demonstration?
light angles down into the horizon as you keep going further. Right?
Where can you show flat oceans act like walls? Where's that demonstration?
Well, because there's always a limit to how far you can see on the water level. That's why the horizon is made up of the water and the sky.
That's what you're trying to prove now. And
So there's always a limit to how far you can see on the ground level. That's represented in the analogy of the 2-block one in this case.
No, you can't use a wall to represent a flat surface without explaining why it would act like that. It's absurd.
Because there's a limit as to how far you can see on the ground level due to the atmospheric conditions. Sometimes you can see 3 miles, sometimes 5 miles, etc., depending on the conditions.
That doesn't make a flat surface turn into a wall. That would lift everything up. This argument is basically to prove my flat Earth, the ocean has to act like it's a globe.
No, I never said anything even closely in the realm of anything about a flat Earth. I didn't even use that term, not even in the realm of closeness. What we're talking about was bottom-up obstruction over a planar surface. That's why
and you said to get bottom-up obstruction over a planar surface, the planar surface has to act like it's not a planar surface and it's actually a wall.
Did not say those things either, but if those things you like to say, I guess knock yourself out.
Yeah, that's what you've shown us. You've said the water level is like this block. But
yeah, I'm showing the analogy of it and how it correlates with the geometry of how perspective works and how reality functions.
Planar surfaces are not like a block. There's nothing to suggest that. What you've shown us, you've said the water level is like this block.
Yeah, I'm showing you of it and how it correlates with the geometry. Realm, your video's playing in the background.
Sorry. What creates this wall is when you observe and look over the surface. The view height gets smaller into the distance till it's only 1 pixel high.
Yes.
And that creates the wall.
Yes, precisely.
I don't think that makes sense, sorry.
Ralph,
You can't think of that making sense because you want to hold your position, Don.
No, it's because I've seen flat surfaces over 41 years of being a human, and never have they acted like a block. Never. Depending on if I go to the back of the garden, the back of the football pitch, the front of the playground, the corner of my living room, never does the floor turn into a block and obscure things on the other end. Never. It's as if you think I've never seen a road before. I've never been on a big concrete surface or something. I just can't conceive of it. But I have. I'm 41. I've been on many flat surfaces. I've lied on a concrete surface after roller skating all day, inhaling butane, lying on the floor looking forward. Never have I seen my friends come up from the ground because they entered the playground at the other end. I just see them walking towards me. Still see their feet as well.
Yeah, you have to have a very slight angle. You have to understand how this geometry and the proportions work.
Well,
So yeah, you have to recreate it on the, like, it's been done a million times, like with boats over, like little, like radio control boats. Sky Free has done a bunch of good ones. You can get bottom up obstruction quite easily by just replicating it with the right proportions.
I've seen the RC boat things, and they just blur like these blocks.
Nope, they cut off the bottom of the hull, cuts off from the bottom up.
Only into blurry water that's still seen, not into the horizon. When did we stop using big boats and go to RC boats? When did that happen?
When you want to model it and replicate it on a small scale to validate and verify what's occurring.
But why are you denying reality in favor of small scale RC boats? Why did that happen?
You know what a model is? A demonstration?
Why are you going against reality's observations and choosing a tiny model instead?
No, it's not instead at all. All of the boats over the horizon show the plane, how it works over a plane. Absolutely, that's a fantastic. But when you do it on a small scale, you can confirm the distances, you can confirm the sizes, and you can just replicate it. Science.
What about huge mountains?
Yeah, because on a small scale, you can prove that the surface is flat and level, and it looks the same as what you observe in reality at the horizon.
Does it? Not that I've seen. To me, the horizon in reality looks like the edge of a big ball. Do you imagine B-Ball's test with blobs of blue tack stuck around a blow-up globe?
Isn't the demonstration showing?
There it is. He posted it. Beer Man. Take a look, Don. He did a nice little screenshot. There you have it. Pixel for pixel, buddy. It's cut off, man. There's no way around it. Take a look at his screenshot he just posted. I gotta save that. Thank you, Beer Man. Thanks, bro. He's listening on YouTube, probably. Thank you. That's awesome, man.
He's in the wrong stream, I think.
Do you mean Lightwater?
Nope. Koan. Cohen. That's Beer Man. He changed it. Yeah.
Oh, well, Joe, I agree that objects can obscure other objects behind them. Just don't agree that applies to the horizon.
But it's demonstrating on a flat surface that you can get the same effect, and you're basically replicating the same effect, but you've got evidence that you can do it on a flat surface, which is modeled.
Carlos, you just jumped in. This is a flat surface, but he's using the block that isn't flat as the evidence for flat surfaces blocking things. The flat surface in this hasn't blocked anything.
I don't know where you're looking. I looked in this room and also in the live tech.
It's the second to last thing. Koan Cohen. That's Beer Man. He posted. If we're talking about the screenshot, it's in the live stream one text. He shows the when it's zoomed in and when it's zoomed out, it takes a red line, shows the obscuration.
Oh, I see. So what am I looking at here?
Just different height blocks that are all lined up.
So the two front blocks on the top, the two front blocks are blocking the one block behind.
The ones behind it, yeah. Well, you notice they all do.
Well,
all of them going back as you pull the camera away, as the angular size is changing, it's cutting. They're all being visually obscured from the bottom.
but aren't we trying to show that the taller blocks are obscured and not the lower blocks?
That's what it is. The taller one is obscured in front of from the lower one in front. She shows in the screenshot. There is some analogy here. No one said this is precisely a boat over a horizon. That's not what was claimed. What it shows is if you line up several objects at different heights over a planar surface, they will all cut off from the bottom up as you move the camera away level on it.
You've gone back to that.
The way that this correlates with the boats over the horizon is that where he drew that red line, imagine that's the last bit of water you can see on the ocean. That's the last wave, the last little spray of wave they were able to see due to those atmospheric conditions on that day. Then the three object block behind it, the three layered one, that would be like a boat that is on that water. And as you move away, it's showing how the blocks are being visually obscured by the item in front. In the case of the horizon, the item in front, of course, it's not a 2-block thing. It is the last bit of water you can see. That's the analogy. And it's showing bottom-up obstruction over a planar surface like this.
Because it's a block that things can go behind, like globe Earth curve. So you've demonstrated how it works on a globe, not a flat Earth.
Well, I'm just saying the things I'm saying. If globes tickle your fancy, you're welcome to do whatever you want. I'm telling you how it shows over. Showing you how this over a planar surface shows bottom-up obstruction.
But you're not using the planar surface to obstruct anything, are you?
Absolutely, you are, because the camera's being moved away level over a planar surface, and all those objects are level and they're stacked.
At which point does the flat surface block any of the blocks?
I think I already thoroughly explained that.
Why are you now referring to a line that's on the block instead of the bottom gone?
Yeah, Gio, what you want to show is the bottom of the block blocking the top of the other blocks behind it, not top down. I want to show bottom up.
Show the table blocking the bottom of the blocks, but that's impossible. That's why it can't be shown.
It is possible. You have to lower the camera. Trust me.
Yeah. Below the table, yeah, which is
halfway. Yeah, halfway. Right.
And then they tilt it. Then they tilt it around halfway so that you get tricked.
Don, if you can see anything on top of the table, right, then halfway is sufficient.
You've seen a video where they move the camera around at the edge of the table to block stuff on purpose.
Yeah. Well, you got to think of how big that camera is if the table is representing the Earth and then little magnet blocks are representing buildings, right? So think about how ginormous that camera is. And
you've got to put the lens like 1 mil above the flat surface so you can see along it.
It's really just like the center of the lens needs to be above the table.
Yeah, 1 mil above. The center of the lens has to be 1 mil above.
Right. That's the easiest way to approximate, I think, like scale.
But
given the tools of having a camera, Because
Here's
center
video
line
doesn't
is
do that.
center line. Center is center.
Here's video doesn't do that, and the reason he's not sharing those was because they all include the trick of having the camera below the table.
It's not that the camera's below the table. It wouldn't be able to see
is.
anything otherwise. Don't.
Literally see how the table edge gets bigger in their shots.
Obviously, if you can see it above the table, then the camera is above the table, just like the other guy said. If it's below the table, you'll be seen under the table, wouldn't you?
Why don't you try show one, Godric, and I'll show you what you mean.
I don't have a camera, but I'm trying to explain to you.
No, one of the ones someone else has done. Have you got any evidence that a flat surface obstructs the bottom of objects? I haven't seen any so far.
Was it a challenge? I mean, given whatever lens combination, you can come up with a lot of different things.
Yeah, I'm just saying that all the examples of looking across tables and making things at the end of the table disappear bottom first are tricks.
This one's cool. I think Flat Earth Data said he did this one. I'm pretty sure he said he did it live. And then, yeah, check that out. It's just kind of cool. It's showing a sunset over a planar surface.
Through a magnifying lens, right?
Of course, the atmosphere functions as a lens. Absolutely.
So how do we know he's pulling it only backwards and not down?
Because he's just sliding the book over the table.
To me, it looks like he's pulling it down as he's going back.
That's the point, dude. That's how the sun looks like that when it sets due to perspective over planar
So you're
surface. Of
admitting
course,
he's
it looks like it's going down. That's how perspective works. All the lines.
No, the book, not the circle. He looks like he's pulled the book with the circle down.
Nope.
Don, this is your
How would you
sunset.
show that he hasn't?
Don, here's your sunset on the flat Earth. If this guy's doing what he says he's doing, then this is how your sun is setting on the flat Earth. My point is that once the sun hits that horizon level, you can't see beneath it, so the sun will vanish from the bottom up, just like these distant buildings are and these distant objects are, mountains.
It's like hard to approximate with like a regular.
Yeah, sorry.
You go.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say I think that's a trick. I don't like the video. You have to stick a magnifying lens up and then move the fake sun down. You've not done real science, I'm afraid.
That's the point, buddy. He's not moving the book down, bro. Rob Skiba did it as well. It's planar, parallel, and it's setting. It's also been done in like hallways, like in there's a bunch of those too in like a hallway, and you just walk away with a circular item, and it cuts off from the bottom up precisely like that.
I don't trust your word on that, and I don't trust Flat Earth Data's test.
It's just because of how lenses are. Because how your eyes are too.
Well, that
This
lens,
thing's
all the lens is doing there is it's just accelerating the effect of perspective more than it would if you didn't have the lens. That's all the lens is doing. And over atmosphere, and you have huge amounts of distance, that is what's occurring because it's just a larger scale. So it's just showing it on a smaller scale.
He's exaggerated the effect with a piece of plastic. And by literally moving the book down.
I mean, no, dude, it has nothing to do with that one because it's been done a bunch of times. Rob Skiba has done it. Many others have done it. David Weiss has done them.
Why don't you show those?
So nobody's moving any books down, dude. It's all parallel over the surface. Like this effect, you know, that happens over long distance. The Fresnel lens just allows for that to be done in a smaller time, distance. It's the same effect, and you're watching the thing cutting off from the bottom up. So,
But what Don needs another camera at the same time filming on the top on another angle of him moving the book back. He thinks it's somehow moving the book down.
Yeah,
I posted it. I already posted one that shows the third party of it as well with the candle flame. It shows a camera looking from outer, from a third person view.
Yeah, but the candle flame isn't being moved back, is it? It's literally going down like the sun. So that's
It's being moved back over the planar surface, correct?
Oh, I can see it's moved back on that little thing. Right.
Yep.
So that's all down to the lens, yeah. Not enough for me. I don't like the plastic sheet.
What are these two lenses here? Why is there two lenses here? Looking at the candle. Is it because what?
It's to replicate what they think the atmosphere is doing.
I wish they can do it without the lenses. Because obviously the lenses make a difference.
Yeah, I wish they could do it without lenses, but I've never seen that.
This one I posted. If you go a bit ahead, this is one of the classic ones, Rob Skiba. Go to like 4 minutes, and his shows exactly what he's doing. It's moving it over the planar surface. He has a little thing. It shows precisely, and he even puts it in a little environment there, and it's exactly what we see: the sun setting over a planar surface like that. In terms of this, in terms of that circle of the sun that it's really just lowering and lowering, and then completely disappears from the bottom up all over a planar surface.
His wife still sells those little kits.
Nice. That'd be a cool thing to have while they're still available.
You can testingtheglobe.com. You can find them there.
Nice. Yeah, shout out to Rob Skiba. His wife just released a book as well about his story.
And you can find that information at theprotocolthatkilled.com. Her interviews are posted there as well.
But even in this clip, when it's high, he doesn't show it high. He doesn't show that he's pulling it back in the same way.
I like the one David Weiss has done a couple of these too. One of them was really good. He did it like in his kitchen, where he has like a flashlight that has a little like ball on the end of it. So it almost looks like a light bulb, but it's like a flashlight. So it kind of looks like the sun. It's like a circle, That one's really cool too.
What up?
And he what's up, Ruhit?
Yep.
I don't like the Rob.
You missed it earlier, Ruhit. Earlier, kind of early afternoon my time. Dude, there's about 4-hour conversation on, believe it or not, circumcision.
Yay.
It was it was in depth. I thought you would
It was a circumcision marathon. It went around and around.
Up and down, in and out.
Is it? No, mostly around, circumcised.
Since you're an enthusiast of the male genitalia, I thought I should have to let you know.
I'm circumcised, yes. I'm old.
I blame the Jews for all that.
Do
Anyway,
you know any languages besides English?
No. But
We want to know
we're
what
up to
the
three
word
blocks
Jesus. We want to know the word Jesus sounds like in other languages.
Jesus.
We got Jesus, and we got the other one. What's the other one?
Jesus.
Jesus.
In the original
Jesus.
1611, it was Isa.
Yeah, I wrote a thing about
Isa. It was Isa.
Yeah,
Chinese.
Let me find my where is it?
Chinese Jesus.
Chinese is Yesu.
Yesu.
Yeah.
Yesu. Okay, so so there you go. Yesu is not Jesus, but because of the language, they say it that way.
Yeah, they copy the sound.
Oops. Mm. No one calls him Big J though, right? Nobody says, "Hey,
check the
Big
chat.
J." It's weird.
Check the chat, Godric. Wrote about
Anton
this back in the
LaVey.
day.
Anton LaVey called him Big J, I think.
What? Oh man, I guess I picked a bad example.
How do you say cock-a-doodle-doo in Japanese?
I don't know, but I feel a punchline coming off.
Just ask Ruhif what he's doing on the weekends.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Oh, that's any cock will do. Go, Rue. Get yours, man.
How do you say cock-a-doodle-doo in Thai language? It's eggy, egg, egg.
Okay. So these blocks disappearing, Geo. What's the story?
Someone told me, like, and they have like Colonel Sanders chicken. It's finger licking good. Someone told me in Chinese that would mean to eat your fingers off. The saying "it's finger licking good" means to eat your fingers off. I don't know. That's real.
Yeah, Ruhif, we're just looking at bottom up obstruction over a planar surface.
But there's no obstruction.
What
I
do you
don't
got?
understand.
Ruhif, do you know what a horizon is on a flat plane?
No, I don't actually.
Right. So if there's a flat plane, there wouldn't be a horizon, right? So the ground would
Wouldn't
just
be a
go
hard horizon. Yeah,
to,
there'd be no hard horizon.
up to Uranus. It would just keep on going, right? So there would be
There'd
no
hard. There'd be no hard horizon on a flat Earth. It would just fade off into nothing, blur out.
But isn't that what it does now, Ruhif? It just fades off.
No, you get a hard horizon.
How hard
You
is
have
it?
a hard horizon.
Super hard.
Your eyes, Ruhif.
Not hard as my cock right now, Geo.
You got to make it more blurry and floppy.
Yeah. Like balloon animal stretchy.
How far over the ocean can a periscope see?
Right. How high is a periscope?
Further than you should be able to see on a ball.
Really?
He got you there, Ruhif. What are you gonna do now?
Ask for evidence, maybe.
No, we're just talking, Mike. We're just talking. Nobody has evidence in Discord.
True.
But if we can see far, how far can you see? What's the maximum, Ruhif? Is a ball?
I don't know. Curve calculator, but if you're at like a foot and you got waves out in the ocean, then probably not very far. Like, what's the point of me giving you an answer when we've got nothing in reality to compare it to?
Because you don't know, Ruhif, because it doesn't happen, Ruhif, because it's not a thing. But you say it is. That's why.
All right.
I mean, just what you said. On a flat plane, you wouldn't have a hard horizon. It would just vanish off into nothing. Do you hear yourself, bro? Can you draw that?
On a foggy day, I could tell you what it would look like. Take a photo of it. But on a clear day, you get a hard horizon.
Well, then how come? I'm just gonna make a video game analogy. But like in a video game, you can have a huge like world that like doesn't have curvature. It's like a planar coordinate system, and it will create a hard horizon.
Yeah, they clip it, right?
No, it's the limit. There's a limit. It's where the ground and the sky meet.
It's called clipping. They don't render the entire world every single frame.
Yeah, but the ground ramps up to meet the sky, and then there's a limit at which that occludes. Like And if you run in the world, then yeah, it's going to render more of the world, but there's still the hard horizon of
There's your horizon, right?
where the ground and the sky meet. Because like
Hey, chicken.
we can see, like, all right, let's say we can see 3 miles. Like if the horizon's 3 miles out, yeah, there's going to be a hard cutoff line because it's only 3 miles. So that's where the ground and the sky meet. Boom. It's not going to be all faded out or anything. It's going to be, you see the rest of the water and then the rest of the sky. And that's going to be 3 miles is fairly close. And there it is.
Rohit, he made a good point. In the video games, they don't use Earth's curvature. They use flat planes. And there's a horizon.
Yeah, because they
now
clip
what?
it, right? Do you know what clipping is? They don't render the entire world in every frame. They set a distance away from you that they render.
That's what our reality is. Yes, we can't see it all. We can't see the whole thing. So it's like reality is, if you want to call it rendering, that God is rendering it for us, if you want to say that or something. But
okay,
that's what it is. It's the limit.
If you want to say that, that's fine.
Thank you.
Skybox is flat.
So
Rohit's gonna have to feed the dog. Every time we get him over a barrel, he needs to feed the dogs. Go ahead, Rohit.
Rohit, you will get an honorable mention.
In what?
In the in the new paradigm of the cosmological truth, you as a wielding globe smasher will get an honorable mention.
Cool.
In the back.
Small print. Yeah. Maybe partially accurate photo.
Right.
And cross one of your eyes.
Anyway, back to your bottom-up obstruction. Where is the obstruction in your video?
And your graphs can go down in history as one of the last final attempts of the globe to send it home. Anyways, what about the bottom-up obstruction?
Yeah, I just tagged it in. Terry got a frame of it.
Yeah, look at the one Beer Man posted.
Beer Man. What time?
Here, I'll repost it.
Hey, Godric, did you read my article?
So the red line.
Hang on a second. Where's your article over here?
Yeah.
I tagged you in it a couple minutes ago. What? How's that bottom-up obstruction? What are you talking about?
So this is an analogous thing. It's not a direct representation. It's a model. It's analogous. And the way I'm describing it is, so you have all these different layers of blocks, obviously, and they're all spaced out over planar surface. Well, he drew the red line. If we were to go from the 2 block level and we were to put the red line there, when it zoomed in, it shows that amount of the triple one, the third one behind it, cut off about halfway. And when he zooms out, you can see how now there's more of it cut off. Now, all of them do that in a row. It's not just that one. That's just the most pronounced because it's the closest. They all do that. Now,
that's not bottom-up obstruction.
It is. Now, the reason this would be analogous, the camera is at an equal altitude and it's being taken away, obviously, over a planar coordinate system as it zooms out. So that's related to the angular size change with distance. Now, the reason this is analogous is because the 2 block, the one with the 2 height level, that would be analogous to the last bit of water that we can see on that day. So if that's 2 miles, 3 miles, 5 miles, whatever that last little wave, the last little bit of water due to the atmospheric conditions of how far we can see is represented in that 2 block level, the red line. Now, a boat or something, or the sun or whatever it may be that's beyond that, it shows the bottom-up obstruction as it moves away. It's precisely showing that.
Just to be clear, the plane, the surface, is not obstructing anything, right?
Not in this model, in this demonstration, no.
Phew,
But over a planar surface, the blocks in front of the ones behind them are blocking the ones behind them from bottom up, showing that effect due to angular size change, etc. So like I said, if you take the 2 block one, and if that's the last bit of water you can see, That's the horizon line of the water level. The one behind it, the 3-block one in this analogy, would be like the sun or a boat or something that's beyond it distance-wise, and it shows the effect.
Okay, let me just post something from my phone. One sec.
And I'm not using this to like prove anything, or it's not even it's not like some ultimate proof. What it's doing, it's just a demonstration that shows the effect, and it clearly shows it.
Of things being in front of other things, sure.
And obstructing due to distance change and angular size change and the layers and the angles involved. Yeah.
Right. But do you think that's what the debate is about? Do you think we're arguing about things in front of other things? Post it. You post it. Hold on. There we go. There you go.
Yeah, because there is something, in my viewpoint, the way it's actually working over a planar surface, there is something in front of another. It's not visually obscuring it due to elevation, but like, for example, on the oil rigs of the Black Swan, when there's the one image where the legs are cut off, there's another image where you can see way beyond it and the horizon's way beyond it. And you can see all of the legs. We've looked at it a million times. That is showing the two scenarios. The one scenario is where the 2 blocks, as it were, the last bit of water you can see is closer. It's between you and the oil rigs. Because it's closer, that functions as a visual layer. That visual layer is going to visually obscure anything that's on the water level beyond it.
Is the water obstructing the thing? Like in your example, the 2 blocks is water. And it's obstructing, I don't know, whatever the boat or whatever the 3 blocks is.
Yeah, say the red line is the water line, yeah.
Okay, so it's a wave, right? So the surface is the table, but there's a wave which is 2 blocks high.
No, the surface is, just call the water level that red line. That's the water level. It's the horizon where the last bit of water we can see functions as a final point of the 2 parts of the horizon, the ground and the sky. So the last part of water we can see now functions as the ground. If that's between you and the oil rigs, then the bottom of the legs are definitely going to be cut off because you're not going to be able to see beyond that. The rest of it is all sky from that point up because the horizon is constellating in that position due to the condition on that day. Now, on another day where you can see much further, the horizon is way, way beyond the oil rigs, and you can see the feet all the way to the bottom because in that case, the last bit of water you can see due to the atmospheric conditions is far, far beyond the oil rigs, and therefore you can see the legs and all of it.
So in your example, is the table, is that meant to represent the flat surface of water?
No.
No. Then I have no idea what your demonstration is meant to be at all.
The red line would be your water line.
So then I bring the plane of the water up to the 2 block level?
So I was told that the camera he said is at I think he said 5 blocks of height, meaning the camera. Yeah. But I would like to know more definite, like detail, like at the top of the lens, the middle of the lens, the bottom of the lens. But I mean, you can tell it's obviously, it's a camera above the table. So whether it's 3 blocks, 4 blocks, 5 blocks, really doesn't matter. It's obviously more than 2 blocks. So the fact that it's more than the 2 blocks means that that's like you 6 feet above the water. So if you just take it from there, as you move away, it's precisely showing the effect.
It's not showing bottom-up obstruction on a flat plane.
Yes, it is, because the red line, the 3 blocks beyond the red line, so the red line is like the horizon line, the water level up to that line. The blocks behind it would be the oil rigs, the feet of the oil rigs, a boat, the hull of the boat, any of that in this analogy. As you move away, that red line cuts off visually more of the blocks, of the ones behind it. It's how in terms of sun setting, boats, over the whole, all of them.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, the camera is above the 2 blocks. So that's like the dude being above the water. The red line functions as the water. The 2 blocks function as the last bit of water you can see, the extent of your vision, the last, extent of that. The rest is sky. The 3 objects beyond it represent either the feet of the oil rigs, the boat, the sun, any of those objects. And it shows how as you move away, due to distance change and angular size, that it visually obscures from the bottom. No curve. You're not moving the camera down. That's not what it's doing. It's just doing it due to these geometries. I'm not requesting you accept anything. I'm just showing you it. Just showing it to you.
When you say the desk is not the surface of the flat water, I don't see the point of this observation at all.
We have
Yep.
here a little picture of the tankers.
Yep.
That happens on a flat plane.
Say again.
That happens on a flat plane.
How? What causes the obstruction?
You have a horizon. We're here.
Yeah. What is the horizon on a flat Earth?
The horizon on a flat Earth is the same as in this picture here, because we're on a flat Earth.
The point at which the water starts
Just
curving
go with me
away
for a
from
second.
you.
Assume it's a flat Earth, okay? You have a horizon. The horizon is the farthest you can see on the ground from your perspective.
Okay, why can't you see further?
Field of view, vision.
They're just random words. Draw me a diagram would be the best, right?
How
'Cause I can
random
see
are they?
further.
I mean, you're the
Field
one
of view is
you're the one who made the words, and you say they're random. We're here.
Is there something before?
Yeah.
Is there something before word salad, like maybe like word salt and pepper, or just some kind of like just
Maybe.
the beginnings of it?
Word lettuce.
We're here says the words, and he says they're random. We're here. Listen,
This field of view. A field of view is germane to the topic. Come on.
it's a concept.
How does it apply? How does field of view obstruct 13 meters of this boat?
We're here. It's a concept. There's a maximum distance you can see on the ground because the horizon blocks further view on the ground. The angle of eye is too small. That's why.
Is it? You're saying 13 meters is too small an angular size to
It
resolve?
doesn't matter the distance. It depends on your height, observation, and the distance of the object,
Okay.
right? It's all relative,
Show me
right?
how it depends. You could have a mathematical equation when you say depends, right? It depends on the distance and the size and everything. Put it into an
Okay,
equation.
don't worry about the distance. Is there a horizon? Right.
On a flat Earth, no, you just fade off into the distance.
What does that mean? Fade off. If you're saying that the Earth, you know how the ground seems to go up to your eye level and the sky seems to go down to your eye level. You understand? So instead of that happening, you think it's gonna go up into the sky or what?
No, it'll just approach. It'll approach your horizontal.
If that's what it does now.
No, it doesn't. It measurably does not. It measurably does not
You go
rise to
outside,
eye level.
the ground it creates a horizon, and the sky comes down, and it's a flat level going left and right.
It's not flat left or right either.
And the ground goes up, and that's eye level. So how would it happen?
No, it's not eye level. It's measurably not eye level, Godric. Do you have measurements that say it's at eye level? I have measurements that it's not at eye level.
I misspoke. Listen, I misspoke. Go out to eye level. It's in the middle of your view. Okay.
No.
Now, what would change on a flat Earth? Hang on. What would change on a flat Earth? Go.
Yeah, the light would just eventually get scattered away, and you would just have a faded horizon. It'd be as if it was foggy.
That's what happens now.
No, it isn't. We have a hard horizon. On a clear day, you see a hard line that separates the sky from the water. Not a fuzzy faded object.
What does it mean fade off?
Well, imagine it's a foggy day, right? And your visibility is only a few miles. That's what it would look like.
That makes no sense, Riff.
Why?
Let's say, okay, go out your fog. Let's assume a clear day for both perspectives. Okay, No fog, all right? Because we like to convolute it.
And
We're not gonna
no
convolute it.
scattering, no scattering of light.
Just a crisp, clear day.
Yep.
Now, what would a
If
flat Earth look like?
Right. If there was no scattering, no fog, anything like that, you would have a hard horizon at horizontal.
Wonderful. That's what we have now.
No, we don't. No, we don't. The horizon is not at horizontal, and we have scattering.
What's the difference?
If
Can
you're
you
on a
draw
high,
it? Hang on. Can you draw
can I
it?
draw?
Draw
Can
the
I draw
difference
which
between a globe Earth and what you think a flat Earth would look like. And you're saying scattering. Just throw that out. You're saying a hard horizon
Yeah,
versus
if we had
soft
on a
horizon.
flat
What does that
Earth,
mean?
on a flat Earth, if we had no scattering, so nothing's like attenuating the light.
Oh my God! Would you stop with the scattering? It's a crisp day, no fog.
Yeah, no fog, but light still gets scattered. Right, so we can't see forever.
God.
What do you mean? Oh my God! Are you denying that scattering's real, or what? What are you talking about?
I want you to draw what you think would be on a globe and what you think would be on a flat, and show me the difference.
Okay, on a flat Earth, you would have a horizon at eye level, but it would be fuzzy and blurry. We would not have a hard horizon because of scattering.
Okay.
On a globe, we would have a hard horizon at a predictable angle below horizontal, which is what we have.
So we'd only have a soft horizon. Is that what you're saying?
On flat Earth, yes.
I want to know what this
soft versus hard horizon.
Soft horizon would look like.
Globe is harder, boy.
What it looked like. Can you not imagine something fading off?
No, you're
Seriously, can't
claiming
imagine
that distant objects are bending behind the curve, Ruhin.
Right.
That's what you're
But you
claiming.
can't imagine something getting fuzzy and faded. You can't imagine that in your head.
That's
You
what it
can't
is now,
imagine like
Ruhin.
when it's
That's
foggy.
what it is now, Ruhin. I don't know how.
No, it's
I don't know
not.
what it is.
We have a hard horizon.
If it, it sounds like you're saying like it would be so hazy that would be the only type of horizon that we would have. It's just from haze.
Yes.
But I would argue that isn't correct.
I would love you to make a prediction of
So,
what we should see.
I would argue that. Are you sure you want me to argue that though? But
Sure.
I'll just state it. It's gonna be annoying for you to talk
Yeah,
about.
Ruhin, that's not a good argument. I'm just trying to help you out, bro.
Ruhif, you have to consent to getting that smoke from snacks.
Hang on, let me post a picture of what I mean by a hard
You have to
horizon.
sign an agreement to get.
I have another question, Ruhin. You realize you're claiming. Okay, Ruhin, in your picture about the tankers going beneath the horizon, you realize that you're claiming that the Earth's surface is bowing up and down, and in a curved surface where these tankers are getting obscured by this bowing effect, by a curving effect, front to back. But what about the bowing left to right? Hang on a second.
Just a ball.
What about the curving? You can say curve. I don't get bowing, curving, whatever you want to say. What about the bowing left to right? Is that also happening?
Yes.
Ruhin, what can we see farther, left to right or front to back?
Depends on your field of view.
In general.
Well, if you want to see left to right curvature, you need elevation and a wide field of view. Right? If you want to see sort of front to back curvature, obstruction due to curvature, then you need a narrow field of view.
That makes no sense, really. It would be the same, Ruhin. It's a ball.
No, it's not. I know it's a ball, but you're trying to see obstruction in one and left to right curvature in another. So I posted a photo of 36.
You have to. Well, actually, you wouldn't be able to see front to back because you have a horizon.
What?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is to see the left to right curvature, you have to be high in the air.
Yes,
And
higher
to see
and with a
front back
wider field of
curvature, you have
view.
to be low. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you're lower, then it'll be obstructed.
Yeah, actually,
quicker,
that actually makes sense.
shorter
You know what?
distances.
We agreed on one thing.
Yeah,
there is a God.
fantastic.
There's a God, and we agreed on one thing today.
All right, can you see my photo at 36 minutes past?
Hang on. Yeah, I see an ocean.
Yep, that's a hard horizon, right? It's a very clear, distinct line between the sky and the water.
Okay, you can't. Okay, So what is a soft fuzzy horizon? Rip?
Like, imagine it being foggy.
Rip.
Yes.
That doesn't make
Can
any
you not
sense, bro.
imagine fog, Godric? Holy shit! Come on. Can you imagine what it would look like if it was
Can you
foggy?
get this fog on a flat
Godric,
table, Rip?
Godric,
On a
I'm gonna
long,
share a picture that shows the fuzzy horizon.
wonderful. I got to see this. I hope it's a joke because I want to laugh right now.
It's from Geo's flat Earth experiment.
Oh, what's the fuzzy horizon?
Top image there.
To be fair, the back blocks are unfocused. Don,
Yeah, it's
right?
out of focus, but you get the idea, right? It's blurry and not well defined.
It's just not focused though. If you focus
I
it,
understand.
Pick a line.
I understand.
Slightly
You
thicker.
know what a
I don't
fuzzy
get it,
thing
bro.
looks like, Godric. Holy shit.
I don't get it.
Okay.
There's gonna be whether you're on a globe or a flat, it's gonna be a distance you can see. That distance you can call a hard horizon will not be fuzzy.
No. You can see further than the hard horizon, right? In my the ship photo, you can see further than the horizon. The boat is in the background.
You can't. A horizon means it's the maximum, and it doesn't have to
No.
mean it's bending. It just means it's a maximum distance, your angular resolution.
Oh, jeez. When you say angular resolution, do you mean the Rayleigh criterion?
No, I mean you draw a
What do you mean?
triangle, your eye to the object.
Yep.
Once it gets so narrow, you can't see it anymore.
Okay, how narrow?
Once
Is there a limit?
the lines on the triangle meet, you cannot see it anymore.
Right.
That has to be
Is
straight
there a
between the triangle.
quantified limit to that? Is there a specific angle?
Of course. I don't know
Okay,
the
what is it?
numbers, but it happens. We know it happens. I don't know the numbers.
Right. Is it the Rayleigh criterion or the diffraction limit?
I don't know. Yes, it
is.
you don't even have to know that to know it's happened.
Yes, I know what you're talking about, Godric. You're talking about the Rayleigh criterion, right? Maybe you don't know what you're talking
about. Now, tell me about the Rayleigh criterion.
This is talking about the Rayleigh criterion. You're talking about Rayleigh scattering.
The short version.
No, they're different things. Both talked about by Lord Rayleigh, but they're different things.
Give me the short version. Go ahead.
Of Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You brought it up.
Sine theta equals 1.22 times lambda over the diameter of the aperture. Would you like me to bring up a little spreadsheet?
And that's like the curve of the Earth?
It's got nothing to do with curve of the Earth. Let me share my spreadsheet one second.
Has to do with what you can see at a distance.
It has to do with the resolvability of 2-point light sources.
But that itself, if you know Rayleigh's work, right, you know that that's to do with his astronomical work, not his.
That's fine. Still,
right, because they're about stars and airy disks, right?
Yeah, but it's any circular aperture. All right, can you guys see my magnificent spreadsheet?
But it's due to uncoated glass, right?
I don't know whether coating would have any effect. Why would that affect things? Anyway, there's Rayleigh criterion. Sine theta equals 1.22 times lambda, which is the wavelength of light, divided by diameter of aperture. All right, so this is when light enters a circular aperture, it diffracts, and these cause like a diffraction pattern called an airy disk. And if these airy disks overlap too much, then you can't resolve the 2-point light sources. Okay, so wavelength will stick it somewhere there. What's green? Green's 600 something, isn't it? 630. That's in the middle. The diameter of the lens will make it as big as possible. It was shot with a P900, so 67 millimeters. The distance was 25 kilometers, I think. So 25,000 meters. Boom. All right. So the resolvability of green light in the middle of the spectrum with a P900 is about 2 arc seconds.
This is a really nice attempt here, but obviously this is wrong. But
please explain why it's wrong. Is Rayleigh's criterion wrong?
Well, your use of it is going to be wrong.
How so?
You're trying to use it correctly. I don't think you can.
Wrong?
I don't think you can just say, "Oh, a P900 is this," and therefore
P900 has a diameter of 67 millimeters.
Yeah, you're not going to get an accurate number.
Is the P900 67 millimeter diameter or not?
It's been engineered. It's
Does
not
it
a piece
have
of
an
uncoated
aperture?
glass. Look at what
Does it
Rayleigh
have an
Criterion's made.
aperture of 67
Oh,
millimeters? Yes, it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
It,
67
it,
millimeters.
I'm just saying it's not going to effectively matter because of like how much that is computer controlled to like adjust for all these different things.
I've made it as big as it can possibly go. Right, the aperture can't get bigger than 67 millimeters. So this is the best resolution. Is 2 arc seconds.
So like okay, so I have a fair amount of lenses, right? Some of them, if I have the aperture cranked wide open, I cannot get a clear image because of differences in the flange distance or whatever. That's not a really big deal. Some lenses just made like that. They're soft, right? They are.
Right. Is the diameter of the P900? Can it ever be bigger than 67 millimeters?
What it has to do is like lens coatings and how that they're arranged in the groups of the lens to actually cause mitigation to the refractive index.
I'll ask again. Can
so
the
there's like a
aperture
very
of the P900 ever be greater than 67 millimeters?
Yeah, I mean, you could do this with
No, it
some
can't.
really simple optical setup, but I don't think you're going to achieve accurate calculus.
So I'll ask it again. Can the aperture of the P900 be ever any greater than 67 millimeters? The answer is no. Okay, so I'm using 67 millimeters to
What you're
put it
saying
as
is
best
67
into
millimeters
your
doesn't
favor.
mean the distance, because it can be a greater or lesser depending on the condition.
The diameter of the lens can be no more than 67 millimeters. If it's fully open,
That's
67
correct.
millimeters. Okay, so we can move on from that.
I don't think so.
Okay,
But you
you can be excluded from the conversation then. Fine.
I'll do that.
All right, so the maximum resolution of the P900 is 2 arc seconds. All right, so if two light sources are less than 2 arc seconds apart, it will not be able to resolve them. Okay, that's what Rayleigh's criterion is. Now, we can apply that 2 arc seconds and make it an angular size. So if we have an object at 25 kilometers away, we can work out how close two things have to be before they become unresolvable. Okay, and it's 28.7 centimeters, or
How
quarter of
close
a
are
meter.
two things if one of them is the surface that it's residing upon? What is the distance of a boat from the water?
Right, so it's a foot, 30 centimeters. So if you got the water lapping at the boat on the surface, and then a foot up, 30 centimeters up, those two things, those 2 points, will not be resolvable. They will blur
At what
together.
distance?
It's 25 kilometers.
One foot is unresolvable.
Yeah. Things that are a foot apart are unresolvable. If they're more than a foot, then yes, you can resolve them. Guess how much of that boat is hidden?
So this is based on what, the Rayleigh criterion?
Yes. So there's 13 meters of that boat which is hidden, right? Which is clearly greater than the
So
resolution
that has
limit.
nothing to do with observer height or anything. That's just
this, correct? Yeah.
Right. Which has little applicability when we're talking about things that are going off in the distance, where observer height would play an effect on how far that you can see, right?
Godric
So
claimed that this is an issue of
misapplying
resolution. No, I'm
it's a
showing that
misapplication.
Godric's explanation is rubbish. Godric claimed that it's hidden due to the resolution limit. I'm showing you that the resolution limit is about 30 centimeters.
So
where
if I
there
get
is
higher,
13 meters.
Is there more that we can see if we increase our height?
On a globe, of course.
On any surface.
As in, if you gain elevation, will it increase the angular size? Infinitesimally small increase, yes. Do you
Yeah.
want to do
So
that?
if I get lower down, then it would decrease the angular size, right?
By minuscule amounts. Do you want to do that?
The angle. So yeah, let's use
Let's
a
do that.
checkerboard. Let's yeah.
No, we're not using a
Let's use
checkerboard. We're looking at a vertical. We're looking at a boat that's vertical. We're not looking at a checkerboard from like low
Okay.
down to it.
Let's use a tile floor.
No, you're missing the point. We're not looking at
No, you're
things that
missing the point.
we're not looking at
We've
things
done
that
this
are
before, Ruhith.
parallel. We're not looking at things that are parallel to our line of sight. We're looking at a boat which is perpendicular to us.
But it's residing on a parallel surface, right?
Fine. What does that matter?
What does
let's
that
let's
matter?
do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it in GeoGebra.
Because visually, parallel things can appear to meet, even though they're not actually meeting. But visually, they can
Let's do
appear
it in
to meet.
GeoGebra.
So what's happening is something that isn't actually taking place in reality is appearing to take place. Would you agree?
Hang on. Let's do this in GeoGebra.
Would you agree?
I'm going to model it for you.
Would you agree?
I wasn't listening. I'm going to model your question
I'm not
for you. Okay.
All right.
0.
We've
How
already
high
gone
would you
through
like
this.
the observer?
We've
How
already
high
gone
would you
through
like the
this,
observer?
and you conceded that things do appear to become unresolvable from the bottom up. You've already made
No,
that
I
concession.
do not agree with that at all. I do not agree with that at all. Never said that.
Yes, you have. We've had a conversation.
No, I have not said that. No, I have not said that.
So where does unresolvability, when you're looking at distance, where does unresolvability begin first? Would it be at the bottom?
Anyway,
would it be at the bottom foot of that boat, or would it be
No.
the top foot of the boat that would appear to become unresolvable first?
No, not the bottom or the top. Whatever 2 points are that angle apart.
Didn't you say that the first foot of the boat would become unresolvable at 25 meters because it is residing upon the surface of the water? So it would become unresolvable from the water?
Any foot, it could be the top of the bridge. If they're a foot apart, they will blur together.
So is the bridge of the boat closer to the water than the hull of the boat that is residing in the water?
No.
So which one would become unresolvable from the water first?
Any 2 points that are a foot apart.
See, this is where I'm going to disengage because you're disingenuous. Because if you can't admit
accuse me of saying something that I didn't say,
you
are being disingenuous.
Understand it then? Do you just not
I understand
understand?
You've accused me of saying something I did not say.
So
I have never said
that
the bottom things disappear first.
If we're looking in the distance, what portion of the boat is closer to the water?
The hull? Is that a ridiculous question? What?
Okay. So the hull would become unresolvable from the water before the top of the boat or the bridge of the boat would become unresolvable from the water.
Any 2 points that are separated by less than a foot are unresolvable. It doesn't matter if they're near the water or on the bridge.
We're talking about unresolvability between the water and the boat. So which portion of the boat would become unresolvable from the water first?
The water that's lapping at the hull is unresolvable from a point that is a foot above the hull.
Okay. So now we would agree that the bottom of the boat would appear unresolvable from the water prior to the top of the boat.
No, you're not understanding. Any 2 points that are less than a foot apart.
I'm understanding that I'm dealing with somebody that is not having a conversation in good faith.
Okay, you're getting turned down. Fuck off. See ya. All right. Who was actually talking to? Was it Snacks?
Wait, did you just turn me down? Can you hear me? Ruhith, can you hear me?
He did not respond to you. Ruhith, you can't just turn down.
Yeah, you can't just compartmentalize the chat, bro. That's not cool.
No, he's calling me disingenuous. He's calling me disingenuous, having a conversation in bad faith. He's accused me of saying something I have never said, so he can get turned down.
Yeah, I can pull the conversation back up. I'm going to have to go through hours and hours and hours of live stream video, but we had about a 2-hour conversation months ago where you did agree that things can appear to become unresolvable from the bottom up first, which is what we were just getting to in this conversation, where the unresolvability between the water and the boat is going to happen where the water meets the boat, which is at the bottom of the boat. that just makes logical sense. Can you tell me how that doesn't make logical sense, and how that the top may be unresolvable from the water before the bottom would become unresolvable from the water? Can you give me a scenario where that would take place? I guess he's just not listening. But either way, does anybody else in the conversation understand what I'm talking about? Does that make logical sense, that if we're talking about two objects that become unresolvable from one another, one being water and one being a boat, that the two closest portions of those two objects would be where the water is actually physically residing on the boat?
Yep.
I'm just trying to read this thing on the P900 Rayleigh Criterion photo, whatever blog posts. Because yeah, like the P900 only has like a 357 millimeter lens, and then it's crop, which multiplies that factor to get you 2000 millimeter lens.
Right. What's the maximum diameter it can ever possibly be?
Stop it. The sensor itself is 1 inch, right?
I'm not caring about the sensor. It's caused
Sensors
by the diameter of the aperture.
I'm about to get you there if you just be patient.
Have to be
1
quick,
inch
so to go,
sensor.
yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
All right, I gotta feed the dogs. Good night, everyone. See you.
Yeah, feed yourself. Some bullshit.
Thank you, Rahab.
One inch sensor, 357 millimeter lens.
You got offended when you said it wasn't generous.
It's this post is about somebody trying to see if they could get how much detail they could get on bird feathers from how far away, and what the diffraction problems might be with various types of optical setups. The fact that this 1 inch sensor is only operating on a 1 inch sensor for regular usage and nothing to do with the zoom. Every time you're zooming in with this, it's cropping into that sensor, which means you're using a smaller rectangle in there. So if we start with 1 inch, we're using like a ½ inch to multiply 357 times 2, right? That's going to get us to like 700 millimeters or something like that. We still got to crop further into this. So we're only using a very, very small portion of the sensor in the P900 at full
This is
max.
the same thing Rahab did with the balloon. He had
dig
to
what I said?
data, which is nothing to do with flat Earth. He took the density of the atmosphere, and he decided that the light will bend a certain way, so he can build his globe from there.
So
He's
you just want
applied
to fucking talk
and
something
making
else, some other shit? Okay.
That's what he did. That's what he did with this situation also. Taking something and applying it to try to build his globe, but it doesn't apply.
He cannot calculate what he's trying to calculate. He's not that good at math. He does not
That's
understand
why
equipment.
I told him with the weather balloon. He takes data and he tries to build his globe with it, but it doesn't apply.
Like 3 or 4 camera experts in a blog post can't figure out the tech of the camera enough to calculate Rayleigh criterion, but I'm to imagine that Ruhif has this ability in and of himself. Doesn't really know the equipment that well though. Is that what I'm supposed to believe? And then he's supposed to tell me what a hard and soft horizon is supposed to look like on a flat or pseudo-flat, pseudo-globe Earth, in his opinion. And then I'm just word salad, bro. So I don't know.
Do you know what he meant by a soft horizon or a blurry horizon? Does that make sense?
He doesn't believe that something like you could have enough concentrated atmosphere to express something like a hard horizon, and that it would just cause diffraction, which isn't the case. Like you don't just get like foggy out of it, right? Out of a distance, like you would see fog only close up to you, right? And it's obscuring your vision, but that's not what we're talking about, because that's not a normal weather condition. Fog isn't like all the time anywhere. Unless it's a really spooky, like Scooby-Doo episode or something, right? Then there's fog everywhere. Other than that, right? it condenses, turns into, oh man, it's got a refractive index, so it's also like working with light in some kind of ways to create constructive and deconstructive interference, which like he's not even into that modeling. There's a lot to this, and I don't think he addressed it. And then he had to go feed the dogs. So what do you want? There's something going on here with certain cameras are going to have resolvability issues because of how they work, where others won't. Simply because of how they're made and engineered and what specifically they're designed for. All cameras have different limitations. This one happens to be balanced for like using this crop method into the sensor to get a super zoom. What's wrong with that? Is it like the same as if you had a 2000 millimeter lens strapped to a camera? I don't know. We don't do side by sides, do we? You know, so are there artifacts and long distance things that occur in the P900 that might not occur if you had a different setup? I don't know. Doesn't seem so. Like I've seen some other pretty long distance lenses of much higher quality, much higher cost, and you know, things still look pretty much the same. So I don't know what the hell he's trying to get at, man. Probably nothing. Just trying to make himself believe something. Sorry. Anyway.
He takes data, conflates data, and then builds his globe.
And then usually stands behind a principle that can't be validated, which is what his whole thing hinges on. But then he'll use some real data, so it kind of seems like there could be something there. But then the revealing of the actual assumptions and the problems are just glaring.
Gio, do you agree that distant objects, sure, that Ruhif gave to us about the tankers, what do you call them, those containers on the ocean, will vanish from the bottom up on a flat plane? Do you agree that would happen or no? Which is what is shown on this picture.
Yeah.
Can you explain to us why you think that the distant containers will vanish beneath the horizon, bottom up, on a flat plane? Which is what it's showing.
It's a appearing to disappear or becoming unresolvable from the bottom up. It's not a actual obstruction. I think sometimes you have to be careful with the wording because people are going to try to hold you to that wording. Where's the obstruction, right? Where it's a appearance of disappearance or an unresolvability.
And I call it the obstructions of horizon because once you hit that horizon, you can't see beyond that on the ground. So likely on the ground, the objects will effectively bend back. Not because the Earth is bending, but because that's just how it works.
Right. They will appear to disappear from the bottom up because that's where your unresolvability begins, right? At your horizon. So an object, and here's the weird thing about talking about a horizon, we're talking about it as if it's like a definitive point. And I don't think we have a definitive point of a horizon. We have a whole bunch of points that come together and a whole bunch of information that gets squished into a specific portion of the ground at a certain relative distance. I don't think it's something we can definitively put our finger on. One, because atmospheric conditions are going to change constantly. So unless you're making long distance observations in a controlled environment, which would be very difficult to do. Anyways, there's just a lot of factors that come into play. And I didn't mean to like jump in and.
I agree with your points. I agree with your points the way you explain them. But here's the funny thing: Globers don't think that. Globers think that. I guess what we would say it'd be fuzzy and it'll vanish off. I don't know what that was talking about.
But yeah, I just like wonder why he's talking about horizontal situation and then bringing in Rayleigh criterion, which is all right. But like, wouldn't you be talking about like Rayleigh scattering? Because that wouldn't that have to do?
Well, he showed his picture of the tank, and we have a horizon on the ocean, which is a picture. And behind the horizon, these tankers appear to be vanishing from the bottom up, which is why I told him what happened on the flat plane. And I told him because of the resolution of your eye, the angle. And he said, "Are you talking about the Rayleigh criterion?" I said, "I don't know what you call it." That's why he brought it up.
It's the convergence point, right?
Yeah.
It's not so much about evidence for a sphere of Earth. It's more about the limits of the human eye, right? Or the limits of living in the 3D world. We see the world in a 3D perspective, and there's limits to being in 3D, right? And that's what we're seeing are the limits of our eye. What our eyes are capable of. It's not so much that because the ships disappear that proves that there's a curvature. No, it's more to do with we have to look inward at ourselves, not outward at the world. Inwardly, our eyes are limited into, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but
you have
do you think
limitations.
you work with lenses, right? Yeah, like like they're curved, right? So like, don't they just force more shortening? They force foreshortening to the ground, right? Like over greater distance. No, like I guess depending on what kind of lens setup you have, but I just feel like that's why things are disappearing from the bottom up because because of the curve of the lens, actually. In ray theory, how that will just like a straight line theory, the way that's compressing.
It has to do with that too, but it's also just literally 3D perspective. Like we live in a 3D realm now. Theoretically, like if you were in a fourth dimension, right? We can't even comprehend the fourth dimension or the fifth dimension. Theoretically, how it would be, to observe that consciously. We're living in a 3D perspective, trying to understand the world, and we're forgetting to look inward, right? And we're assuming because the ships disappear, then the Earth must be curved. Like that's what the Greeks believed, 2,500 years ago or whatever the hell it was. But like the eye's curved, right? We have circular eyeballs, but that doesn't mean that's not the reason. That's not entirely the reason why we see the ships disappear. Even if even in a video game, like most open box video games like Grand Theft Auto or Call of Duty, they make these worlds flat. I don't think there is a video game where they include curvature, right? And you'll still see the same thing even on a flat screen, right? A rectangular screen, you're still going to see the convergence points. Even in video games, there's a convergence point. You can only see so far, and once you get to that,
talked about that. We told Ruhif video games all use flat planes, and none of them measure the curvature of the Earth. However, we see these objects, right, vanishing into the horizon, and he goes, "Oh, they use clipping." That's what he said. He said they use clipping, and like just explained it away.
Well, that's why I was saying field of view, but then that's word salad. But that means that the z-axis is actually going to shrink. You know what I mean from distance, right? So like it'll compress, and then you get horizon from compression.
Yeah, you can manipulate the field of view, right? You can manipulate it and extend the field of view or the horizon, where it's like a fisheye, right? It allows you to see more around you, but the convergence point is still there. You can only manipulate it so much. You can only, you know what I mean? Like there's limits.
Snack, if field of view is word salad, we got to get an audit put on these guys. We got to audit these guys. Come on. They're stretching word salad far beyond what should even be in the
I was
realms.
even going to just bust out formula next time. I was not going to say field of view. I was going to be like, yo, two tangent times fucking, whatever your distance time the observer, whatever. You know what I mean? I'll just drop the arm next time. I ain't gonna do it with no word salad. But I guess for him, he was like, he wanted like something in a sentence maybe. But
would that be word coleslaw at that point?
Word cucumber.
Word coleslaw.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've gotten to the point where if somebody even utilizes a phrase like word salad as some sort of response to what you say, like I'm almost like at the point where I don't even want to talk with people like that. Seriously.
It's kind of as bad as just like, I know you are, but what am I? Like over and over.
Yeah.
Word
What
salad.
word? Well, how would you describe whenever someone is saying a whole lot of things, trying to associate it with this particular thing when there's no association whatsoever? They're just trying to convince you of such.
I thought word salad was a lot of big words, but not really meaning anything. Just saying shit that makes no sense. Like what Kosho does.
Yeah, there's like this guy, Onage Pranks. He does like funny prank calls where he does these different voices, and he does this thing, this little skit where he says like OC3 optical line or something. Like he just strings together all these like technical terms, like, oh yeah, we'll get that checked over the OC3 optical line. That's kind of a word salad. It's just like a made up combination of tech terms to make it sound like it's because he's just like a prank call, so he's kind of trying to sound like he's like being technical, but it's really just made up shit. It's pretty funny because people believe him. But that would be maybe word salad. But yeah, word salad is when the words don't make any sense. It's just jumbled words together. Nobody ever does word salad, so all the claims of that are just false. Like every single one is just some kind of weird cop out, whatever it is, just to try to not listen to the actual words the person was saying, not try to actually make sense of it, and just write off their whole thing with just that claim. It's a very low level tactic.
I'll just have like some real word salad prepared in case somebody like does like, hey, is that word salad you're saying? I'm like, no.
And then just start actually doing word
like,
salad. And then they're like,
Weasel Architect, you know what I mean? Two-tone duck pajamas, right? It's all good.
Then they'll be like, that's word salad. You'd be like, yep, that was word salad. The thing I said before that was not.
Back in grade school, when I got essays, I loved essays because I can what I call bullshit on the essays and get an A. Just basically make like interesting sentences, and I got an A, right? So is that not word salad?
Not like field of view. That's real word salad. That's actual word salad, according to Ruhiv.
Well, he told me what I said was rubbish.
What's wrong with field of view?
I don't know, man.
Why? Because it's a video game term?
Is that what it is?
Oh, field of view deals with, I mean, just your eyes, your vision, optics in general. Field of view is a very standard term, yeah.
Each eye has 130 degree field of view. Each eye.
Field of view is so unscientific, bro. That's like, you can't bring that in here.
It's the angle. Yeah.
FOV.
Pretend angle. FOV. Right. So you get 180 degrees roughly FOV with your eyeballs, two in a pair. If you just had one, you'd be 130 degrees roughly.
If it's FOB, is it letter salad?
Then coffee.
What is what was that? What was that stuff that came in a can back in the day that had the different letters in it? The soup, alphabet soup. Is it alphabet soup?
Oh, that was terrible before when J Ace was like, because the VASILINE is not the same as the whatever. That was the worst ever. It was crazy. I felt like I was playing Wheel of Fortune. That was yesterday sometime.
I felt like when I was like 5 years old, and my older brother he used to spell words when he was trying to speak in code, to like my cousin or whatever. He'd be like LETSGOOTDOORAND.
Yeah, we need to make Jace speaking uppy. That like the girls used to talk. Like the.
It's like how I have to talk to my wife in front of my dog so the dog doesn't get triggered when we say the words like walk. We say WALK. OUT.
With the dogs.
You say sit. You say get your ass in the backyard. You say kneel.
There's like a couple secret girl languages. I think we need to have them speak that.
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting. The dogs. Sorry, it's a different topic. Well, no, just dogs that like if you say a word, like let's say okay is what they like to eat or something. Like they're sitting there and they won't eat. But if they just say like okay, the dog won't do anything. They have to say it in a tone of voice like okay in order for the dog to respond to it. Like the tone.
Dogs are very responsive to like inflection.
Yeah.
More. Yeah.
I wonder why YouTube is pushing that video, Gio. That white dog. That's what you're talking about, right?
I probably did see it on YouTube Shorts or something. Yeah.
I wonder why it's pushing that video. I saw it the other day.
It seems like they push things all at the same time because everybody sees the video at the same time. And is that done on purpose?
We were talking. That's a totally different topic, but we talk about evolution every once in a while, but or mutation and all that. But I love, like, I found this picture of like a white giraffe, all white giraffe. I was like, that's cool. That's cool looking. Does that mean that there may have been black giraffes too? I don't know.
Sure, it's not
all giraffes are black. All giraffes are black.
That's racist.
Okay, all giraffes are black. Okay, is that a joke?
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay, got you.
They say not because they say all people were black originally.
Giraffes comes from the motherland.
Yeah.
Are giraffes gold with black spots, or are they black with gold? I don't know, gold spots.
Right, but how do they just go white too, though? That doesn't make sense. Because they're always that same kind of pattern.
That's a zebra.
Pretty sure you saw an albino giraffe, man. You have to look at their eyes to tell.
I don't think they're albino.
If something's white or if it's albino. Because if it's albino, it's...
no, I don't think they're
giraffe
albino.
would
Iris
die
will
the
be
moment
pink.
it got into the sun.
They have hair. Whatever.
There's white lions too, like not albino lions, but like actually white lions.
Right.
It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, like Siegfried and Roy at Miran, Las Vegas. They had white lions.
Oh, Roy.
You know, those two gay dudes.
And then one. And then the lion swiped at his neck, but he still did it. That was dope. Guy's not afraid of lions or making money. Really cool. Fucking assholes. My white tiger collection. The fuck? Please. If you're rich enough to have a white tiger, that's really cool, I guess, right? Fucking Ruhif should get some of the go walk the tigers. All right. Talk to you later. Gotta walk the Bengals. Gotta walk the ostrich. Just have different things to walk. That's what's gonna happen here, guys. We're gonna have too much shit to throw at Ruhif. He's gonna get more animals to go take care of.
Steph is here. Hey, Steph. Steph W.
Mm-hmm. You got You got dissed, Godric. She didn't even say hi to you.
Look, Ruhiv takes data and conflates it and builds his globe.
Your shit was rebuffed, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've come to the point where I don't think that any observation is going to be proof of any sort of shape of what the heck we're living on, one way or another. Because observationally, we can take a snapshot in time of something that is definitive proof that we live on a concave Earth, and then we can take a snapshot at another time of something that is definitive proof that we live on a flat Earth, and then we can take a snapshot again in time of something that definitively proves that we live on a globe Earth.
Okay, hang on a second. What if at 8.1 miles, you look at the globe Earth calculator and it says 5 feet observer height, there should be 19 feet of curvature. And you shoot an 8.5 mile target to the very bottom of the ground, no curvature. Then what do you do?
I mean, so the problem with that is, like, I've studied these laser experiments where high powered lasers the size of a desk, where they shot the lasers out 300 miles. The problem with that is that, like, you can still show that the lasers do bend. The light does bend up and down. Sometimes it bends up, sometimes it bends down. Very, very odd.
Yeah.
And to get rid of that is really hard at that distance. Like, you would have to build like a vacuum 300 miles long, right? Like a vacuum tunnel 300 miles long, and then shoot the laser through that vacuum tunnel to prove that. And I know nobody's done that yet that I know of.
Yeah, and I think there's also a tie-in to like a lot of the ideas or the formulas of the alleged shape of the Earth that we live on that have been built off of observations of how we see not only in perspective looking off towards the horizon, but also how things in perspective will visually present themselves to you like celestial objects. So based on how we see and angles toward objects based on our perception of the world around us or our perspective, those kind of crude laws, I guess you could say, have been obfuscated into kind of the measurements or the alleged measurements of what we would expect on this spherical Earth, whether it be celestial or terrestrial.
And like, the reason I believe what I believe isn't necessarily because of experiments or empirical evidence that human beings have come up with through the scientific method, but it's more to do with my faith. That's why I believe that the Earth is the center of the cosmos, the geocentric model. Now, it helps to see experiments being done, but at the end of the day, like, I believe that what we're observing through our eyes and what we can witness with our tools, that's only going to get you so far. And at the end of the day, like, it's all an illusion. Like, for all we know, this is all an illusion. We're not even in base reality, right? And we think that we know exactly how the Earth is shaped and what it's doing, and we really can't tell. Like, it's really hard because there are unforeseen variables that we're not including in our calculations. There's things that we're not capable. There's variables that we're not capable of calculating because it's beyond our senses. And like yeah, like, it's all an illusion. Like, the horizon, the convergence point, that's an illusion right there.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying that and admitting or saying, yeah, that it's kind of based off of faith, because that's a genuine answer, right? I think if people on the other side of the argument said, hey, I believe on a globe based on faith, like, I can respect that a lot more than people who claim it's some sort of definitive science that's been proven out empirically. And what you said, it just made me think of the phrase, like, perception is reality. And is kind of true, right? Like your perception of the world and how you see everything, even visually, becomes your reality. Like your brain and how you interpret the world around you is always going to be the reality for you. In the same way that I can walk into a situation and feel extremely happy and excited and wanting to be in that situation, another person can walk into the exact same situation and feel the exact opposite emotions and want to withdraw themselves from that situation, right? So our perception of what's taking place within that scenario is our reality for each one of us individually. And ironically, how we view the world and how the world presents itself to us only to ourselves individually. That's why we have our own perspective.
Strangers, I mean, the strangest thing is that reality is stranger than fiction. And the scriptures talk about a reality so odd, so foreign, so abstract, right? That we can't figure it out. Job is rebuked. He's rebuked rhetorically. Yah asks him, were you there when I laid the foundations of the earth? So apparently there's foundations, there's pillars. There's pillars of rock. And there's portals, there's windows in the heavens, there's gates, there's all these things that we can't even comprehend.
You're right. He's also saying no man measures the lines of the earth. He says.
Yeah, a while back, Flat Earth Data replied to an answer or replied to a question with the answer Job 38 when somebody asked him, what do you think the world is? After going through what you've been doing for the past few years, writing a book, trying to figure it out, what do you think the shape of the earth is? And his response in short was basically Job 38, which is the verse that you were referring to, right? Where were you when I laid the foundations? Where were you when I stretched the line? Kind of like who are you to know? Who are you to be able to fully grasp and measure out this place that was designed and built for us? Do you think you have the knowledge? Do you think the computer can understand that in which created it? Humble yourself, Yeah. I think that's a good response to that question.
Can you lead the bear with his cubs? Can you bind the Pleiades or loose the cords of Orion?
I'm talking star business.
Well, that whole chapter, right, is just kind of like an exercise in humbling yourself, right? Like realizing that there are things much greater than us that are beyond our comprehension that we will never comprehend. Probably for reasons we can't fully understand at this point in time, right? And never will within this realm.
Like even the things that you master, like you still don't know everything about them, even if you are a master of those things.
Yeah.
I got a treat for you guys. I found the YouTube Job 38, the one done by the Flat Earth dude, who has Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. It's an awesome, beautiful King James Job 38.
Oh,
Awesome picture.
I love that channel. I haven't checked back on his stuff in a long time.
First time I saw it made me cry. So good.
That dude's really good at
I
putting
just posted
together videos.
content.
Yeah. Thank you, Godric.
I got you guys covered.
Man, Godric, I don't know where you've been, man. I've been burning up Dungeons and Dragons jokes like fucking like it's going out of style.
Hey, you been playing Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I'm just making jokes in the Dungeons and Dragons genre.
Is that like a channel or something?
No, forget it.
Yeah, you lost me. I was trying to
I lost you.
understand. Over my head, bro. Over my head.
I'll find you again later sometime.
Dumb it down.
I love all the info that comes out here. You know, it's not all stuff I would like find myself. So that's wonderful. I don't have the time. I don't have time for researching the flat earths. I don't. You know what I mean? It's like a lot. I just get down with some Wikipedia articles lately. You know, try to chew that shit up. Right? Globers can't go anywhere else but Wikipedia. So as long as I can wiki, dude, wiki battle. Why the hell is he going after Rayleigh criterion? That should be for astronomy, right? That doesn't make sense. Ruhif's grasping at straws, wiki straws.
I think that his bringing up of Rayleigh criterion was just a misapplication there. To be able to divert away and then, yeah.
Like if I have like resolution problems, I'm for something I'll shut the aperture down a little bit. A little less light causes a little less diffraction interior to the lens system, and then that sharpens up the image. But I think that the P900 has a fixed aperture of 6.5, and then it just controls everything else digitally. So how are you? Like, it would be nice if you were that good. If you were that nice at math that you could like do that shit, but I don't think so. And like certainly you don't know what the true like refraction indexes of all the lens groups. Right? Because that's a cumulative that aperture number. Right? Yeah, that aperture number is a description of the speed of the lens. Not just the millimeter size, which I think is 55 millimeters, and he was saying it was 65. But that's because he didn't listen to me, and I was trying to get back to where that starts out, because a crop factor and lens size gets you to what the effective aperture is. Effective aperture is different than aperture. Ooh-wee. Fuck cameras. What kind of camera you fucking got? Yeah, that shit looks dope. Looks like some cine camcorder. Camera enthusiast. I got it now. So yeah, if you think about what a effective megapixel rating would be for a P900, if it's 16 megapixels for a 1-inch sensor, and we're cropping into that somewhat like close to 7 times, we're dividing that effective megapixel by set. You know what I mean? It's like not too good. By the time you're maxed out zoom. All right. Anybody there still?
You know those Jay Tolan like high altitude shots? Yeah. The ones that he's trying to get over very long distances. You know, some of these guys are like, oh, he's looking at the wrong stuff. Is there some kind of a sensor that an infrared camera would pick up over long distances like that, to be able that we could put these sensors out across the earth, and then with the infrared pick up those sensors and actually validate we are seeing that far?
Huh. I don't have to.
You mean effectively like a light source that would pick up?
Yeah, or like a reflector,
retro reflector. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, like a retro reflector. Yeah, something that the infrared camera would be able to pick up, that we could validate the distance of it and validate we really are seeing the extreme distances like that.
Maybe we could send single photons at the retro reflector.
Yeah, if we got at least one back, I think we could convince them.
We'll lead the target.
We'll lead the target with it. Yeah. Make sure our plumb lines are parallel.
Yeah, parallel to plumb. Yeah, we'll do that.
Stakes over a plane.
Stakes on the plane.
Stakes on the plane.
And I get what you're saying, because like when my security camera switches to like its infrared mode, there's certain things that are like stand out, like illuminated, like the eyes of an animal, right?
Yo, actually, the right way to what you're saying, Gio, is to do a night shot with an infrared camera and have the light source already on. Some kind of big fucking signal.
Yeah.
Because they're very sensitive, infrared camera. Like a straight up like black and white infrared camera. Like they really respond to infrared light. You ever seen those, like where it's like you have it's like an infrared flashlight that's, you know, you don't see it, but it like on the video camera you're like, oh wow, it's like a bright flashlight that's in the video. Pretty cool stuff. That should be visible at night, yeah, for sure. Because it's not like wasting all that other, like there's no other noise from other wavelengths.
Yeah, but
I need to like,
I bet it would pick a laser up. Like, you know, the old, like, the laser waving idea where you just
infrared
take
laser beam. Yeah.
Yeah. So even if someone was shooting, you know, waving a laser around at a long distance, I bet the infrared would pick that up.
Yeah. It's a little, well, we'd want to use like probably infrared would pick up any laser, I guess. I don't know.
Or would it? I don't know. It's a good question, actually. Would it at that distance?
Figured it. Not sure what the right setup would be, but I'll put some brain cells on that. I wonder, I forget what he's using, what Jake Tolan's actually using for his getup.
Yeah, is it an actual infrared camera? Like, or is it like a modified camera to remove like the film? You know what I'm
Yes, I
talking
would
about?
try to do it like if you you could just like remove the infrared coating off of most standard mirrorless cameras, and then you put it in like monochrome black and white mode, and then throw a cut filter on it or something. I think something like that, and then
yeah. So I'm wondering if I would like to see like two cameras that have like the same lens kind of set up, the same, pretty much the same stuff, except one being infrared and one being just a normal camera, and then doing like time lapses over long distances, like even over water or something like that. So something like a skunk bay footage of a regular camera like we're seeing with that skunk bay footage, and then a camera next to it that's like strictly a infrared camera, like an intentional infrared camera, not even just like a modified version of that, but like straight up all we're seeing here is an infrared image, and see like the difference of what we would see based on capturing infrared, which would have less refraction and all that kind of stuff taking place. I'd be curious to see footage like side by side of those things. I just think of like a day where if you're doing that, if you had a regular camera and like an infrared camera, and you're in a black swan situation, is that a way to cut through whether it is or is not some sort of just solely a refractive thing? And if so, is the difference between the two images something that we can figure out?
There's something to what you're saying. I mean, I think like having multiple cameras like on a sighting would be helpful. Like not just the P900, but they're useful for what they're useful for. But yeah, yeah, like just a mini, like a security camera or something like that. Something built on that would be like a infrared, like a dedicated infrared camera.
Yeah, just to see the difference between like the two images. If there is a stark difference, can we just cut through more of the atmosphere with that, or is what we're seeing?
It's less light interference, you know, and so like, but also like you can cut that out with a front glass filter, so you're emitting already some of the noise. So yeah, that's what it is. Just like trying to compare a noisy atmospheric deck to like as little noise as possible would be pretty interesting. Like just do compare and contrast on it, you know, for sure. Was it Jim Waterworld was talking about trying to go down to Florida or something with JT or whatever, one of these past weeks or something. He said that. But they both have P900s. If one of them did a IR conversion, I don't know, slap each other's asses. I'm not sure, but just do some photography or whatever.
Who was he coming to meet?
I'm sorry.
Who was he going to meet in Florida?
I don't know. I don't recall. I forget who they were talking to.
Because if they want to do like long distance observations over areas that aren't going to have obstructions of land or anything like that, like I live in an area where like I've got a straight shot of just over 17 miles of, you know, unencumbered visuals over water to a structure like a bridge.
Oh, cool.
Right by me that they can experiment with.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's where
you have a camera too, like a digital camera or just to use film.
Yeah, no, I do. I have a Canon. I don't have the best lens set up at the moment for
which model Canon you
got? ADD.
Cool.
Not ADD, but ADD. Yeah, so it's a crop. It's a crop sensor.
Oh, yeah, it's good stuff. It has another name too.
APS-C? Crop sensor? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah. And like my best zoom lens is like all I really have is like a 55 to 250. And it's a shit lens. It's a kit lens that came with the camera. That's my best zoom, long distance zoom lens that I have.
So I think you can put the firmware called Magic Lantern on your ADD. I think that works. And then you can basically use modes of it, which will up your crop rating. So it'll like increase your crop factor of your APS-C, which is I think 1.6 on a Canon. So it'll take it up to like a higher crop rate, like 2 or up to 3x crop rate. So basically what that'll do is your actual lens that you're getting, your true millimeter you're getting is what's your longest lens, like 100 millimeters?
250.
250 says 250 times your crop factor 1.6. So you could do 250 and then basically triple it if you put up the new firmware. So you could get 750 out of your lens instead.
Oh, okay. But I think the 250 lens I have it's a crop sensor specific lens, right? So I don't have like a full frame lens that's 250. So I think the 250 would actually be, I think it's set up for the crop sensor.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay. So it's just like a 1-to-1. So it's a true 250. Okay, gotcha.
I think
it'll
so.
still.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to give you like 750 or not, but it's interesting to try out. I'll send you some links. I'll do a little more research.
Yeah, for sure.
Get everybody's
Yeah,
camera
no,
game up here, man. Shit.
I used the 250 to do some observations or whatever. Like the spot that I'm talking about is where I initially went. Like when I first started having conversations with like friends about this topic, which if anybody's new to this topic and you want to have discussions with your friends, tread lightly. Just a word of advice.
But yeah, I and even somebody that I really thought would get it, like they didn't get it, and I was like, oh yeah, you watch SpaceX launches with your dad, and that's how you bond over shit and talk about whatever you talk about. Like, okay, well that's not happening. Fuck it, forget it.
Yeah. No, but I
thought I could get him with sailing. I was like, you do sailing? What do you think about this? And he's like,
well, I even used the like, hey, we see things that we shouldn't be seeing based on like whatever the globe math. Like pull up a Earth curve calculator and I can show you that we visually don't necessarily see that. We see things further than that. And everybody's like, bullshit, blah blah blah, whatever. So I had live streamed a couple times me going to this spot with like a group call with everybody on the group chat that was basically, talking shit to me. And I went out like multiple times on different days, different conditions, whatever, and live streamed, my observations over 17 miles to this bridge and what we were seeing. And even after showing them all of that footage or whatever, there was only like one that was even remotely interested in even investigating the topic further at all whatsoever. Everybody else was like, yeah, well, I don't care. It's science. I believe science. So you're stupid.
nice.
And then I realized real quick that like it's going to be a difficult thing to try to discuss this topic with close friends and family. So
yeah, it's cool to not do it too. I don't really, people are curious. Like you might have friends that are like really like adventurous that way. There are good cases for it. Somebody's like really super normaled out, like they got their normal life set up. Like they might not be interested in hearing anything you have to say about it because it's like, if they don't know you from that perspective, then it's like, oh, like, no, that's the thing that's out of order. It's this other person, not my life. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Boy, what's wrong with you now? But if you go at like people that you know for a long time, like, hey man, you should really change your diet because like vegetable oil is not really good for you, bro. They're gonna be like, hey, fuck you.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know what it is about the human psychology or whatever, but I feel like we're all somewhat guilty on being more apprehensive and taking advice from people that are closer to us than people we have absolutely no connection to at all whatsoever. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's interesting that seems to be the case.
I'll disagree with that.
Here. Go, Chuck.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'll disagree with you on that, though. I think we take advice from people we know closely better, as long as it's their field of expertise.
I didn't hear what he said.
If he's saying if you get advice from a friend that agrees with the main narrative, yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, I thought that's what you said, Chuck. I'm sorry.
Thanks, so.
Well, your mic is kind of really poor this morning. It needs some coffee, I think.
Yeah, you're like 2 out of 5.
Where are you?
It's all right.
Let me drop out and come back in.
It's all right. I'll still straw man you if your signal's better. It's fine.
Yeah. Connect to a better satellite. Maybe a few 100,000 miles further away, it might be better.
Reroute somewhere where the orbital mechanics work out a little bit better for your radio transceiving. Chuck, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
There he is.
But I'm in the moonies, so. Yeah, no, I think we take advice from people we know closely the best, as long as they know what they're talking about.
Are you married, Chucky?
Yeah.
So, does your wife tend to just take your advice more often than not, or do you come upon many situations where it's like somebody can tell your wife the exact same thing that you said in the exact same wording that you've been trying to say for years, and when she hears it from somebody else, she immediately takes that as like, oh yeah, maybe we should do that, honey. Oh yeah, the thing that I've been saying for 3.5 years in the exact same wording, but you just heard it from a stranger.
Well, if you call our mechanic of 20 years, 25 years, a stranger, then sure, she takes the mechanic's word over mine. Or if it confirms my word, she'll take that, yes, in that realm. Because that's an expert that we know. But she'll take my word in areas that I'm an expert in, and I'll take her word in areas that she's an expert in.
Yeah.
Are you married?
Hey, I don't see that taking place. Yeah, I am married, and definitely my wife doesn't always take my advice in areas that I am an expert in. So, yeah.
What areas would that be?
Yeah, like finance and accounting.
Really? That's,
so sometimes they have to hear it from different lips for it just to sink in.
that's a trust issue that you're dealing with there.
Chucky. No, people are just on auto. Like, I don't trust necessarily people who are close. Maybe it's more an American trait, possibly. I don't know, Chuck.
Yeah, you'd
I don't know
rather
if that's your
believe
Canadian
one thing.
programming, exactly.
It's Canadian programming. It's not American.
Well, you're the test bed.